Oh no! Oh man! Oh, what the?
What if he just feels bad for me though?
That's crazy, dude. You're wild.
Sane.
Don't clip that.
No, don't.
Whoa! He just gave you 10 coins. What the?
Oh shit! What the fuck, DSP? So it's literal porn, and I'm bro. I got lucky not having this on my screen for that 1 second. That was mad convenient for me. Bro, DSP, you gotta like delete the stream. Anybody with common sense would actually delete the stream off of that. I'm sorry, that would be giving the troll attention, but you just showed.
Did she have a boyfriend?
Did you catch me with another woman? No, I'm gay.
Hello? Hello? Oh my god, he picks up the phone! DSP picks up the phone! DSP picks up the phone!
So why not do it now?
What if she's a robot and that's why she sounds like robot-y?
I am a woman of beauty beyond compare.
Okay.
If I remove this mask, blood would erupt from the noses of the 4 men here, and they would die of blood loss.
Oh, apparently it's because she's so beautiful that we cannot take off the mask.
In other words, I'm saving your lives by keeping this mask on. Quite kind of me. Wouldn't you agree?
And like my whole arm is just fucked for like the next day or two. I do it all the fucking time. It sucks so bad. That might have been the first time I even died in this game. Fuck.
Usually you have to cook down the sauce a bit so it thickens.
What the hell? It's Ricky Fritz! Fire backwards. Behind the dragon.
And then you cook the rice cake.
Maxed out the ass. Heartbreaker, Spare Shot, Focus, Steadiness, Wall Runner, Blood Awakening. This motherfucker over here is playing like hyper meta.
You got panties on. That's good. I have panties too. Wait, my character has panties.
Wait, what? Man,
And
we got
because I think Tune's up.
Clip it. No, don't clip it.
Y'all know what I kind of nerfed my damage because I don't have the power.
bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You know what they say about furry mascot scrimblow bimblow platformers. The good ones almost always come in threes. Guys, I gotta apologize to Activision. I gotta get on my hands and knees and I gotta say, Bobby Kotick, I apologize to you. I am sorry. I have wronged you. I have maligned you. I have lied about you and the services that your evil, devilish, demonic company provides. On one of the last streams, I said Activision sucks. Slacktivision is evil because I made the assumption that they were still charging for the extra levels on the PS4, PS5 version, whatever, of Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. I said, wow, you still have to pay for the DLC levels on PlayStation, but they're free on Xbox and Switch and PC. They're already in the base game of those versions, but you have to pay to download them on PlayStation, even though PlayStation is the home of Cash Banuka. Guess what? I was wrong. Bobby Kotick, however the fuck he pronounced his fucking name, he proved me wrong and debunked me in real time because I remembered that I had to check on the status of that. I was ready to open the Velcro wallet. I was ready to pony down. I was ready to pony down like $5 for the extra levels so I could showcase to you, the viewing audience, the full content of the game. And then I found out they're free. I guess after the game went multi-plat, because it had a year of exclusivity on PlayStation when it released in 2017. But after it went multi-plat in 2018, I presume these levels became free for everybody. They were paid DLC at one point. At least Stormy Ascent was. Stormy Ascent, I think they were charging $2 or $3 for it. Very demonic, especially considering, although it was an unfinished cut level from the original game, it did exist in the original game's data. That's how fans found out about it. So it's almost like on-disc DLC, because it was in the OG game, you just couldn't access it. So in the remake, they cut it out and then sell it back to you, or at least sell its accessibility back to you. I imagine this did not go over well with the fans, so when it went multi-plat, it seems like they made it free. Now, I looked it up on the wiki too, to like verify my claims before I did Crash 2, and whoever's managing the wiki has not updated the fucking information, because I thought that shit was still paid. It said, oh, they released it as a paid DLC, whatever, but it never updated the article to say, hey, when the game went multi-plat, the paid DLC became free for everybody. I guess in this situation, I feel bad for the people who paid for the level before it went free, because it's like, what do you get out of that? Nothing. You just gave Bobby Kotick $5 more to be Bobby Kotick. So, there you go. I'm sorry, Bobby. I lied. I'm man enough to admit it in public, on stream. Unlike some people who apologize secretly, privately, through email communications. Hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to another Crash Bandicoot and Sane Trilogy Sunday stream in the daytime, or at least right before, the sun starts setting. Big ups to everybody. Swollen __ Dingus here. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen _ ones who are here existing in and out. And big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future, such as Iggle Wiggle and Egg Gang 1738, and anybody else coming in. The time is nigh. So have I. I've got the day off. It's a Sunday snoozer, and I thought we'd kick back and, I don't have anything else to do. All my affairs are in order. Maybe I can talk about what happened last night. I don't even stream. I'm not supposed to stream on Saturdays to begin with, but I had the fattest fucking nap out of nowhere. After like a 9, borderline 10-hour shift, I collapsed. Through no fault of my own, I collapsed in my bed. I slept fattest nap in my life. And I woke up, it was 3 in the morning, and I had missed anime night. And I was seething internally. I was like, I was in my mind, in the back of my head, back my neck, back my neck, I was just kicking rocks. I was felted. It's okay, it doesn't matter. I can catch up on the shows later. But I don't usually miss anime night, so I did feel kind of bad about it. For all of 2 minutes before I realized it's a nothing burger. I could just seek out the shows at my own time. And yeah, I went about my business and went about my day, and now I'm here. So I hope your Sunday has found... I hope you have found your Sunday... I can't even remember my line. I hope this Sunday has found you about as well as it has found me. There we go. Anyway, that's it for my spiel. I will be doing the DLC levels, because now that I've downloaded those for free, they're locked in. So I suppose I should check the game just to make sure they're loaded in. I don't know too much about this DLC on PlayStation business. On Switch, you have to, update the game after buying a DLC, so, kind of, load it in. It's not enough to just buy DLC, you then have to update the game manually. Thank you, Cortex. I can't wait to kick your ass for a 3rd time in a row. Rest in peace, Vicarious Visions. They've been sent to the COD mines.
It's Crash Bandicoot!
They did something to the models here. They look right, but, also they don't. It's like they cleaned them up too much. That is how Crash looked on PS1, but kinda not really. It's missing the jaggies from PS1, that's what it is. It's missing the jittering jaggeries. You know how texture is always, if you get up close to a texture on most PS1 games, they spurg out and start flickering? He's missing that. That's why it looks weird. Okay, it says I have Stormy Ascent. And I have Future Tense. What does Stormy Ascent look like? I recall it's like a purple dot. Yeah, it's right there. Whoa, there it is, brother. Stormy Ascent is now available. Why are there 2 dots? Oh, it's a teleporter. Just a free little teleport. That's kind of weird, but okay. Why couldn't we have teleports before? You need to pay for a teleport? Well, at the time that this came out as DLC, you need to pay for a teleport? I suppose I can do this first. Well, I'll at least give it a shot. I'm gonna do it at some point this stream anyway. Good luck, you're gonna need it. No! What did I mean by that? What did I mean? Huh? Good luck, I'm gonna need it. Let's see if I can do this, and then we'll start Crash 3. Oh god. I did this level on Switch because it was a cut level from the PS1 games. Obviously, I didn't play it when I played Crash 1 on PS1. I didn't have a Game Shark, so it's not like I could have hacked the game either. Though it is accessible if you have a Game Shark. Let me try that one more time. No! Wait, no, we gotta time this correctly. No! Okay, here's what we do. Wait for it to come out fully. Right there. No! We're already filtered! Hey, Beer Joe. I'm doing DLC for Crash 1 of this remake prior to beginning Crash Warp. I'm fulfilling my masochistic duties. This is the hardest level in all of Crash 1, perhaps the hardest level in the entire Crash Bandicoot PS1 trilogy. It was so hard, even the masochistic devs at Naughty Dog, the sociopathic assholes over there, they were like, guys, this is actually too hard. We actually cannot ship this with the final game. And both Jason Rubin and Andy Gavin, the founders of Naughty Dog, have since commented on the level's removal, and both were actually disappointed. They wished it could have shipped in the final game because the level is complete. Crash 1 has many cut levels, but this is the only cut level that was like so complete that it could have shipped with the final game. But you know, the game's rated kids to adults, so you can't have a level that not even kids can beat. Man, the kids to adults rating. Remember when that shit existed? Mario 64 was rated kids to adults. I don't know, like, what was the idea behind that rating? Because E for Everyone still existed. Like, why did you have 2 general audience scores? Big up Jezzy51. Dingus forced to swipe the card to play this. Can we get some support? No, Jezzy. Jezzy, I opened the stream by apologizing to Bobby Kotick. I lied, Jezzy. The levels were made free after the game went multi-platform. They were only paid DLC when the game was exclusive to PS4 for a year. So the wiki did not update that information. The wiki only said that it was paid DLC on PlayStation while mentioning that it was, you know, already in the base version of the ports. So because it only had that information, I related to you as, oh, it's still paid DLC on PlayStation. But actually, the lazy Jannies at the wiki just didn't update it to say, oh yeah, when the game went multi-platform, the DLC was made free on PlayStation as well. You still gotta download it. It's not a part of the base. Like, if you buy it on PS4 right now, you still gotta download it. So, like, it felts people who don't have internet. Like, if you buy it on Xbox or Switch or PC, there's no... Like, the game is just already there. You don't have to download a separate update thing. So I guess if you're getting it on PC, you do need to have internet to download it at all. But if you get, like, the disc, Xbox disc, or the cartridge Switch version, the level is already there. Okay, it's about the pattern. It's about the rhythm. It's about the rhythm of the night. Ah. That's pretty scummy, TBH. I know, that's what I said. It's like... So... And I think it was about $2.99 or $3.99. So, in this situation, the biggest losers are the people who paid for it on PS4 before it went multi-plat. Because what do you get out of that? All you got was early access. Big ups Cardinals. This level is how they get the name Naughty Dog. Tell me about it. I used to think... Because Naughty Dog used to have, like, an actual dog as their mascot. Not the real-life dog, Morgan, but, like, their animated mascot used to be a cartoon dog. You can see him in the Crash 1 prototype. I used to think that was Pinstripe. Like their mascot was just a stylized Pinstripe from the same game. It was not Pinstripe. I guess as compensation, in Crash Team Racing on PS4, there's an exclusive track that only the PS4 people get. It's called Retro Stadium. Now, it's not exclusive in the sense that it's a unique track. It's just a reskinned version of Turbo Track from the same game. There are also some costumes in Crash 4 that are exclusive to PlayStation and have never been made. They've never been made available for Xbox, PC, or Switch people. Those fucking assholes. I don't know, I feel like I'm doing great so far. Can we talk about how I have not died once versus everything that happened to me in Slippery Climb? Maybe it's because I'm playing earlier. You know, I'm more awake. Watch me fuck up now, though. How am I doing, Juzzy? Rate my performance. Okay, you jump down. I don't know, maybe it gets harder. It's like, wow, this was supposed to be harder than Slippery Climb? You know how many times I died in Slippery Climb? Alright, okay, we can't get too cocky. I don't know how much of the level is left. 17 out of 56, and we still have a Brio bonus round. Probably some unique trivia for you. The Brio bonus round in this level is completely unique and made by Vicarious Visions themselves, because the cut level in the PS1 original did not have a bonus round associated with it, so they gave it a unique bonus round that's all new. And actually, on the PS1 version of this cut level, it's not even a Brio bonus round, it's supposed to be a Cortex bonus round. But if you get all the icons, it just takes you to the other two that already exist in the game. It doesn't take you to a unique one. Oh, okay. Do 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 do. Hey, Joe Blanc. Welcome, Joe Blanc. I'm playing the DLC for Crash 1 of the remake trilogy. Then I will head into Crash 3. I thought I had to pay for this, but Bobby Kotick lied to me. I don't have to pay for it. It was made free when the game got ported. I lied. I spread falsehoods on my stream knowingly. I thought I was gonna die there. See, that's deceptively difficult. That's made to look like it's a jump that you can't make. There's the first death. Ah! I'll count the deaths just for this level, since this isn't a part of Crash 3. And then I'll reset the counter when Crash 3 starts. We couldn't do it death- Oh no! 2! I was about to say we couldn't do it deathless. We're starting to slip up already. Though I'll say this, I made it like 2 or 3 checkpoints in without dying once. Oh, we might have some trouble here. I couldn't do this segment without losing both of my masks. Okay, this is the trick. You gotta jump when it's already slanted. That way you maximize the time you're on the stairs. Like that. Okay, this one's pretty scary. Oh, by the edge. I have the right idea, though. I get the little Anli halo.
How's everyone doing? How's your Sunday? How's your Sunday treating you? Having a nice Sunday there, bud? You go to church? You get some menudo and barbacoa?
That's what the Dingus brew does. Always get the menudo and the barbacoa. Maybe sometimes some pozole. No! Oh no! You gotta jump from the second to last step. Or have a wider jump arc. That's the thing, you have your regular... I call this like the short hop, and then you have the full jump, where Crash, you know, swings his legs and all that. That's the full committal jump. Sole over menudo? I agree. I hate when you have menudo out for even like, let's say like an hour, and it already gets scum at the top. feels like you're in a rush to eat it. That's my shameless critique, because I can't really eat food very quickly. I gotta take my time due to certain health issues. Okay, oh, I should have died there, I think. Oh! No! Too early. 1 in the afternoon and wasted my day. Man! I know that feel. Especially ticks me off when it happens on a day off. Because I really do feel like, oh yeah, that's the whole day wasted. There goes that 1 day off. It's not a 1 day off, but you know, you get that feeling. It's the 1 day off you have, or a particular amount of days before you get your next day off. Like you objectively you have maybe 2, if you're lucky, 3 days off a week, for example. But they're spread out evenly so that you don't lose your mind working constantly. So you get the 1 day off, and then it's like, okay, well, you don't get another day off for 3 days. But in the moment, that feels like an eternity for you. That feels like you may as well be 7 days before the next day off, not 3 days. I don't know. I've worked some crazy work weeks before, especially back at the old store. I think I brought it up, but I've done like 9 days without a day off before. And I'm like, these are like full shifts, obviously. Okay, that one's gotta be at the last step. Hey, Chrono. Favorite segment, Dingus's day off. That's what I told you my day off. My day off was menudo and pozole. And barbacoa. Big ups, Vinny Kills. Yeah, we got Memorial Day coming up. Just to remind everybody, if you care, me, Seru, and we're gonna be doing the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe final tournament before the release of Mario Kart World and the Switch 2. We're still deciding on a date based on everybody's availability. You know, some people have work or stuff. Some people have Memorial Day off, but some people have plans with family. And obviously, you know, if you want to go hang out with the family, you want to go grill and cook out. You know, we don't want to have you taken away from that, from those precious, treasured memories with family to go fucking race Plumber Brothers with us. So we're thinking maybe, I said like the Sunday prior to Memorial Day would work and make the most sense. But I think they said they would put it to a poll. And of course, my opinion probably should start later in the evening. And then just go until everybody's tired. And having it on Sunday means it won't conflict with the anime night. Anime night, which I missed this weekend, because I collapsed in my bed. I fell asleep, fat fucking nap, 5-6 hour nap. Woke up 3 in the morning, I was pissed. I was like, it's like, you ever get so mad you don't even want to talk about it? That's what we should call it, the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for Switch 1 Retirement Grand Prix. If Nintendo ever did an official thing, that's what they would call it. Because they're weird. Everything gotta have a special name. Okay. You can make this jump, see? You can do it, Crash. Oh wait, made it. 7 deaths so far. I'll say again, I got pretty far before losing my first life. Wait a minute. Okay, this is the original section I was telling you about. This wasn't in the PS1 version. I think I see what you gotta do. Or not. Take a sip of my coffee and figure this one out. felted. I'm not felt. Crash isn't felted. Actually, Crash is kind of felted. Look at him. He is felted. Maybe it might more. I don't know. His textures make me think he'll be flocked. You know those little flocked figures where they just feel fuzzy? I got a few Kirby ones over here. My fuzzy flocked Waddle Dee. He's like that. Yeah, and he took the mask from me. God damn it. Dingus, did you start earlier to try and beat Crash 3 in a single stream, or are you just gonna end earlier? I'll go longer than usual. I can't guarantee Crash 3 in a single stream. I can probably guarantee the campaign in a single stream. The thing is, I don't know about the time trials. Crash 3 does require time trials for 100%. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, wait. I thought I had to hold off on breaking that one. Just spam slide and jump. 3 is the easiest by far, thanks to all the extra abilities you get. I don't think anyone will argue you on that. Jealous of Rich's tattoo, Dingus? I am not. He lied. He lied to everybody. You guys fell for his grift. You were lied to. I'm sorry, guys. He told his audience that was supposed to be a butt tattoo. Where is the butt at? There's no butt in that tattoo. Rich lied. Let me say it again. Rich lied. He lied. Oh, this is kind of fun. What? The hitboxes were not correct. He lied! He's fat! He's gay for Phil! Not that there's anything wrong with that. Well, I mean, it is wrong if Phil disavows his advances. He called Richard brutish earlier. Phil was flexing his vocabulary. I think that's his word of the week. Remember, Phil would always have like a word of the week, probably taken from whatever show he and Kat were watching that week. Yeah, RTU oversold and underdelivered, just like his boyfriend. But he straight up lied. He said that fucking tattoo would be on the butt cheek. Why is it on his arm? Hey, Kapathic, why are you on so early? To offset the fact that the last 2 streams for Crash 2 were so fucking late. And, it's my day off, and I got my affairs in order early. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Crash 3 is probably the game with the shortest campaign because it's so easy. But much of Crash 3's 100% is spent doing the time trials. But welcome in, Kapathic. This is the DLC for the first game, Stormy Ascent, the cut level from Crash 1. I thought this was paid DLC, but it's actually free. I mistakenly said it was paid DLC on PlayStation, but free on other platforms. Turns out, when the game got ported, it was made free for everybody. So my only conclusion is that people who bought it early on PS4 got scammed. You got scammed and fell for it. You win the Fell For It Again award, idiot. And Bobby's lapping his way to the bank with your measly $3. Your late night viewing. I still intend I'm still gonna stream long until I get around to that, you know, the usual late start time. I was just saying, early stream does not mean earlier clock gout. And if you guys stick around, we also got the next poll. Oh, okay, I see what I'm doing there. There's multiple boxes that are off screen. We're gonna do the next poll tonight. Probably, you know, as more people come in. So it'll be for the next nostalgic nonsense dictated by the Extra Life charity rewards. We're looking at Sly 4 Thieves in Time, Spyro 1, 2, 3, Jak and Daxter 1, 2, 3, and Ratchet and Clank 1 to 4. Actually, Jak and Daxter would also include the racing game. But that's what we're offering. And yeah, we're gonna do some point scamming. So get your points ready, you point withholders. I know you're withholding your points. Let's get some points. Wait a minute, okay. I jump right as those explode, and then I should be able to make it. Because if I jump and spin, I'm not going to be able to land. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I'm wondering if I should bust that top bouncy crate. But I don't think I can. Because you start bouncing on the bottom one, meaning the bottom one will always break first. Okay, this is gonna be a... I'll figure this out. Yeah, I'm cursed by a lizard. Wait, no, no, the sound clip is cursed by a wizard. I gave him like a riddle to solve. It was the easiest riddle I could think of. It was, what gets wetter the more it dries, I believe. I don't think he solved it. Okay, maybe I do hit the bouncy one? Okay, here's the thing. If I break those boxes, I have no way to get to the extra lives. Okay, so there are 5 boxes in total. Dude, we're gonna be trapped here. Wait, okay, no, wait, that was it the whole time. I overthought it. Wait, It's just a jump spin. Look, excuse me for always overthinking. Hey, Moitus. I overthought it and underdelivered. Okay. I'll explain, because you're probably thinking what I'm thinking. I thought it was a chain reaction TNT explosion to destroy the crate tower, and then I land on a tower mid-jump. and then bounce off the remaining crates over to the extra life. What I did not consider was Crash's hitbox having... Crash's hitbox allowing you to hit boxes above you. Wait, no, I leave that extra life there. Thing on an auction with less than 30 minutes to go. Really nervous about possible snipers. Let's get some prayer hands for Capatic's auction.
Auction?
Yeah, you're supposed to... I get it. You leave the life to let you bounce to the other life. Okay, that's still fine. What? No way!
Fuck you, Vicarious Visions. Fuck you, Activision.
Cheeky bastards. So, wait a minute. I died, not because I was bad at the game, not because of anything that was my fault. I died because of off-screen bullshit, right? Like, it wasn't because I fucked up, or I have bad skill. I can play games at a professional level. I can be good at games if I want to. I died because of some off-screen bullshit. How would I know it was there? Okay, those are the last two boxes. And that's how it's done.
It's a fucking beginner's trap is what it is.
Now, I just gotta survive, is the thing. But that bonus round was harder than the actual stage so far. Presumably, that should mean I'm halfway through. Wait. Alright, I see what we're doing. No! Okay, it's every other platform, but at least I got a checkpoint. I feel like playing with D-pad makes more sense for Crash 1, whereas Crash 2 and 3, I feel more comfortable with the analog stick. But that might have something to do with Crash 1's just precise platforming. I just don't feel comfortable doing Crash 1 with the analog stick. But Crash 2, I didn't mind it at all. Osterlina 86, he says, as a local Synthetic Man experts, can you give me the win scenario for Synthetic Man? Is Josh off base? Is Synthetic Man being unfairly labeled as a PDF defender? I thought his reaction to what Josh said was retarded, mainly because he responded before he even saw the full segment. So we heard that Josh had talked shit about him on Mad at the Internet, and his immediate inclination was to assume that, oh, well, if he's talking about me on Mad at the Internet, he's obviously, like, calling me a lolicon. So, Synthetic Man's response, again, without seeing the segment, was to just say immediately, apropos of nothing, that Josh likes little boys. So this did not exactly endear him to our dear feeder. And he gave him a really stern talking to on the next show. So we did a stream yesterday, 30 minutes dedicated to Synthetic Man, and it was not like the first segment. Once he actually saw it, was just a very confused Josh trying to understand the situation. He didn't even know. Yeah, I was actually very charitable to Synthetic Man. I thought it was some sincere advice from, one guy on the internet to another guy on the internet. If you think about it, they do kind of have some things in common in that their lives have been ruined by alphabet people and their nefarious machinations. So you think they should be you think they would be amicable to each other, but instead we have this insular infighting, all because of some miscommunication. So Josh treated him honestly more fair than some of the other people he talks about on his show, and he got Gugats. He got Gugats in response from the Chudler because the Chudler couldn't take 5 minutes out of his time to watch the segment before deciding to comment in response to a frankly a gaslit $1 super chat trying to rile him up. He took their word for it, and he paid the price. So the second segment Josh did on him, he was very, very, very less fair. He was much less fair. He was mean! He was mean! He treated him like no other locale. I mean, he treated him the same as any other locale that gets talked about. Which is bad. Like, the first segment was Josh gives, Kobe some advice. The second segment is Josh goes scorched earth on Kobe because Kobe called him a pedophile. I still think Synthetic Man should absolutely walk back what he had said to at least the Lolicon stuff and the stuff about basically the Derek defense, where it's like, oh, if you're literally a literal you are a pedophile, all this what was the thing he said? Basically, he said, what does that have to do with me? It was the Derek defense, where it's like, oh, they're in my chat, but what does that have to do with me? Well, it's like, it's such a free win, and you tossed it away. I got a comment from Golem on the because I clipped the second segment, I uploaded it this morning, and I got a comment from Golem that I really appreciate, so I pinned it. Golem said something that really resonated with me. I think the reality is he's afraid of his own audience now, the audience that he has cultivated. I think he realizes now that he's kind of treading on thin ice with these people. But Josh calls everyone a PDF. It's his favorite insult. Try from the other side. Oh, you're telling me about the platforms. I think in this case, because of Synthetic Man's audience, and I'm not saying they're all Kiwi farmers, but there's a reason that he has an appreciation thread on there. There's a reason why, his thread went... It's in multimedia. It's not a locale thread. There's a reason why it went for years without anybody really shitting on him, outside of, someone here or there. It's because, he appealed, I would say, to Kiwi farms and 4chan, and just anyone in general tired of this anti-woke sentiment. So I would say it's very much a don't shit where you eat situation. It's like Medicare said all the way back to the Baked Alaska days, don't shit on your fans. Even ironically, because irony and sarcasm have a hard time of traveling over the internet. Some people can't detect sarcasm. The thing is, I don't think... I have a little bit of an issue believing that he was being ironic when he said that his fans were pathetic. I do think to a degree he does think lowly of his fans. The issue is that you can't do that as a bigger creator. I watched him when he was first putting out videos and shilling himself on 4chan, and I do think that he's changed compared to back then. I'll still watch the content he puts out, but it's frustrating and disappointing. It's like going from watching him because he's a creator whose content you enjoy to watching him because he's becoming a locale sideshow, just like every other person that you pay attention to. And that's unfortunate. Just put the anti-woke takes in the bag, brother. Don't want to go this route, but Neanners, Kirsch, and others, they get started being edgy on the chans and elsewhere, then get the audience remorse. Absolutely for Neanners. Kirsch, I don't watch much of Kirsch or Plupper Pippa Pikmin, but I think they try to tread that thin line. I think they're able to get away with a bit more because they're lady styles, and there is a simping aspect to some of their audience where they won't be as mean to them because they're ladies. but Synthetic Man doesn't get that charity, so he really has to watch what he says. And you can't call your audience pathetic. You just can't. And to do it in such a Weasley way. Big ups Master Lie. I'm talking about Synthetic Man, a anti-woke gaming YouTuber whose videos I occasionally watch on stream. I followed his channel from the beginning. I want to say the first video I saw from him was his E3 2020 review. It's like almost 5 years ago. Almost a completely different person than who he is now. He blew up because of his Last of Us 2 videos. They were really appealed to 4chan around the time of the game leaking and everyone making those memes and shit. He really got his big boost from that game, as well as the God of War Ragnarok debacle. But I would say, I think it is possible he's become afraid of his audience and the power that they may hold over him. Because think about it. He talks to a woman VTuber, and in my opinion, he can talk to whoever the fuck he wants. But he talks to one lady, and within the day, they have him doxxed. Now, that information was posted on his Kiwi Farms thread, the appreciation thread. They posted his address on there, and it was very much like a Comcast DSP situation, where it was not a regular Kiwi Farms poster. It was someone who made an account just to drop that information, just like the Comcast guy. That's why I'm saying, I think that was a fan that did that. A fan did that and just used Kiwi Farms as a conduit to hold that information. Yeah, just like the Bank Leaks person. So I would not blame that action on Kiwi Farms. I do think it has a high chance there's a high chance of that person being a fan who just made an account to drop that information on him. On a place where people discuss him, and the discussion is usually positive, that cause the most impact. You said 4chan and the forums thought you were talking about Josh Moon. I am, because Josh Moon is covering this dude, Master of Lie. This person, Synthetic Man, called him a pedophile, and Josh went scorched earth on him for doing that. And then Synthetic Man apologized in emails. He apologized in emails, DSP style. He actually sent Josh an apology email, multiple apology emails, and I don't know why he thought... He claims to know what kind of person Josh is, and he knows Josh, and he knows all the things that Josh has faced in his struggles to keep the farms online. So you would think that he would know that Josh would, put the emails out there for transparency. Now, whatever you feel about that is kind of neither here nor there. The point is, Josh always posts all of his communications. Whether it be legal or emails from a locale demanding that you take that shit off down that goddamn internet. So Synthetic Man sends him like 3 emails apologizing for what he said, and Josh leaks it. And as soon as Synthetic Man finds out that Josh has leaked it, it's like mask off again. He calls Josh the F-slur and then says he has a broken penis. He's becoming Ethan Ralph. So were you lying then when you told him you were sincere and you were honest and you truly had remorse when you said you were sorry to Josh in your emails? Or were you just saying that to get in his good graces and maybe get him on your show to explain the situation? Or maybe go on Josh's show with a much bigger viewing audience to try to, show your stuff? Like, were you just saying that to get on Josh's good side? Did you actually mean it? Because as soon as he was told, hey, Josh leaked your stuff, not even like whether Josh had an opinion on it, he just posted the emails and said, hey, since you guys asked, here's the correspondence. But as soon as Synthetic Man found out that Josh leaked the emails, he was like, oh, fuck that guy, total F-slur. His penis doesn't work. And he said that. Okay, well, Synthetic Man, you like women with penises. You like women with penises. What, do you want Josh to have a working penis so you can admire it? He's just going about everything in the wrong way. And again, you'd think he would know better because his audience is, a majority of the audience is like people that use the farms or use 4chan or this other weird sect of degenerate lolicons and brown Mexicans that, according to Synthetic Man, these are brown Mexicans that pretend to be white. Pretty much borderline grapers. I mean, just because you do make edgy jokes doesn't mean you're a neo-Nazi. If someone got that impression, that's not on them. That's on them, not the creator. I know his audience aren't neo-Nazis, but the point still stands. I don't think he is a neo-Nazi. I don't think he's a lolicon either. But, I think I don't know how he crunches the numbers. But looking at his chat, because at this point there's multiple instances of his chat doing like the lolicon anime ooh meme in his chat. And I'm sure some of it is ironic. It's like, oh, I'm gonna post this because everyone else is doing it. It's funny, but you know, Synthetic Man knows his audience better than an outsider looking in. So I think he knows that some of that is real, and there are people in his audience that are inclined to that degeneracy. So again, it's about towing that fine line between the people that you cater to. I don't think he's into it. But I think what it is that he knows he can't disavow it because his audience, a chunk of his audience is into that degeneracy. And it would come off as hypocritical because he likes women with penises. He really likes women with penises. RTU got the DSP tattoo? Yeah, he got it on his arm. He didn't pay 2K though. He has clarified on Twitter. Now this is Rich's words, so it's whether you want to believe him or not. But people believed him when he said it was $2,000. He has since clarified and said, "Oh, I'm retarded. It's actually $760." Big ups, Pam Pam. Yeah, I'm trying to fix my sleeping schedule. I had the day off, so you know, I got everything I wanted to do done. Had some menudo and pozole and barbacoa. I'm ready to start today. But this is the issue, right? You go off parading yourself as, oh, I'm this free speech advocate. You know, I'm a libertarian. I'm very laissez-faire. You can say whatever you want as long as it's not against, you know, U.S. law. And that's like your Redding, right? Typical anti-woke style on YouTube. The issue is, it's way too late in his lifetime as a creator to all of a sudden go about banning people. Ideally, he should not have let it get to this. He should not have allowed it to have gotten to this point where you have like lolicons that feel comfortable, like on the daily, every time he streams, you know, talked about that stuff in his chat. You should have cut that shit out. I don't think he's into it, but I think he knows he can't disavow it. But he shouldn't have put himself in that situation. He should have made it very clear, line in the sand. Look, you know, it's not against the letter of the law, but it is absolutely against the spirit of the law. He should have taken the Godwinson approach. I don't know what that anime thing is, but to me that looks very suspicious. Should have just said, look, I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want it in my chat. I can't have you guys saying it in my chat. It's bad, and I gotta remove you guys if you do that. If I see that shit's disgusting. It would turn off most normal people. You know, I'm trying to grow my anti-woke brand. You know, we gotta expose the message of Ubisoft and EA making slot video games to the masses, and I can't do that if you're posting your anime little girls in my chat. He should have said that early on, set the ground rules, the house rules, if you will. But he didn't. He allowed it to fester and cultivate. He gave them a place where they feel like they're comfortable to do that. And again, I'm sure some are joking about it, or they're just playing along with the guys who are legitimately into it because they think it's funny. So, but there are people there, I believe there are people there that feel like that, and that they like that, and they feel that they're comfortable there talking about that. But it's too late for him to draw some rules, because you know what it's gonna do? It's gonna make his fans hate him even more. So I'm not even sure what he would do in this situation. And then you have him just flat out saying, if you're a pedophile who does stuff in real life to children, he said he wouldn't even ban people who bring it to that level, like actual outright criminals, people who break the U.S. law. This is This far exceeds even what most libertarians will say. So that's the reason for the majority of the dissent, at least for the lolicons. So you have the lolicons as, according to him, a third of his audience. He won't get rid of them because they support him financially, which is a very, very, very bad look. Then you have the other thirds of his audience, the audience that found him through Kiwi Farms and 4chan, and any audience who found him on YouTube or other sites, the ones that watch, you know, anti-woke content in general. And these are people generally are not into that. You have like he has an anti-anime part of his audience, and when I say anti, I mean like the only anime you give a shit about is Dragon Ball Z, and this is the part of the audience that I think Synthetic Man most resonates with, because I don't think he's a weeb. This is also why I don't believe that at this time that he is a lolicon from what I have seen, because the only anime shit that he actually likes is Dragon Ball Z. The same as most mainstream normie people who like anime. He'll play Dragon Ball Z Breakers almost all the time on his stream, to the point where I think he's the only person that still plays that shit. So he's a normie anime guy. Anything more extreme than that, he's got complaints. Like shit, he had complaints about fucking Tears of the Kingdom. God, his Tears of the Kingdom review is like half fucking Fuda jokes and BBC jokes. But yeah, I think it's too late for him to, he would have to have like some sort of State of the Union address and like just drill it hard that they can't talk about that anymore, because it's first of all, it's degenerate. Second of all, it gives them a bad look to anybody new trying to discover him, even if he's not personally into it. His enemies can use it. He should frame it as like, the left can go after me if they find out that we on our side, some of us are like this. It would have to be like, okay, going forward, we're just gonna have to ban you. And again, I have to bring this up. It would be, currently, if he does it currently without easing his audience into it, it's gonna come off as hypocritical. Why do I say that? Because he started banning BBC. You can't make BBC jokes in his chat anymore. So you'll ban BBC, but you won't ban Lolicon? You won't ban Fudanari as the Fudanari man? Oh, come on! But yeah, he's got a clean house. I don't think he'll be able to just let it blow over. Because now you can't put the genie back in the lamp. You can't put it back, you can't put the shit back in the bottle. It's already, the evil spirit has been released. And people are not gonna forget about this. We already have X-fans coming out and revolting. There's a whole schism here between the fans and the X-fans, the parasocial fans and the fans who now feel resentment because Kobe banned them or treated them unfairly in their eyes. And that shit doesn't go away. Josh equated it to many of the locales that he currently talks about, how their biggest trolls and detractors are X-fans. I think that is true for Ricada, Ethan Ralph, Dick Masterson. I would say it was true initially for Darkside Phil. But in this new age of detracting, I would say most modern detractors were never fans of Phil. In the days of SOK, absolutely. Sorry, I'm timing myself here. Golden. But yeah, I think there is some truth in that your biggest fans are often your haters. And I think sometimes people have a hard time admitting that, because fan can come across as just the connotation with fan and just the association is that, oh, you like that person. But I don't really look at it like that. Yeah, DBZ Breaker is a Dead by Daylight thing.
You have to disavow Lolicon to protect his family.
Yeah, with Evil AJ. That's a good example. Remember Phil from the RSC days, very long time ago. Never met him, but remember him being not liked. Was never a fan, just saw him on YouTube. It's like, oh shit, this guy. I was never a fan either. Like, my first exposure to him, I've always say this, I've always said this, rather. But my first exposure was the PS2 platformer, This Is How You Don't Play, particularly the Sly 1, This Is How You Don't Play. So I was never a fan, but early on, when people were starting to make videos making fun of him, I could believe some of those, you know, were ex-fans. Back, especially when the pond was smaller. When there were less fish in the pond and the pond overall was smaller, yeah, I could see that. It's even true to a degree today. When you look at people like Archimedes, King Be Cruel. There's nothing wrong with being a fan that turns into a hater. Shit. We're getting all over depths in this last segment. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with a fan becoming a hater. I think the problem is the way they integrate into the community. The Dutch brothers also fit in this category. The way that they integrate is most of the time the integration is just done through attention whoring, trying to get attention for themselves. Oh look, I used to be a fan. Now I may log in him. We see that a lot when a fan leaves the Phil camp. Some transitions have been made, have gone well, better than others. I remember first seeing anything Phil was him getting double perfected in Street Fighter 4. Classic fucking clips. Haven't played it a few days ago. Maybe the DSP Lord 7 was legitimately the kind of person Phil tried to talk his fans out. Go remind people, hey, did you know DSP is still making content? Haven't had an internet break and came back. Yeah, it was around, I think it was the Mixer era. That era going into him getting Twitch back. It was like a year before he started restreaming Phil again. A little bit before the Subathon started, the Forever Subathon. Detoxing is good for the soul, after all. But yeah, back to Synthetic, man. Yeah, buddy, you gotta clean house. You gotta say, no more lolicons. We hate them. No more degeneracy. We hate it. You absolutely have to walk back what you said. You have to walk back the DSP Derek style defense. You gotta walk that back, buddy. What else? Because you're banning BBC. He bans BBC. You gotta ban Fudanari. That's gross. You know, you're trying to present to a trad audience there, trad-based anti-woke audience. You gotta get rid of that. Another thing that, if he doesn't do this in if he doesn't make this a smooth transition, another way that they can call him out is he jannied people that were making fun of Kirsch. Because Kirsch made him promise in DMs that, you know, he would sweep up for her. And of course, you know, for a guy who's like free speech this, free speech that, I'm against the woke leftoids, to suddenly start sweeping up your chat because of this lady you're talking to, and you don't really you don't convey that in a transparent manner to your audience. Instead, it's hidden in DMs with this lady in question. So you start banning people out of nowhere without, you know, just being upfront about them, about what's going to happen when you talk to her. You know, if you make fun of her, I'm going to ban you, this, that, and all that. You know, at least be transparent that you're going to do that. If you just do it out of the blue, people will think that something's up. So she asked him in DMs to not ban anybody that makes fun of her, and he acquiesced. But he's not known as a creator that sweeps up his chat like that. So what happened? People got upset. That's why when he cleans house, and oh god, I hope it's when he cleans his house and not if he cleans house. But when he cleans house, you know, he has to make it clear, and he's gotta not, that's the one thing. Don't blame your fans. Don't call them pathetic like you did in the email to Josh that you thought wasn't gonna get leaked. You gotta be honest and upfront, because you've already fucked up. They already know you called them pathetic. And he even doubled down when they told him about the emails leaking. They're like, hey, why did you call us, your fans, pathetic in the email to Josh Moon? And he's like, well, some of you are pathetic. He doubled down. But you can't be doing that. You risk creating even more ex-fans. And you already have them signing up on Kiwi Farms to talk shit about them. And it's just gonna get worse. You can't fucking put that shit back in, man. Hey, Dragon Slayer. Don't shit on your fans, you guys. So that's what would need to happen. You gotta be transparent about the new rules. You gotta say, hey, I know I didn't do it before, but, you know, I gotta spring this on you because the leftoids are coming after me. And I realized, hey, what I did was wrong. I talked to a woman, lol. Well, you know what I mean. When you sweep up for someone, but you don't make it clear, like when you sweep up people making fun of Kirsch, but you don't communicate that beforehand that you have to acquiesce in order for her to appear on your stream. You don't make that transparent, they're gonna get mad at you. But if you at least be transparent about it, people will still be pissed off, but they'll at least be understanding. Some people may even be, you know, accommodating. They may even take that L just to continue watching you because they like your content. Fuck. That's the last jump. Yeah, Crash 3 after Stormy Ascent. I thought I had to pay for a Dragon Slayer, but it is free on PS4. Oh, PS4/PS5. To be fair, her situation, they were getting her for months after she did that segment in the Real Game Awards. Some were not his whole fan base. I understand that. I know that was the impetus of this whole arc, was her appearance on the Real Game Awards. But that's again the situation. Some of his fans like anime, some of his fans are like him, and they really don't like the hyper weep shit, and the only anime that they can tolerate is Dragon Ball Z. And I think the sect of fans that wanted her were the pro-anime people. The anti-anime people, the sect that hate anime besides DBZ, and they hate women, those were the ones that didn't want her on. So now you've created a line in the sand. You have people going against each other now. You have the fans divided. A house divided cannot stand, you guys. Oh, jeez. No, they're both free now, Dragon Slayer. Which is good, because I thought they were still paid on PlayStation. Like, they were always free for the multi-plat versions, Xbox, PC, and Switch. They're already in the base game on those versions. PlayStation initially had to do it as a paid DLC. Now it is free, both levels, but they still have to be installed. Hey, Pancake Mix. We're talking about Synthetic Man's Crash Out. The war between his Lolicon audience and his anti-Lolicon audience. You gotta ban them all, Kobe. That's the only way forward. Just take the Godwinson approach. Because he says everybody knows his opinion on it by now, but I actually don't know his opinion on it. And he didn't say it in any of the clips from his recent streams, which makes me think he's kind of afraid to say his real opinion on it because he's not into it, but he doesn't want to disappoint or frustrate or upset that segment of his audience that he's cultivated that is into that. Oh, that was close. Again, the reality is that in an optimal situation, it would have never gotten to this point. He should not have allowed a space. And I don't want to say, oh, I'm censoring. Dingus, you're pro-censorship. But you know what I mean. Like, we can't go past the third rail, as Josh says. You should not have allowed it to get to this point where people feel like they have a space where they can be comfortable to discuss all kinds of degeneracy.
Alright, a nice, clean, easy 20 deaths. Again, I would like to remind the audience, I did like over half the level on my first life before I even lost 1 life. Before I even had 1 death, I did over half the level. There it is, 102%. The crown jewel. Seek and destroy. Alright, that's Stormy Ascent. Oh, we gotta do the obligatory... Save everywhere. We gotta flex on them. Big ups, UNF. Thank you for the Let's Fucking Gun. UNF, we just finished the very difficult Stormy Ascent DLC level for Crash 1 of the remake Trilogy. You missed it, and I took 20 fucking deaths. Big ups on Kapato getting his weeb gun. Arasaka Type 99. Congratulations. Hopefully it arrives in one piece and fucking FedEx or UPS don't lose it. Or Porch Pirates don't get it. Because I remember you were talking about losing your package before. 27 out of 26 gems? That looks silly on the pause menu. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to do that DLC. We're now going to start the game that the stream was actually about. What? Global save file is corrupted and will be deleted? What? Wait a minute. Okay, it seems like my saves are still here. Let me actually check. Did that corrupt my save? How? Mr. Pun, what happened? Did that reset the level? No, it didn't. Does that play every time? It's still here. What happened? What's the global save file? Is that just the autosave? Sorry, I'm drinking coffee right now. It's very cold. What does that mean? All right, let me check Crash 2 real quick. That has to do with the DLC. Huh? I've never seen that either. It looks like Crash 2 is fine. 100%. It's probably the first game's autosave for the DLC then. The global save file. Latest update has a memory leak that causes the game to crash. It's corrupting save files. People are losing a lot of time. See, I haven't played Vampire Survivors. I've seen gameplay of it, of course. Wonder if I can fix this by updating the autosave. Just quickly complete the level, see if that updates the autosave and does anything. I gotta assume the DLC is responsible for that. Let's fucking go, bud. Take the easier path. Crash is dead! Nice little banner there. Okay, and just to No, better safe than sorry. Let me save all of these. I just wanted my flex save files, dude. Come on. Alright, let's see what happens now. Don't corrupt. You better not be corrupted. Oh, fuck. I did nothing wrong. I'm gonna have to accept this license and privacy policy constantly. I'll close and reboot it. I don't think it should affect Crash 3. But it's gonna bum me out to constantly see that every time I boot up the game.
Smashing blast from the past. Developed by vicarious visions.
They also made the GBA Crash games, which are very cool. And I once again recommend that you check them out. I played the first one on stream. I still gotta play the second and third one. And then for the Spyro GBA games, I played the first two on stream, but I still gotta play the third one for that trilogy. Alright, did a reboot do anything? Seems fixed now. Alright, that was weird. Like how a Uka Uka butts in there at the end. We have Crash Bandicoot Warp. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the hour preamble of us doing the extremely difficult DLC level, but now we're starting the actual game that we're here for. You wanted this. The most popular game in the trilogy. Often cited as the best one in the trilogy, but actually it's Crash 2. I'm gonna reset the death counter since we're starting what is technically a new game. Let's do it. So Crash 2 100% is canon, where Brio destroys the space station. That's why this game begins with the destroyed space station crashing back to Earth. Get it? Crash. There's Australia! The screen's dimmed here, so you don't go blind.
At last.
The mask talks now for some reason. And look, there's Polar from Crash 2. They adopted him.
Uka Uka is free?
What?
No, it cannot be.
No.
Evil, great evil has come.
It's Grim from Billy and Mandy as Aku Aku.
None have dared fail the great Uka Uka even once. But you, Cortex, you...
Uka Uka's voiced by Bender.
Twice. Great Uka
Bite my shiny wooden ass. Because I'm a mask.
Bandicoot. From deep inside my temple prison,
There he is.
I sent you simple instructions to follow. But you lost the gems. You lost the crystals.
And now you've lost my patience.
There is now no other power source left on this planet. I know we've had a few unfortunate setbacks.
Well, Cortex isn't Mr. Krabs in the newer games. Cortex is...
I am feeling generous. There is
Who does he voice?
to amass the power needed to enslave this miserable planet.
He does more anime than cartoons.
This time, the great Uka Uka will make sure that you do it right.
Whoa, new villain, look at him. Whoa!
After many eons, my evil twin brother, Uka Uka, has been freed from his underground prison. Long ago, I locked him there to protect the world from his malice. Now, free once again, he must be
stopped. Crash has a picture of Tana in his house.
Children, Uka Uka
Oh, that was quick.
Cortex plan to use this time-twisting machine to gather crystals that lay scattered across time. I have brought you here to recover the crystals before they do. To open the time portal, simply stand on a button and then jump into the portal. Good luck.
There it is. That's our intro. That little bit with the frog is new. I liked how they added that. You know, it acts as an explanation for how the time twister works. So there are a few things with the intro that I want to point out. First of all, yeah, Cortex's voice actor is Lex Lang. He does Goemon in Lupin the Third's English dub. Next, in the original intro, when they all run out of the house, Polar stands guard at the house as like the guard dog. So he runs out with the rest of them like he's ready to go kick Cortex and Uka Uka's ass, but he actually stays behind to guard the house. That was cut from the remake. I thought that was a neat little visual gag, but they got rid of it. The time twister in the original game is like floating in space, but here it's floating on like it's floating on water. I assume this is meant to be the Australian Sea. The Australian Sea. The waters surrounding Australia. I don't really like this change. I prefer when it was in a void. And I'm not sure how to feel about, because it kind of feels like a retcon that Cortex was just following Uka Uka's orders the whole time. The implication in that intro is that Uka Uka was giving him instructions so that Cortex would do his bidding in the first and second game. So the reason Cortex was amassing crystals in 2, you're led to believe that it's part of Cortex's secret ambitions to harness the planetary energy and rule the world for himself. But in 3, it's now revealed that that was actually Cortex doing it on the orders of Uka Uka to help Uka Uka achieve world domination. It's kind of weird though. It's like, why was Cortex helping Uka Uka when he was sealed in his prison? I guess he didn't know how evil and powerful Uka Uka really was, but Uka Uka couldn't do much from his prison to begin with. Especially if Cortex didn't have the power necessary to free him without a giant space station landing on his temple prison. Yeah, Lex Lang does Cortex in the Insane Trilogy. He actually has been doing Cortex's voice since Crash Twinsanity on PS2. So they've kept the same Cortex since all the way back then. Cortex has only had 2 voice actors, Lex Lang and Clancy Brown. It's a lot like Eggman, how Eggman has been Mike Pollock ever since Sonic X. It's always been the same Eggman, even as the Sonic cast has constantly been changing voice actors. They only keep the main antagonist with the same voice, because that's because villains are iconic. You always remember the villain's voice. Met Mike Pollock, amazing dude. Yeah, he's very chill on Twitter. Anyway, we have the time machine, the time twister. You're gated off from the other warp rooms. Instead of using an elevator to get to the warp rooms like in 2, you have all of them available right here. You still got your same moves. You got the slide, you got the belly flop, you got the spin, but you'll get more powers as you progress in the game. And then you got the lady. Do you want her to join your adventure? Well, Coco is mandatory to play as in 3 no matter what, so she will be joining us either way. In the original game, this is the load and save menu. In the remake, it's just a set piece. It shows like images from the previous 2 games, because I presume the implication is that Coco uses this time machine to help out her brother in Crash 1 and 2. That's why she's playable in those games. Oh yeah, and I think this takes you to... This takes you to the DLC level. Yeah, there it is. We'll save this for later. All I know about Sonic's VA is the specs. Who hated Griffith voicing Sonic? That's the, one of the earliest people Medicare went after. We have Toad Village. The first boss is Tiny Tiger. Let's fucking go, bro.
Crash, crash, crash.
Why must you always muck in my mud?
Oh, look! I have a mask helping me, too. We will find out which one is more powerful soon enough.
Now, I can't fuck up here, guys. This has to be the playthrough with the least amount of deaths. Crash 1, 220 deaths. Crash 2, 167 deaths? Or something? We can't die more than 167 times, or else Juzzy will laugh at me forever. Like all great trilogies, we gotta exist on rule of threes. And by game number 3, the developers run out of ideas. So what do we resort to? That's right, time travel. It ain't a funny haha cartoon series until they go back in time and do the time warp again. Do we count dying in the bike races to get boxes as a death? Yes. I've counted all death warps so far as deaths, so I will do the same. Yeah, I know, right? Cortex just said Uka Uka was there the entire time giving him instructions, but in that little cutscene, he's like, "Oh yes, I now have a mask helping me," as though his presence is new. But in reality, according to what he just said, he was there the whole time. Yeah, and time travel is fine. I don't mind it here. I hate multiverses, though. That's the weird... I'm okay with time travel, but I'm not okay with multiverses. Oh, this was more like a globe-trotting game than a time travel game. That's actually how it works in the Japanese version. I have the Japanese cover art as the chat background, and there it's not treated as time travel. Or well, I'm sure time travel is mentioned, but it's treated more like they're traveling the world. That's the thing. I think you got it, Kapathic. With time travel, usually there's rules associated to it. It's not always we can do whatever the fuck we want. But with multiverses, it is treated like there are no rules, we can do whatever. And that's what annoys me. It's lazy cop-out writing. With time travel, there's always a sense of like there's rules you have to follow. That's how it's done. Yeah, Sly 4 is time travel. Yes, that's true. I'd have to go back to the Japanese version. And by going back, I mean like go back to the wiki and see what the levels are named. Oh my god, we got the diving level. Because the level names are different from Japanese to English. If you had the demo of Crash 3, you either played this level or the Coco level with the tiger. Starting with this game too, they started putting Spyro demos in the PS1 versions. So Crash 3 has a demo for Spyro 1. Crash Team Racing has a demo for Spyro 2, which I showed off when I played that game emulated. And Crash Bash has a demo for Spyro 3. And of course, vice versa. Spyro 3 has a demo for Crash Bash, Spyro 2 has a demo for Crash Team Racing, and Spyro 1 has a demo for Crash Warped. Naughty Dog and Insomniac, they were the best of friends, and they still are to this day. That also continued in the PS2 era. Sly 2 has a demo for Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal, and Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal has a demo for Sly 2. It was removed out of the PS5 port, though. Of course the names are different. There's no one-to-one translation, Chuddy. I know, that's why we had to make them say internet memes. There was no other choice. The weirdest game demo is Resi 3 had a Dino Crisis demo, Dino Crisis 3 had a Resident Evil 3 demo. No, well, that makes sense. They're both survival horrors. Dino Crisis was a new IP that took a lot from Resi, a lot of shared DNA there. So I think it was. I think they thought it would be harmonious. What is actually weird is, fuck, was it like a Final Fantasy VIII demo in Parasite Eve? That's when it's like, that's when it comes off as more desperation. Oh guys, please buy Parasite Eve because it has a demo from FF8. You know what? They did that to Dragon Quest 2 as well. Dragon Quest 8? Dragon Quest, the one that level 5 did. Dragon Quest 8 has a demo for Final Fantasy 12. So they tried to trick people. I'm gonna say trick. They tried to trick people into buying what I hear is a masterpiece of a game by attaching a demo for FF12 on it. Oh, okay, it was Brave Fencer Musashi. I still remember Parasite Eve having a demo for something. Or maybe it was another Square Enix game had a demo for Parasite Eve. That's true, Dragon Slayer. They all helped each other as well. Ratchet & Clank is based off of Jak and Daxter's engine, which Naughty Dog provided the code to Insomniac to help them with that game. That's why when you swim out of bounds in both games, you get devoured by a big mutant fish. Because it's leftovers from Naughty Dog's code. Okay, we done? And that's how it's done. Yeah, Parasite Eve's pretty good. Don't play the third one, though. Okay, so that wasn't the underwater level with the red gem. Guys, I'm sorry to reveal this to you, but Crash 3 is woke! It's woke! They made it political. You have to play as a woman. You have no choice. It's not optional. They made it political! Fucking girl power, man. Someone got 2 copies of RE3 in their Dino Crisis case? Really? Alright, but here she is. I don't even know why they gave her the ability to jump. Oh wait, no, it's still base Coco. Okay, in the OG on Crash 3, this is why I said what I just said. In the OG version of Crash 3, you can briefly move Coco around, and all she can do is one really high jump. But that does not exist in this version, because now Coco is an actual playable character. These levels are fun, but there's only 2 of them. They're easier than the polar levels, too. Much easier than the hog levels. You can bash through the barrels if you dash. I didn't know that as a kid. Avoid that shortcut, you miss boxes. Look at those Oriental lab assistants. That's so racist, man. That's not heckin' progressive. You heckin' shutlords. Woo! No! Oh, I missed one. That's the first death. Through no fault of my own, by the way. Oh, fuck, I missed one. What if you like playing as Coco? It's like if you like playing as Yoshi in Mario Kart.
He's gay! He's gay! No, it doesn't mean you're gay. And then you get the cute little animation. Easy peasy. How does the level work? You're killing a woman? Now, wait a minute, when you say it like that. Wait, you're saying DSP had a problem with these levels? DSP did not play OG Crash 3. So, he played both versions of Crash 1, and he only played the OG version of Crash 2. He didn't play the remake version of 2. For 3, it was the reverse. He never played the OG version of 3, only remake version of 3. I don't know why he did it like that. I guess he feels like he experienced 3 by only playing the remake, which I guess is fine, but the original is so good on its own that I would play both. You missed the prime time to use that line last night on Windbreaker. I said at the start of the stream, but I know it was before you came in, but I had a 9-hour shift Aqua Saber, so that when I got home, I did fully intend on catching anime night, but you know, I laid down. It was like an hour before, and I slept for like 5 or 6 hours, the fattest nap ever. Woke up at 3 a.m. I seethed internally, and then I stayed awake for a few more hours, and then I went back to sleep. I took the biggest L, you guys. Back to playing as based men. It's tiny.
Tiny get crystals and bring them to big Colosseum in Rome. Crash, leave them for Tiny.
Or Crash get crushed! Tiny Tiger is also voiced by Bender. Yeah, he did Remake 3 and Remake Spyro 2 and 3. For Spyro 1, he did OG Spyro 1, but not Remake Spyro 1. He's so autistic, he didn't want to play both games twice. I would totally play both. Yeah, I know Shoshiman was skipped, thank you. I know I'm the only one who likes that show enough to want to watch it every week. I do consider that anime of the season, but it does require a level of investment. If you actually pay attention, the dynamics and the plot and the interactions and just everything about that show is very soulful and cozy. Anyway, I'm running from a giant dinosaur. Look at that guy. He mad. Fuck! The hitboxes are so wonky. Not as hard to dodge as the boulder, at least. One of these levels does have a secret level, secret entrance to a secret level by letting yourself get carried away by one of the pterodactyls. But it's not this level. Look at this guy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this guy. Stoppa. So this right here is the first gem platform of the game. I need to come back after getting the red gem to activate it. Oh yeah, and the checkpoint boxes now have a sound effect attached. They kept that from the original game. In the original games, only Crash 3 has a sound effect for the checkpoint boxes, not the ones in Crash 1 or 2. They could have just applied that to all 3 of the games in the remake, but their autism, the developer's autism, forced them to only have it so it makes a sound in Crash 3. I appreciate the devotion.
Yeah, you'd have people yelling that they changed it. You added a noise to the checkpoint crates when they weren't supposed to have noises in the original 2 games. Arrgh! They fucking fucked it up. You had one job, Activision. It doesn't seem like you should be able to spin the pterodactyls away, but you absolutely can. Leave me alone. No! Right there! Hey, I keep the gem, though. I'll add that def in just a moment. Okay, maybe I gotta add 2. I don't know why I thought that was the detonator switch. Oh no! Wait, no, he breaks boxes for me. What am I doing? And that's how it's done. Hey, Star Wars nerd. Yeah, I have DSP crying in my ear, don't worry. What happened to DSP saying Subway sub sandwiches were made out of gym mats or something? So that last gem that Tiny has for this level is from the gem route? Yeah, again, I gotta come back after I get the red gem. 5th level, another gimmick level. We're forced to play as a woman against our own will, yet again. Look at this, Crash looks so ready to jump into the portal too. Alright, they changed the controls for the jet ski. You can still use the original control scheme if you want. But now you're able to pilot it with R2. I guess the idea is Coco goes back to pirate times, but like, pirates still exist today. They're just Somalian. You know, Slide 3 had a pirate level without them having to go back in time. Okay, we have 37 boxes. The design for the bombs here were later reused for the bowling bombs in Crash Team Racing. It's a neat little touch there. Neat little repurposing of assets. Coco's a chud. Based? Coco's like an R9K poster. Seething about her retarded brother. My fucking Oni-chan is just like, he's so fucking dented and orange. Yeah, let's get Johnny Somali as a pirate. That should be his actual punishment, not whatever they're doing to him now. Watch out for that guy. Wow, I got full speed off of that jump, even though I came to a full stop. The ramp just gives you all your speed back. That's the first warp room. My brother spins around in circles, making gibberish noises. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying. Johnny Smalley threw in the judge or something. He's not gonna make it. Yeah, they don't know how shit works over there. That judge is gonna give like carte blanche for the prisoners to kill him. We have Tiny Tiger, the first boss. Coco was not allowed to defeat bosses. Base Men W. Crash! Coco stole the pretty crystals in Gladiator Arena. You got Cortex hanging out. In the original version on PS1, Cortex uses his Crash 2 model here, so he has the wrong hair color. Hey, look, it's Tiny. You got the lab assistants in their togas. They're like Ethan Ralph when he went to Knoxville. Papa. I think you stand right here. They throw cheese at you, right? Throw the cheese. Or is it the other side? In the PS1 version, you can stand at like the top corner there, and the lions will never hit you. The slide attack works on them too. No, it didn't work! I'm going super fan, his hair wasn't the correct color. It's just something I noticed even as a little Billy. It's the other corner. No! I just want to show off the cheese. Is it this one, Juzzy? Top left? I know there's a delay, so like tell me, because I wanna show off them tossing the cheese. I never did it in the original version because I'm not a cheater. There it is. Okay. I think they can still eat you. Yeah. You saw the cheese. You saw the cheese. They did toss the cheese. Where did they get the cheese, though? Yeah, look, there it is. So I guess that trick doesn't work in the remake. Unless I stood at the wrong pixel. I wasn't standing on that correct pixel. Or it just doesn't work. But yeah, I didn't know about that trick for years until, you know, looking up the stuff about the game online. Because like back in the day, you didn't have, well, you had internet, unless you were like young like me. But you either had to buy the strategy guide or hope that they covered it on like one of the jam packs where they talk about tips and tricks. All right, we got the trophy, Tiny trounced. They're throwing tomatoes at him. Tomato. Suffer, Tiny. Suffer. Oh, yeah. You can... Suffer, Tiny. That's Tiny. That's what I always think of when people say Des Tiny. I just think of this Tiny. For a more powerful belly flop, press the X button to jump.
and then press circle to the top of the jump. What are you, Sly Cooper? Fly! Fly! You gotta jump and press circle button, Sly. Fly! I do think the effect in the original games for the Super Belly Flop is a bit more pronounced.
Well done, children. By defeating Tiny, you have unlocked the gate to the next time travel area. Go back to the center of this time twister and save your progress if you wish. From there, you will see that the gate to the second time travel area is now open.
Of course, we can replay bosses whenever we want. But like the floating piece of wood said, we now have access to room number 2. We got G-Wiz. Hang 'em High, the first Arabian level. Yellow Gem, but we can't get it right now. Hog Ride, the first motorcycle level. And this should be Tomb Time, yeah. It also has 2 gems. And Midnight Run, the last tiger level. Let's fucking do the motorcycle level. Jesse, wake up, it's your favorite level!
Why must you continue to be a
I was so scared of Uka as a kid.
What? Where was I? Oh, Tiny was a good fellow.
He hated everyone and everything. But a good heart, nonetheless.
Please be more reasonable with my minions next time.
Played 3 before the other 2, thought it was way better at the time. I did too. Alright, new controls. Let's fucking do this. Look at me, Nurgle. I'm racing. I gotta hit 13 boxes. You have the various villains of the game featuring on the signboards. Oh, whoa, no! No, I missed one. I don't think there are any pits here for you to die. I just gotta do the race over. Does it let me... No. Damn, that's it. First place gets you to Crystal. I almost didn't make it. Nah, slamming into the cops doesn't work. When you slam into the cops, it just fully stops your motorcycle. I remember those being longer, shit. Yeah, I've seen the speedruns for this level.
Crash, Coco. If you have already retrieved a levels crystal, then you will find a floating clock.
Floating clock. This clock activates time trial mode.
Grab it, and the clock will start ticking. Race for the end to get the best time, but beware, some elements will change.
Aku Aku looking too woke. They knew they couldn't get rid of Aku Aku, but they tried their best to make him not look like a caricature. Same with Papu Papu. You know, there was a cut, nobody talks about this. Papu Papu was supposed to get like a sumo wrestler outfit in Crash Team Racing, but he never got it even though it appears in the game's beta. People who have played demos for the game have seen that outfit, but he never got it when the game released. Because it was racist! And for a long time, he didn't have any outfits. Then when he finally did get outfits, they were, you know, they weren't offensive at all. He got one outfit that turned him into like a pirate, but it basically changes his textures, and he almost looks like a different character because of it.
I got the gem. Get out of here, Crash. Dude, CTR still isn't on PC. That's crazy. That's why I don't feel bad about getting Crash Team Racing on Switch. Because all versions run 30 frames, no matter what platform you're playing on. So you just sacrifice a bit of graphics. But that version, I have every costume, every color, and I didn't pay a single red cent. It was all free just by playing the game. What sucks is that even if I did get, you know, Crash Team Racing on PlayStation, it would still be 30 frames, and I'd have to start all over, because there's no cross-progression. Fuck you, Activision. We can do Hang 'em High. DSP yelling at Subway in the back of my ear. Not a fan of CTR Remake. I really love the dedication Beanox had, because Beanox, not Vicarious Visions, but Beanox did Crash Team Racing Remake, and they did change some of the physics of the controls and all that, but they did their best to preserve the... Oops. They did their best to preserve the original's gameplay, to the point that they even retained glitches that Naughty Dog had neglected, left in the game. They preserved the glitches just to preserve the competitive spirit of the game. The problem is, there's a very high skill ceiling for Crash Team Racing. I played that game for a full year, like autistic style, grinding out all the content that Activision had put in it. All for free, by the way. All for free. It had microtransactions, but you could get everything in that game for free. No way an Activision game wouldn't have microtransactions. So, some compromises, for sure. Oh yeah, if you press circle, you can have Crash hike up his legs. And the fan service the fan service in that remake is amazing. You had just about every character across the entire Crash franchise. Every major character was playable, with like 2 or 3 omissions. I thought that was great. You got a lot of characters that hadn't been seen in the series for years just come back. The fucking gorilla from Crash Bash was playable, but they fucked up his design, so fans complained, and then they released an updated version of the gorilla with the better design, but they didn't remove the old version, they kept him. So you have both versions of the gorilla? That's cool. You know, for the people that prefer that original design. And if you want the newer design, you can have the newer design. It was really, they really paid attention to the fans. Even if that game does some stuff wrong in the gameplay department, but how close it is in emulating the original's feel, it can't be denied that the fan service was through the roof. And it was all for free. Also having every track from Nitro Kart on PS2, which they never promised. That was like a surprise that they revealed right before release. Oh yeah, Crash Team Rumble sucked ass. I won't sweep for that one. I feel like Crash Team Racing Remake is one of the last truly great This Is How You Don't plays, simply because of how he played it. As someone who, you know, knows that game backwards and forwards, the way DSP plays the remake just makes me cry. Crash Team Racing is all about drifting and your racing lines. You have to constantly be drifting. Oh no. And he would never drift in his playthrough. The Crash Bash remake with online co-op, I'd be all for it, but they wanted to do Team Rumble instead. Every failed playthrough is an unintentional challenge run. True. A little less so these days. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Crash Bash would be perfect for the now as like a party game. Especially on the Switch, you just hand your buddy a Joy-Con and you can do some Pogo Painter. It just feels like the odd one out. You have every Crash PS1 game remade except for that one. And it would fill a niche. Like, fucking nobody likes fucking Crash Team Rumble. Stupid monkey. Like the one person that got hit by that enemy. He's so easy to avoid! Depth perception issue. RE3 and RE4 remakes were hood classics. I thought people had issues with RE3 remake. If Coggers were here, he'd tell you. Oh no, wait, you mean DSP's playthrough of those games. No, never mind, you're right. RE3 remake playthrough from Phil was literally just straight up, I'm gonna put the controller down until you tell me what to do. He hated Nemesis. His Nemesis was the game. Get a job. Oh look, it's the yellow gem. So the yellow gem is unobtainable right now. You have to go through the secret entrance in order to acquire it. And I think that secret entrance has no... It has no crates. The mechanics of the optional routes have been kind of changed from Crash 2. I'll explain as we approach one of them. Also notice how many box gems I'm getting on the first run now. In Crash 1 and Crash 2, very often would you run into a situation where you couldn't get all the boxes in one run because of a secret path or an alternate path that was a death route or a gem path. Crash 3 is much more lenient, on top of it being easier in general for you to get a box gem on the first run. Let's do Midnight Run. Thank you for the bunk. The second and final Tiger level in the game. Wow, it's already fucking over? Where's my mileage at? Everyone say goodbye, Pura. Bye, Pura. Bye, thanks for showing up. Don't worry, we got like a minute left of gameplay with him. It's a boy tiger. Look at that, look at that, look at that racist Cortex. Look at the racist Cortex. What the? Naughty Dog, no! I'm surprised they kept that. Ding dong die. Oh, I jumped over. Big ups Enza win. Yeah, Phil thinks he's a Resi god, so anytime he plays any of the newer games, he has to play it on the highest difficulty. What happens to playing on the developer-intended difficulty, Phil? No way! The dragon tries to trick you out. Beginner's trap. What? The combo! Oh no, no, shit. Wait, what? Oh, wait, did you see it? No, wait a minute. Whoa, wait. Can we get a clip of that? What happened there? That counts? I'm kind of soy mouthing at that. Okay, I gotta redo it because I missed those two upper ones. Well, we will in fact get to see Pyrrha again. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot he rage quit Resi Zero. That was the last time Cerulean restreamed a game that he gave a fuck about. Dude, I crash out every day, baby. Good day, mate. Stingo dials the name. It's Juzzy. This is how Juzzy speaks.
To bring the crystal to them during the Ice Ages.
So give me the goods and shove off.
Or I'll roast you.
I like RE0. I'm a Rebecca sim. I think people just don't like the co-op aspect of it, right? But yeah, Rebecca's a cutie patootie. Though I've only played Resi 1. Where you play as her for like a little bit. She's like an annoying fucking sister in that game. Oh no! They gave her the most shrill voice actress. I jumped over one? Yeah, the literal Who actors they got for live action portions. I thought they all looked good. The boss trick with Dingo Dow. I know which one you're talking about. Thank you for the banana. No! My depth perception bunny. So let me get this straight. I'm losing lives not because of like platforming challenges or anything like that. You're telling me I'm losing lives because of fucking bullshit? Just let me get those 2 upper crates. That's all I'm asking. Alright, we're good. Okay, we're at the end. We made it! Yeah, don't spoil the lab assistants. Rebecca's totally coming back, guys. RE9 for sure, guys. Women are gone forever. No, Coco still has more levels. They just aren't tiger levels. Unlock a new path by earning a gem elsewhere. More backtracking needed here later. Big up Snurgle, thank you for the clip. I believe stuff like that should be unique to the remake, because when you die in the OG games, your hitbox gets disabled. Probably to do with the engine they're using. What? If Leon knocked a player, it wouldn't be a Redfield, it'd be a Kennedy. But what if they do like an iDubbbz thing? Leon takes on the Redfield name. He's a cock. Alright, the red ones drop, the green ones are safe. Chris needs to stop being retarded and retire, jail to the kitchen. He ain't gonna do it. Suffer, Chris. Oh, do I got a slide jump there? Remember when people thought they were gonna kill off Jill? You fucking moron. You fell for Capcom's trick. Fell for it to get an award! Think you need double jump? That's what you think. See, I can get up there. I just gotta bounce from the third box. I belly flopped by accident. I know the trick, you guys. And that's how the pros do it. Oh yeah, I totally knew to do that. Looks at chat. Oh yeah, so that's how you're supposed to do it. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. A very organic style. Do a like the time trial. I bet you just fly over this whole pit. Suffer, monkey. Trophy? No trophy. Achievement. Look at him, he's just hanging out. Now you gotta watch out here. Alright, purple gem door on the left. Gotta come back here later. Which means I actually won't get the box gem on the first go. I don't think. Also, take note of the hieroglyphics here. We got the lab assistants, we got Dingo Doll. Dingo Doll just hanging out! We got Quartz X right here. Big ups Astro. Why do I know everything? Have I watched a playthrough? That's right, guys. I gotta be honest. I watched an entire 10-hour playthrough of this game prior to booting up for the stream. I know everything. I have intimate knowledge of the game. I'm a fraud. No. Okay, see, if I cheated at the game and looked up a guide beforehand, how would I have died right there? I would have known that was coming. Yeah, this will be a backtrack. The gem path does have crates. Last one should be Gee Whiz. Yeah. We can get the gem here for sure. Ain't nothing behind us, right? Nope. Look at those froggers. What they doing? What the frog doing? Reinforced crates, only destroyable with your super duper belly flop. If I remember right, I think the European version, the wizards take 2 hits to beat. Like, the first hit makes them go naked, and then the second hit kills them. Look at that chicken. Soft chicken? Yeah, that's too base for the US. Ah, my mask money. No invincibility for me. That's why they call him the GOAT. Yeah, Phil would love naked wizards. He's practically a wizard himself. He's so old. He's old! He's old! He's ancient! He's prehistoric. He's a virgin! He's old! He hates his fat wife! Who, I may remind you, is fat! She's fat! Fat cat is fat! And Phil didn't buy her any subs! Without even turning on the 7 restream. I guarantee Phil did not buy Cat any subs. Where's the Cat sub at? Why didn't he get her a BLT? Oh shit, I missed one. Phil, why do you hate your wife? Oh, did he buy 4? Fuck, I'm felted. They're all for him, of course. Missed a healthy rant about America. So you guys know, when Subway says eat fresh, you know they're lying, right? You know they're not being entirely truthful, right? Says Arbiter of Truth DSP. He must have really wailed out if he got the footlongs. What happened? They used to be $5. $5 footlong any day. You guys realize they haven't been $5 in years, right? Yeah, of course, Phil needs his meat. We're ready for the second boss. Hit him with that crash dance. He does. Okay, the crash dance is consistent for the remake version of 3. He does it anytime he does it. Anytime he's supposed to do the crash dance, he does the crash dance. But only in 3. In 2, he doesn't do the crash dance every time that he's supposed to. It's inconsistent. Ah. Anyway, here's the guy. Right, now you've gone and done it. Them crystals are mine. There he is Penta Penguin. But we're gonna make toast. Alright, let's see if I can do the trick. I guess my slide jump powers aren't good enough. Oh no! Get me out! Get me out! Get me out! Oh, dude, I love the remix. They made it super hard to do now. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're trying to fucking feint me out? Yeah, you gotta tip crash the dance. Obviously. He did a good job with animating his flamethrower. I like the extra little details there. Like the lid pops off every time he shoots. Whose idea was it to give him a flamethrower anyway? You'll soon be up against much worse. Whoa, it's the double jump power. To jump twice as high. Press X to jump, then press X button again at the top of the jump. There it is. I'm gonna say it now, Crash was not meant to have... Crash wasn't meant to have double jumps. It definitely breaks the game. I'm gonna be honest. Got Dynamite! Deep Trouble with the red gem. We got High Time with the purple gem. Road Crash. And Double Header. We can start with Double Header. It's the guy.
Haven't we gotten far for a pair of fuzzy marsupials? I am Dr. Nefarious Tropy.
Entropy.
Master of time.
It's the Time Warden.
And creator of the very time twister machine you see before you. Uka Uka and
Dr. Cortex. I like how he rolls his eyes whenever he mentions Cortex.
So you won't be leaving my
area.
with the crystals. I swear it.
Okay, this is the final medieval level in the game. Look, he's got the chicken. He can felt them with a double jump. In the OG, these were just clubs. Now they're giant little chickens. Get killed by those guys because it looks funny. I'll show it off. It's got a stronger oomph and impact on PS1 though. Cool rain effects too. There's rain on the screen. It looks like my screen is actually wet. Sofa fatty? He's fat! He's deformed! He's gross! Yeah, don't spin that guy or you lose the extra life. Healer saying, Dingus, why are you updating kill count because he just died? Cause a fucking fan asked me to show off the animation, you fucking nuts. It's not a real death? I'm just being honest? Now, if you think double jumps break the game, wait till we get to the Death Tornado. You unlock the most deadly combo. The malevolent double jump Death Tornado. This is what I mean. When these idiots coming in thinking they can say whatever the fuck they want, and they're just LARPers and I know it. Like I literally know who they are. I know who they are in the chat. Like they think they're being clever, they think they're cute, but like I know who you are. Like I do. Like it's not a mystery. I know what your drift is, dude. Okay, I gotta redo that. Him and his fucking LARP schizophrenia. He's not wrong, but the real problem is the fact that he knows what LARPer means at all in the context of people in his chat. That's the actual issue at hand here. I thought this guy was about show content, meaningful content. Why are you paying attention to bullshit? Why, Bill? Didn't he know that's all the people who will watch him are, with the exception of the obvious dents like Jade and Stevie? Every time I give him credit for like secretly understanding this, he does something that makes me question my beliefs of his of what he knows and what he doesn't know. But then you see Discord leaks, like his Discord leaks, and then he acts in his Discord like he knows more and just plays stupid on purpose. But he can't just play stupid. He is stupid. He's dumb. He's dented. And his wife doesn't sleep with him. The medieval levels are the only platforming levels that don't have gem routes or death routes. Alright, do the thing, Crash. Do the thing. Haha, he did the thing. Very funny. Okay, let's try to get the red gem. Shibbity Bubbity says, "Hey Phil, been watching since 03. I'm a huge fan. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate the support." Alright, so I'm gonna have to remember where the red gem is. It's like, you do a thing, and then you gotta do a lot of backtracking. No nitro switch here either, I think. I just lost my sub. I'm gonna have to backtrack anyways, so... Yeah, the only way this could be worse if it was an underwater escort mission. Yeah, I feel like he knows a lot of things deep down that he has to pretend to play dumb about. When he tells you something... Oh, I keep losing my sub! When he tells you something, when he shows his ass, when he shows you who he is, sometimes you just believe... It's better to just believe him. Believe him. Take him at his word. When the snake tells you what he is... Sometimes you should just believe maybe he's not lying. Maybe he really is just a snake. Or Spyro underwater level superior to Crash. Better music. Like the Aquaria Towers in Spyro 2, for example. Yeah, it was something like that, Dragon Slayer. Big ups Kian Goon. Hold up. Think of thoughts on a new Ye album being leaked, and all the leakers say all the proceeds of the leak will go to the Holocaust Memorial Museum. Is that true? Is that just a joke? That sounds like something that would be a joke. If I was Ye and needed to do damage control, that's what I would announce. You think that's the right path for Ye? But isn't that just him cucking out? He cucked! And I know, I agree, like, fucking hashtag water level. But there are only 2 in the game. We won't have to see it ever again after this. Outside of the time trial. Yeah, it's right here. I gotta find this box, hit it, then backtrack all the way back. No, the checkpoint. I gotta be honest, I don't even listen to Kanye's other music, so I don't know what kind of opinion I would have that would be worth hearing. I like his song about fish sticks. Yeah, I'm not exactly bumping Ye's discography in the Wendy's parking lot when I'm eating my Wendy's chili. I want some Wendy's chili, man. Okay, this begins the great backtracking. For the next cycle. Then you hit that and we're good. Ah yes, the secret path. No, that was close. Oh god. That shark came up on me. Spin, spin, spin. And that's how it's done. Clear gem and the legendary red gem and an alternate exit. We got the cock and balls combo. Alright, Crash, do the dance. Do the dance, do the thing. I demand it. Let's see the dance. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Drop that beat. So we can now get the red gem path and dynamite and no, not dynamite, boneyard. Do road crash. I think this is the one with the alien sign.
So, you pesky little rats aren't going to back off, eh? Just you continue to gather crystals and see what I do.
Death Route music was so hype as a kid, right? You know, the motorcycle levels were supposed to have Death Routes as well. The music for it exists in the game. How would that even work? And yeah, this is the level with the alien sign. I might have to do 2 runs, because... Oh, I guess I should hit it now since I missed that box. Let me look for it. There it is. Wow, I like how the bird just like lands on the sign. This is the kind of secret you talk about in the playground.
Well, guys, I discovered the secret level in Quest 3.
Oh my god, wait, no, this is the schizophrenic ski level. Fuck. There's no crystal here. I have to get the box gem. Dude, you hit the secret alien sign? Whoa, what kind of secret am I gonna unlock? Woman level Safa. Oh, I went too quick. I should have braked. This is like a non-linear level. I don't want to say maze exactly. You're looking for the nitro detonation switch, and I don't think there are any checkpoints. And I know where the switch is hitting. It's towards the back here. Okay, you get 1 free checkpoint, which you can hit at any point. It's put there so you can hit it whenever. Ideally, you would want to hit it as soon as you got most of the boxes. Oh no, you get 2 checkpoints. Oh! He popped up out of nowhere! I'm blind! The cheese to go under the nitro? I couldn't. Right here in this level? No, I could never do that. To get to the exit? Oh, fuck. I should have swerved more. Dude, she's seething. She's like, why the fuck did you do that? The lives are not going here. We have more than enough. Fuck! This is the easiest game in the trilogy. I can't be doing this. We're not even at the truly hard levels yet. Well, I guess you can consider this level hard. It is a secret level. There are 2 secret levels in the game. This is one of them. It's hot cocoa, right? Hot cocoa, yeah. Get a few more boxes and I promise I'll hit it. Oh, ay, ay, ay.
I fucking hate these mobs, man.
Look at this. Look at this. Come on. Why would you make it like this? Who would do something like this? You know, Naughty Dog still is kind of sadistic now, aren't they? Last of Us Part 2 has that if you die, the game is over mode, right? right, let's hit a checkpoint box. We're good. I'm feeling trepidatious about any nitros in the air, brother. Oh no, hit that after the nitros are detonated. Permadeath on Grounded. There's an alien bike level that's really hard because you have aliens pits and it's dark. Yeah, that one's on Warp Room 5. We'll get to it. It's coming. Dead Space 2 only lets you save 3 times. Yeah, I like shit like that. No, I guess I'd like it more if it was in a game that I had mastery of. There it is, the detonator. Wait for that shit to swing around. Maybe right round. Look at this shit, we gotta hit at an angle. We did not hit it at an angle. Yeah, I want to save that one for after we get the detonator. To save the nitros exploding. Okay, that brought us to 47. Hey Zuki Wookie, we are in fact crashing on a stream that's earlier than usual. Welcome in. I'm in the secret level. That's supposed to perma per chapter, perma per act, perma whole game. That challenge is doing perma whole game, but you really need to know the game in and out. And they say Last of Us has no gameplay. They say it's a movie game. There will be no crashing out on this stream. Because we're playing as Coco. Right now, anyway. We're not crashing out right now. Almost there. Hit another checkpoint. Hey. Okay, close one. There's one more over here. Wait, no, we did that one. Oh, we're so close. Last one is the one that was blocked up by the nitros earlier. There it is. Don't do a trick on that one at full speed. You won't go over the bombs, I believe. There you go, non-linear level. You can leave at any time after breaking the nitro boxes. Legs are sunburnt from kayaking. Did it sunscreen my legs because I thought the kayak was going to cover my lower half? Wrong! Get felted. Should always have sunscreen on. That's some shit they tell you on Nick Jr. shows. Let's get a shout out for Zookie Wookie. Follow him for amazing gameplay featuring mostly indies, I think. I think that's a fair assessment. You know what? I do gotta do Road Crash again. Gotta hope I don't fucking miss any boxes this time, because I got no excuse to leave the level now. Stop a bird? That Akira style drift. Akira? Acura? That's the car Phil should have bought, not a BMW. He should have bought an Acura. Pretty tough to maintain your speed there. Reminded what Juzzy said about all the speedrunners. They can maintain their boost for the entire level, not me. Okay, we're either winning and getting the crystal, or we're losing but at least getting the gem. Oh, I had to take it. Yeah, that was the last one. We're gonna lose. It's okay, I got the gem. We actually won. We won if you want to know the truth about it. I got the participation award, bitch. What do you think about that? A GDQ speedrunner who had 1% crash incentive and didn't know how to do it. Was that the challenge, though? The challenge... Well, did they advertise that? Did they market it as, I don't know how to play the game? Or was it he pretended like he did know how to play the game, but then he played the game and actually he didn't know how to play the game? Did he lie, is the question. He lied. No, Crash, you can't break dance on my time. You're not allowed. How about high time? This one's got the purple gem and the first death route that we'll be looking at. Thoughts on the Goodwill Hunting script having a sex scene between Ben Affleck and Matt Damon? I think they should release the Affleck cut. I've never seen it. I know of it, but I've never seen it. So I have no thoughts, no strong thoughts one way or the other. They should release it, though, for transparency. Dude making awkward jokes. Wasn't that during Tomba 2? And that other Jack and Daxter 1 run? The Bonesaw guy.
Alright, so this game's got death routes like in Crash 2. You gotta survive up to a certain point. You will be taken to an alternate route, where you could win big. As for color gems, outside of the red and yellow one, all the colored gems in the game come from death routes. So almost all colored gems are in death routes. However, not every death route has a colored gem. Sometimes they just have clear gems. Death routes will always have a reward though. It's different in how the colored gems work in Crash 2, where in Crash 2 you have to do some cryptic style puzzle in order to get the gem. Not that it's entirely cryptic, because like, again, Crash 2's secrets are... So I believe they're some of the most open secrets in gaming. Everybody knows about, you don't have to... Don't hit all the boxes in level 1 to get the blue gem. Hey, JC. We're doing Crash 3 for the masses. Already on Warp Room 3. Easiest Crash game in history.
Xander, get away from that fucking PlayStation.
Your Xander joke is Rich's reality, though. Remember when Rich took away his son's PlayStation for Christmas? Yeah, I gotta play Fortnite on it. That's Rich's reality! Here's the death route. Hit me up with the remix music. Do 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 do. That carpet's kind of schizo. What is it doing? Even if I do die here, I should be fine. The platform will still be there for me to take back. No, it was right there. Try that one more time. I always find it very cool that the bonus platform takes you, like, it shows you a tour of the level. It really feels like Naughty Dog was flexing what they were capable of doing with the PS1. Very impressive. You see that a lot more of that in Crash 3 than in Crash 2. They were getting more comfortable with the hardware, you guys. Crystal with the purple gem. I could have def warped right there and then got the box gem too, but it's fine. Yeah, unlike Crash 2, I believe all the death routes in 3 do not have boxes in them. Therefore, no backtracking is required outside of, I want to say, one instance. But that's because the death route takes you to a later part of the level, and you do have to do some backtracking. I want to say it's one of the Arabian levels. It's not this one, though. I think it's the one in Cortex's area. Whichever one has the green gem. I guess we know where Crash stands on the Palestine question. Where's the Crash level taking place in Israel? Actually, you're right. You're right. Canonically, in time, I should have thought of that. Historically, this would be before all the colonization. Yeah, we know where Crash stands. Allahu Akbar.
Jasper, get away from that fucking PlayStation. I told you 1,000 times.
Alright, continuing the level past where the death route was. Holy shit. Okay. There's quite a lot of boxes left.
That's it. I'm sorry, buddy. Time for a spring. I hate doing this, but yeah, it's for your own good.
You know, that's a line abusers say, Phil. He doesn't abuse his cat, though. He told us. Does Phil snore when he sleeps? That'd be a question we could ask Cat, but they don't sleep in the same room, so I don't even think she knows. If he snores, it's never loud enough for her to hear, because they're far away. She's at the other side of that house. Big ups.
Crash, man, you really gotta chew your food.
Dynamite is next. And we have a believe it's a death route. It's either a death route or a gem path. Actually, I think the loading screen gave it away that it's a gem path. Oh my god, the Crash Fish! Crash is the evolution. Crash is a Pokemon. He's part water type if you didn't know. Crash Bash after this? I already did Crash Bash 200%. I did Crash Bash and Crash Team Racing. You missed it. Crash Bash 200%. I already did it. Yeah, water type would be Crash's Terra type. Yeah, I gotta come back with a gem. But guess what we get instead? It's Yoshi! Oh, it's Baby T. He's our little animal buddy, replacing Polar. Finally, a dinosaur that doesn't want to lop Crash's head off. He only appears in this level and the other secret level. And there it is. Yeah, he's gone. Bye-bye. Yeah, the baby T, the baby T glitch to keep him. I know it's in the OG games. I don't know if it's kept in the remake. Probably not. Why would this dinosaur keep her egg by pools of lava? She more? She's trying to keep the egg warm. Come on. Then she realized, oh shit, I laid my egg near lava. Realized how bad of an idea that was. Abandoned the baby. Did I just cancel the body slam? What, is this supposed to be like a tutorial for the body slam? I know how it works. Huh? I feel like Naughty Dog must have put that there after one of the playtesters got confused. Dented QA. Just as dented as Phil's own Q and A. Let's go! Oh god. I got a double jump. Even the mask protects me. Just gotta remember that that box is coming up. Oh yeah, gem path. Yeah, so this will stay crystal only for a minute. Now you may be wondering, why aren't you getting the relics? Kinda pointless to go for them until you get the running shoes. Which level am I missing? Oh! I never got first place in Road Crash.
Well, you've cracked
crashed a few parties before, but I never expected you to make it this far. If you don't turn back, I will inflict 1,000 years of suffering on you
And the entire universe! Let's give Dragon Slayer a shout out. For being so chill with the Crash commentary. Also helps because like I'm behind, but it doesn't help. It gives me a loser's advantage. It's gonna make the win all the more inspirational if I can win despite having a late start. Druckmann was a programmer, but he didn't start... His first game with Naughty Dog was Jak 3, if I recall. He didn't work on Crash. That's why the Crash games were good. And he hates Jak and Daxter. You want to know... I'll say this, because I don't think people know. You want to know the Jak and Daxter game that he did right? Wait for it. The Lost Frontier. Yup. That was all Druckmann, baby. Come on, get me in third. Why? They hard locked me to fourth. Hey, at least it lets you restart. Dude, Cortex looks so cool as the sheriff on those billboards. He's got the funny little, the little tiny Japanese sunglasses. Well, I mean, it's not literally that. That's what it reminds me of. Okay, we're past. It's the earliest I've been fourth, I think. Just focus on the road. Who cares about... We already got the box down. Who cares about boxes? Boxes... What are boxes? A miserable pile of secrets. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm the Drift King! Okay, we cheesed it. Somehow. This guy. This is the one. I'm not gonna hold it! Oh, dude, that was so... No, wait. Okay, yeah, just leave it. I don't want to hit the pit. No! Oh my god! I didn't want to drive on the dirt! DSP gameplay. I bet if I pull up DSP's playthrough, he did this on the first try. Wait a minute. Does this mean chat told him about all the secrets? Because he played it for the first time with the remake. No! Oh, fuck. That's sad. Sad! This is the thing. Yeah, this is why I'm not as good as Phil, you know? He's a pro gamer. 4th place at EVO? Like, I could not compare, you know? The license plates for the lab assistants here say 96-17. First crash was in 1996. The remake was 2017. Very cute. It's not a real license plate. You need more numbers than that, idiot. I mean, these guys don't obey the laws of the road anyway. The license plate's not even legit, I bet. No! Okay. Sorry, I just gotta play safe. There we go. Onegai! Alright, we got the boss. Mr. Time Guy, the Time Warden himself. You thought the Time Warden was Phil? Rushing all these fucking dead playthroughs that nobody watches? Actually, the real Time Warden. Yup, is this guy. Let's see what he's all about.
You little vermin are way too stupid to understand what you're getting yourselves into. This time you've done it.
I love the emphasis on the time. He died 447 times in Crash 3?
Now you're on my time.
Is he retarded?
Give me the crystals.
I do think this line was better delivered in the OG. I just love when any Crash villain talks about the crystals. Give me the crystals! Why are they so obsessed with these fucking rocks? That cutscene was changed right there too. His little intro with the clock. In the OG, he whacks his own clock off the platform. But in the remake, it just flies off the platform, like it's not his fault. Fuck. He's got a fun boss fight, but damn, it's too short. He needed more hit points. Dude, I can't believe he has 13 game overs. 3 is the easiest in the trilogy. I couldn't believe he had 17 or whatever, how many game overs he had in the 1 remake. As hard as 1 was, 220 deaths for Dingus. I did not have a single game over. What is wrong with him? He makes noises here and has like spinning little clocks around his head to let the player know he is okay to hit. It made it easy. With visual indication. It's woke. I think there's something to be said too, because this is like the new villain. He's introduced in the intro and he's set up like he's this big bad, but you defeat him not even halfway through the game. We fucking destroyed him. He's dead. Also, I almost ran out of time there. I think I got him on the last frame or something. The last couple of frames. He was about to shift the platforms again. It's the Death Tornado spin to spin longer and faster, or to glide while in the air. Press square repeatedly. He's got my favorite boss theme too. It's why I'm like peeved that he's so easy to beat.
Insignificant morons! By defeating entropy, you have placed us all in grave danger!
Crash, Coco, you must realize that this time twister machine is very delicate. Without Dr. Entropy's constant care and control,
who knows what it'll do? That sets up the secret ending of the game, but I wish there was a bit more of an implication of messing with time there. Consequences, that's what I mean to say. I wish there were more consequences. Big up the Decepticon!
It's too hot out.
It's the Decepticon. 7 months, it's here 1 for 7 months, and he says, time to crash, I'm crashing out! Welcome in, the Decepticon, your favorite detractor, one of your favorites. He's here. Right now. And he just rated and re-upped. Big ups. We're doing Crash 3 for Extra Life Charity. Last year, the Trolls donated to Felt Cancer. We helped kids with cancer, and of course the obligatory milestone goals were for me to play classic games from your childhood. As you may recall I was playing Sly 1, 2, and 3 a few weeks ago. Now it's time for Crash 1, 2, and 3, and many, many more nostalgic nonsense games on the horizon. Big ups Jay Wasu, welcome in. Alright, so we cleared out Entropy. Engine is next. Dude, like, I told you, Crash 3 is very short to just do the main campaign. Because Crash 2, I would say Crash 2 is a fair and balanced challenge. That's why it takes a minute. Like, the first 3 warp rooms of Crash 2 are easy. Warp rooms 4 and 5 are where the challenge starts to settle in. But, like, look, I'm already at warp room 4. The first hour was Stormy Ascent, the DLC. We're already at the last 10 levels. Dingus is cancer, but he was really helping kids get blood thinners after their COVID shots. No, I wasn't. Oh, wait, Sphinxinator. Bye-bye Blimps, the first World War I level. We have Tell No Tales, a woman-style moment. Future Frenzy, the first Future level. There are 3 Future levels in the game, 2 from the OG, and 1 is the DLC level. Tomb Raider, and it's got the blue gem. We're gonna do Future Frenzy. Let's give it a save though. So with our power, we have unlocked the Death Tornado Spin, allowing for a very broken platforming combo. Slide jump, double jump, then Death Tornado for hovering. Just gets even crazier when you pair it with the Fruit Bazooka that's coming up. Ah yes, the Fruit Bazooka. I don't know, guys. This is a future where Cortex wins. Like, it looks pretty cool, though. Maybe Cortex was right. Just spin around it, dude. Well, I guess I can show it off.
Juzzy, I'm basically cheesing the game, though. This is a regular platform, not a death route or gem path or bonus platform. Mandatory travel here to the next area. It really makes you think, Jesse. That's the whole setup for the game, is we gotta go back in time to get all the crystals from the past. So, explain the future levels. Oops. Because the implication is that the crystals were used up in Crash 2, all 25 of them, after the events of that game. So, there's no power sources left, so we go back in time to collect the crystals in their original point of origin? Does this mean the future levels are actually in the past? Yeah, sometimes you gotta go forwards to go backwards. I didn't know Crash was so progressive, so forward-thinking. I'm spinning away all the fruits. At the slide there. No. Not gonna spin that guy in that crate. One thing I appreciate is after you get the Death Tornado spin in Crash 3, it permanently changes the sound effect for the spin, and I didn't like that. Thank you, Remake. Alright guys, it's Panic Man Dingus here to talk about why the future levels in Crash 3 are actually in the past. Nobody's gonna understand that reference except you, Goon, and GPM. If I remember correctly, the Switch version of the remake doesn't have reflections here. Nintendo cuckolds, trapped with less content yet again. GPM will be here soon. Starting the stream early caused him to get felted. You know, because it would have been Mimi time for him. Or maybe he's live right now. Yeah, I'm missing some here. There's a alternate entrance, if I recall. Let me take this moment to get a drink. Big ups to everybody who's here so far. Don't go anywhere. More Crash gameplay is on the horizon. I think we'll do a World War I level. Quick BRB. Oh, big ups, Dragon Slayer. Uploading my This Is How You Don't Play Volts to the Google Drive so everyone can experience how bad Phil was in Crash 3 or 4. Might take a little bit because it's 14 videos. Hey, big ups, Dragon Slayer. Bringing the content back that you like and want. One thing that they did do for the World War I levels is that you are able to play them as either Crash or Coco, when in the original you were restricted to a character. Oh my god. Do a barrel roll! Looking for 11 boxes. I gotta invert the controls though. Like, what are we doing here? Is it controls for babies? There we go. Now I'm playing like a real gamer. Women in World War I. I know, right? That's why we swapped to Crash. This level was originally Coco only. Where's that last box at? Where is it? Oh. Automatic box gem. Dude, I love the salute there. USA! 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 Sofa engine? Speaking of...
Crash Bandicoot, we meet again. Ooka Ooka and Dr. Cortex
Want me to teach you a lesson?
Well, I made a few modifications to my mechanics since our last encounter. So back off!
Or be deleted! Oh wait, fucking... I should actually do the blue gem one first. I know, that came out of nowhere. I just fucking start that level, then I exit out of it. But the blue gem path is here. So I should actually do Tomb Waiter first to get the blue gem, then do Sphinxinator. Which means we got a death route to do. What do you mean bandicoots can't swim? Look at the kind of platforming elements they have to introduce just because Crash can glide now. Gotta slide these guys. I did eat that def earlier though, so I fucked up the def route. Hello, rent check. We're already 4 wart rooms into Crash 3. But don't worry, half of this game is time trials. Megan. Hi, Knock. Where you been at, bud? You're late. I'm calling you out in real time. That's right. It's time for you to clock in as a viewer of the stream.
We had so much fun without you, man.
It's time to clock in, attend, engage, and support. And I just messed it up. I was recovering from the garbage episode of Lazarus I watched. So I've heard. Like, I gotta be honest. I had a 9-hour shift, so I laid down that evening 1 hour before I was so ready, and I just conked out for 5 hours. I was seething. I missed it all. See, I hate how they tell you what to do here. I'm not a fan. I'll catch up soon. Not exactly in the biggest of rushes. One thing to note is that if you get invincibility here, the water will automatically drain, regardless of the global timer for the water. It'll just always drain, so you don't have to worry about it when you're invincible. There's the death route. Baller fucking remix. Nope. Oh, okay, we gotta time this. Yeah, yellow paint even on PS1. I can't believe this. Betrayal! Not too shabby, and the blue gem is ours. All right, now we eat it for the crystal and box gem. Patchy, how much does it Phil make today? I actually have no clue, but I know he ate Subway. Does anyone know the tips total? The people demand it. I fucking did it again. Did he rage quit the collection already? I don't believe he has. The Capcom collection? He gave a very vague, if it continues flopping, you know, we don't have to play it all the time. I only play it on Friday nights. Yeah, Sunday pre-streams are the worst, so I try to stay away. I try to stay away on Sundays. 200 before podcast? Gross. Who's wailing out for Claire Obscure? Show yourself. Oh fuck, wait. It's not Alpha 3, it's Alpha 3 Upper, the exclusive console version. It's basically a different game with exclusive characters that he's never tried before, so, like, there.
Is that so?
Egg Gang 1738. Big ups Egg Gang 1738. 22 months at tier 1 for 32 months total, and he says heart. Thank you for the Swallow 5 love. Whoa, buddy, let's get some subs. He begs. You took out the begs, Phil. Fuck. Don't worry, I don't need the death route anymore. Fire Emblem got a notification looked like the MC of Danger of My Heart to me. It's a Hubert from Three Houses. He existed first. Big ups Big Ben. They got your voice synthetic, Chud? Yeah, did you... Well, I assume you must have seen that at the internet. For you to know that. It's over. I already outlined in the first hour of the stream, Benjamin, what I think he should do. It's pretty obvious. He needs to kneel and kiss Janny Juice's ring. Hey, Golem. He's a simp! More like sympathetic man. Very unfortunate. Josh basically declared him a locale on that segment. And I can't say I disagree anymore. I was being charitable with the first segment. I was like, well, I mean, Josh is confused, and it seems really insular and secular to his own audience, his own sector. I'd see him more as a locale, you know, it'll have to develop and all that. But this second segment, it's like, it was... First of all, the kid gloves were off from Josh. He took off the kid gloves. Wasn't babying him anymore. No more sugarcoating. And then Synthetic Man didn't take the segment too well. Big Ben, according to Synthetic Chud himself, I'm part of the sector that's brown but wishes he was white. He's brown. Picks weird hills to die on. I agree. I get it, but I also don't get it. I'm pretty sure Dingus is older than Fuentes. Nice try. Alright, what is that? Box gem? Get me out! How do the shield guys don't die on the water? They're just really good at holding their breath. The normal levels in the game are super fun, but fuck the gimmick levels. The normal levels are way easier than Crash 2 platforming levels. And by God, we don't even need to compare the Crash 1 levels. There's no contest. But the gimmick levels are very prevalent. Okay, we can do Sphinxinator now and go for the gem path. But yeah, you brought that up. I told my brother's future half-Mexican kid will probably be a gripper. He got very mad. Yeah. Has he forgiven you for that transgression? You guys think I can make that? Of course I can! Haha! Whoa, what a fucking beginner's trap. So once again, I lose not because of my platforming skills. I'm good at games. I lost because it's a bullshit beginner's trap. Usually they put iron checkpoint crates to signify that you're not required to take a certain route. Usually more commonly found on like certain death routes and gem paths. Whoa, it's and 1337 Dingus. I ate too much food and got really lethargic. I know that feel. No! Welcome in, Anne. We're in warp room number 4 of Crash 3. Oh, this took me back to the main path. Did it? Oh, boy. Yeah, because this isn't the bonus round. Oh, God. What was I doing? I saw the shiny thing and I was like, bro, I gotta spin. I gotta be careful here. I don't know what's behind me, or rather, what's in front of me. In front of me from like Crash's point of view. Okay, that's it. This is where the split off happens. engine and the little boat. He's hanging out. This is also, this right here is Morgan, the Naughty Dog dog. He died around the time of, it was either Jack 2 or 3. Oh yeah, it's in the game, but I haven't really been doing it. The slide spin is like an advanced technique, first introduced in Crash 2. One is literally watching Apocalypse Hotel with us right now. We're chilling while I digest food like a human being. The only human being is Sweet Bean. Wait a minute, Anne. You didn't watch Phil's Subway review? Huh? You didn't want to watch him eat four footlongs? 4 footlongs in his mouth? Here's the gym path. Nice camera angle. Cut above the rest. Discover a gem path after earning a colored gem. Ah! Thought I would be quick enough to go past it. Nice try. No! It's, the oil's fault. This shouldn't be that hard. I'm the one. Shouldn't even be a def. He just threw he just threw shit at me. Whoops. Movies with the siblings? What did you watch? My momentum money! Okay. You should be able to spin the shit away. Fuck. All your momentum comes back as soon as you cancel out of a tornado. This is where all the deaths are going! Should have double jumped there. Bro, it's like 10 deaths from this segment alone! Banuka, why? Alright, there's the gem path. Because that had iron checkpoints, and because I hit him, there's no death warping, so I have to do another run. For the crystalline box gem. That was like a hearty 10 deaths from that segment. I do have to backtrack, so we'll hit this checkpoint and then head back. And then we gotta go left. Go for it! When's the next Dingus at the fair? Should be October. Quite a ways out. Thank you for your curiosity in the matter. You're just spamming buttons, dude. Literally no skill in any of this. I still can't believe... Hey, Phil had 400 deaths in this game. I think that's more deaths than he had in Crash 1. Oh wait, it's a trophy. Die? 50 deaths and a trophy. That was totally on purpose. But some of the stages do tell him what move he needs to use, like those bonus rounds. They tell him what power to use. I blame QA testing. I think most of these crates are nitros. Here's the actual bonus round. That's the trick. They want you to hit the TNT there. Don't fall for it. Yeah, the DLC level necessitates certain superpowers. The level is like the level's unbeatable without them. So you can do the DLC level whenever you want, but you can't fully 100% complete it without certain power-ups from the bosses. Oh, and base crash tree. Still true of the DLC. They kind of go overboard with it, actually. No! What did I miss? It's fucking over. Is it just Tell No Tales left? Woman. Look at her go! 61 boxes. 61 boxes. That's an interesting number. It's not close to 6 million. What am I saying? Gotta wait for that bird to leave or it fucks with you. Yeah, no boxes on that side. You know, the water looks good in this game. I think we can all agree. There was something hypnotic about the water in the PS1 version. The power of the PS1 to render fake water. I see those extra lives. How do I get them, though? Probably gotta get it out of bounds somehow. Naughty Dog put them there just to troll. I imagine it's gotta be like some sort of damage boosting through bombs, bombs that are in place of buoys to let you go out of bounds. Hold up, there's an extra live. I know how to get it. I know how to get it. I gotta get a good enough jump. Like all of the Wampa fruit and complete the level without losing any lives? That's not worth it. This game hounds out extra lives like candy. There it is. Just gotta do a trick. Do a flip, Coco. A little optional area here. Circle back. How we doing? Almost done. Just swoosed right in. Too bad I didn't juke that bomb. But I swoosed the boat. Alright, that's gotta be Gucci, right? There we go. Yeah, you can easily grind lives in this game. You don't have to stupid ass secrets like that. If that is true. You know, sometimes AI can be wrong. Leave no gem unturned. Earn 21 gems. Look at him forcing the woman out of the game. Shameful. But we're about to switch right back to her.
So,
You wanna go a few rounds?
when this is over, we'll see who is obsolete.
Alright, he's back, and we're doing the shooting. I'm shooting in real time. He's got a shitload of hit points, but don't worry. Wait, can I invert this too? Oh, it goes for all vehicles. You think Engine would be a Gundam fan? What's Engine's favorite Gundam series? No, I'm not Mr. Gundam, but I think he would cap for Gundam Wing. Oh, look, he's defeated. We're all good. Except we're not. And then the tiger's here. The tiger has his own spaceship, I guess. He's powering us up. Does his shots actually help you, or is it just to, like, I don't know, is it just for visual appeal? The tiger helping you out. Juzzy, what's the optics check on this? Is the tiger actually helping us? I will say this part is kind of a downgrade because in the original you're flying through space for this part, but you're kind of just stationary here. Bye-bye! Oh, they took out his line though. He's supposed to say, "Not again!" We got the fruit bazooka. L2 with circle to fire.
It's funny how history repeats itself. Yet again, Engine has failed to defeat you.
What? For this we must destroy you!
Oh, my aching head. I'm not feeling myself these days. So the
end is in sight.
Gather another 5 crystals, and again you will have foiled my plan.
Or will you? Look at him, this cocky motherfucker. I want to slap him. Yeah, I guess the setup is that you need Pura's extra power, but it's not really conveyed through the gameplay that Pura's giving you all that much additional damage. There's Orange S-Fall, Flaming Passion, Bad Blobbers, and Bug Light. I say we go for Flaming Passion first. Just so we can get the green gem. Don't you do it. Ah, fuck. Gotta reset. Pickups Discord Merchant. We're in the final warp room of Crash 3, but there's so much more gameplay left ahead for a game whose majority of content is time trial suffering. You better believe I'm suffering real hard, baby. Let's test out the Fruit Bazooka. Zava. Crash about to turn Middle East into a burning passion for Israel. What did Naughty Dog mean by this? Crash is spreading his message of peace. Sure, that message is spinning around, destroying everything that's breakable in the level and felting the indigenous people of the land, but, like, come on. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Oh, yeah, you're right. I just remembered that. A good indicator that they're defeated too, with the roof caving in. The enemy that's really useful for this are the mech enemies that appear in Gone Tomorrow. You'll know them when we get to them. You can't miss them. I'm not shooting that one. They should have had it cost like a Wampa fruit for each shot. It feels too broken, you guys. Alright, Def Route. No! I did nothing wrong. Ow.
How was I supposed to know what was ahead? So I lost not because of my skill, but because of some bullshit that I couldn't see off screen? Yeah, right.
They try to toss him out of sync to throw you off. It's not gonna get me. I was waiting for the sword. Oh! Alright. Oh wait, shit. Yeah, this is the Arabian level where you need to backtrack because it doesn't end with an alternate exit. Yeah, it takes you back to the main path. So some of the death routes, instead of acting as an alternate exit, do take you back to the main level. In this case, I do have to backtrack. Yeah, see? You can make this an all-in-one trip. But I gotta be careful, you guys. Wait, is this it? Okay, yeah, this is, Alright, just making sure, Backtracking successful. Let us proceed for the box gem. Oops. Damn, it really did, it plugged me straight back into Death Route. Guys, new flash deal of Dingus and Ann get 100 gifted each. They'll do a Crash Bash co-op run. No, thank you. Know how many lives Ann would cause us to lose? First of all, we would lose our own lives.
How you doing, dude?
Self-immolating from having to play that game. In my case, having to play it on stream for a second time. Hey, Sinzikroy. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. I'm sipping on some root beer. I had coffee earlier. Alright, there's the Death Route platform. Let's go. All I gotta do is not die. What? Come on. What could go wrong? JPM shooting balls into my goal pissed me the hell off. Pissed me the fuck off. Look, mandatory double jump. Disgraceful of Naughty Dog there. Now that we got the Fruit Bazooka, we can do cool shit like that. Alright, we're close to the end. Oh, wait, no. Fuck. There's no nitro switch. I gotta shoot them all myself. I assume there would have been a nitro switch. Here we go again, man. I went over him! Spin his ass out of existence. I don't have to do the death route again. There aren't any crates in the death routes. Crash just nuking the general populace. Crash, you fucking weirdo. You've been looking at too many crazy, kookly conspiracy theory videos. Now you want to wipe entire populations of individuals. What made you this way? This was entirely my fault for assuming that there was a nitro detonator switch. So from now on, presume that there will be no more nitro switches and just shoot every nitro. Alright, there we go. Those are the 5 that I missed. Just 5 boxes. And that's how it's done. Alright, how about the next plane level, but we switch to Coco? She's got her own plane, dude! You might even say she's plane crazy. Which one is it? Alright, 11 boxes. I'm barrel rolling, baby. Oh, fuck, one's right behind me. Imagine the time trial for this one's crazy. You only got 5 targets. It's easier than the blip one.
Here's a fucking challenge, man.
Missed the box. Last box and last bomber. One of the demo versions for this, not demo version, but like, you know how you sit on the pause menu and sometimes it'll play a movie? There's a demo clip for the blimp level where if you let it play for a minute and then press triangle, you gain control of the character. It allows you to exit the level, which should have been a demo clip. Like, you gain control of the demo clip, then you can pause the game, exit, and it sends you to Engine's warp room, which is where the blimp level is from. You can complete the rest of the levels and even fight Engine, but it'll trap you in that warp room. Big ups Almighty Tevin, and big ups Coggers. Yeah, you missed it. We're in the final warp room. 50% of the game done though, because I gotta get relics. You missed it, guys. Where were you? I know it was totally unannounced. You expect Dingus to start streaming at 11. This is a long game, dude. We're gonna hit the road jack. You're gonna have to watch the VOD, baby, suffer. No secret level here. I just gotta hit boxes and not lose. Easier said than done. And now the cop cars move. These fucking pigs, man. Is there anything they won't do? Trying to trample on my God-given right as an American. Can Crash be an honorary American? Like, does he really have to be Australian? Can't we adopt him? Well, talk about risk versus reward there. Fuck. Almost missed that box. Third place. Look! Wait! The hot rods are cheating! They're going off-road! And they don't lose speed when they go off-road! They cheated! It's almost like they're disrespecting the law or something. First try, Crystal and Gem. There it is. Ah. That was easier than the second motorcycle level. I'll take it. Yeah, that's Naughty Dog's idea of gradual difficulty increases. The cop cars? Yup. They move now. What do you think about that, bish? Alright, it might be time for us to do Gone tomorrow. Bug Light has a multicolored gem route.
Crash, Coco. Remember, it is not only Dr. Cortex that we battle.
Beware of Ooga Ooga, my children.
He is a far more dangerous enemy than anyone can imagine.
He's just a slab of wood. We'll just shoot him. That's not even a joke anymore. Crash can officially shoot people now, and he won't go to jail for it. Ow. Those enemies just Thanos snap, Crash.
You get Thanos snap tomorrow like nobody would care.
Fuck, what am I doing? These are the mech enemies I was talking about. I can't remember if it was this level or the DLC level, but there's like boxes in the background that can only be broken with the bazooka. Oh yeah, switches that. Yeah, I remember this. Right here. Like it's back here. What? Where's the last switch at? Am I blind? I hope I didn't miss something. I don't see anything. Let me backtrack just in case. It might be further off. Maybe it's from a side path? Hey, Pop-Tart. Nightly Gremlin check-in. Well, welcome in. We're doing your favorite Crash, Crash 3. Warp! We're at the end of the regular style game. Is that at the end? Does that mean I hit it at the end and then backtrack all the way back? Holy. Holy. I don't remember having to do that. But I'll take your word for it. Oh, maybe it's like reflected in the mirrors. Oh, I get it. Aqua snipe. Aqua, no. What? Wrong. I fucking bounced on him. It stayed there, so I believe you can go back. This is kind of when they stopped fucking around with the level design. Started making things actually challenging. But Crash 2 levels still haven't beat. Green gem path. Wait, does this take me back to the start? That might be what this is. Okay, no, it's a separate path. Wait, no. This path takes me back to the start, and then it's filled in? I can't fucking remember, man. That wacky naughty dog. Give me that gem. That's crazy. Just for one crate? Wow. Yeah, that's getting a DSP wow from me. I don't think I need the bazooka for this one. Yeah. Whoa, good thing I saved that checkpoint. It's almost like I had a feeling backtracking was gonna go down. I think I fucked up, though, with the 2 boxes here. Oh, shit. Never mind. Man, this bazooka is awesome. Wait, that flips him over? What the? What an unusual behavior. Just like me, all of my behaviors are unusual too. Am I looking at the mirrors? I probably should be. Oh, fuck, it's used up. No, what are you talking about? Are you looking in the mirrors? But I got all the gems, all the crates for the gem. You're the one coping, brother. Uh-oh, you lose. Cock and balls combo. The mirrors were wrong. Now you are accurate in that that is used as a thing to look out for in the DLC level. Okay, we don't have the center yet. The only way to get the yellow gem is by going through Hang'em High, the alternate exit. So I gotta do bug light. I have to do bug light, but I can't do the multicolored gem path. This one takes its cues from the Firefly levels in Crash 2. Except now we're doing it in Egypt time. Look at that big old dingo doll over there. Gaida Gunnelman! A lot of this level takes place outside of the pyramid, which is kind of unique for an Egyptian level. You got this little segment here, of course. Hey, you broke that box for me. Thank you, sir. So the gem route starts there, but I can't be doing it. You know what I can do though? They were so cool for this. It's almost like they knew, hey, this is one of the last Crash platforming levels we will ever do. Naughty Dog, the original developers. Let's just be fucking awesome. Yes, CP. Didn't DSP fail in this level? It's been a while since I watched his remake playthrough of 3. I'm told he had a shitload of game overs. Was it like 13 game overs and 400 deaths? You can look at my death counter. If the death counter for me doesn't tell you this is the easiest Crash of the trilogy, I don't know what else to say, you guys. Even a Dingus can do it. Hey, I made it. That was just dumb luck, though. Real question is, are we getting the box gem? Does the gem route have boxes? I guess we'll find out. Last crystal? Gimme, gimme. Unlike Crash 2, I didn't miss any of the crystals. I still feel embarrassed that that actually happened to me. Multiple times, even. It's because I played the game late. I was tired and dented. Alright, yeah, we do get the box gem. Ow. Ladies and gentlemen, The non 100% ending. Dr. Neo Cortex.
I'm sorry.
This is the part where I'm supposed to be angry, full of rage. See them?
Incensed beyond belief. Once again, you have outsmarted and outspun my best henchman.
Look at the mask. The mask is the one
Should
malding.
be rather upset, shouldn't I?
And in fact, we're furious. But it seems you have overlooked one small detail. You little orange delivery boy.
Yeah, Cat's DoorDash.
You have gathered all the crystals. All we have to do is take them from you.
You forgot Cat subs, you fucking orange delivery boy.
What is fucking baby? Cortex has been emasculated.
Last time, give the crystals to me.
Uka Uka was always there, Golem. You just didn't know. Whoa, that was close. But yeah, this is Cortex's best boss fight by far. But it's still Crash 3, so it's way easier than it needs to be. The hardest thing is that, you know, you don't have you don't have Aku Aku's protection no matter what. Even if you die a gazillion times, Aku Aku is part of the boss battle. So he can never protect you. You have to do it in one hit. It almost doesn't matter though, because like, you never get hit by these guys. Watch me then proceed to get hit. This phase is just nothing. The lasers were more... At least the lasers were, like, more of a threat with more of a hitbox, bigger hitbox. This third one is... Alright. They're gonna dive bomb. And specifically target wherever it crashes. Oh my god! See, they target Crash. It makes you think, like, are they doing it on purpose? But it could be Uka's targeting Crash, and Aku Aku is just countering him. That's it. That's the final boss. That's it. And it's done. Defeat N Cortex. That was a very Kino boss fight. Again, it's Cortex's best fight by far in the original trilogy. His boss fight in 2 is pathetic, and his boss fight in 1, it just doesn't have a lot going on. It's a great set piece. It truly is, yes, a prototype Sony cinematic experience. But he's too fucking weak. The Naughty Dog boss fights, the rule of 3, nuh-uh. This guy needs like 5 hit points. To run faster, hold down R2 while running. But yeah, Crash 3 is just to get to the credits. Crash 3 is pretty short.
Maybe I should retire to
That was 3 hours for me. Remember, the first hour of my stream was Crash 1 DLC.
And a woman with nice big bags of ice for my head.
Over Bandicoot. There are still the Tens. We still have a chance to triumph.
Basically, you won, but you didn't win. Well, guys, what can you say? Crash Bandicoot 3 Warp, extremely easy. I do love the time travel concept. I hate multiverses. Time travel is fine. Because time travel has rules that you gotta abide by. But Crash is like a cartoony game, so who cares if they don't all follow the rules? I even said earlier, like, if the point is to get the crystals when they're in the past before they're collected in Crash 2, why do we go to the future? Unless this means it's not the future, but the past was at one point futuristic looking, even though it was not actually the future? Huh? Anyway, great game. The most streamlined of the trilogy by far, and I think it's the one everyone remembers growing up of the 3 games. I played Warped before Crash 1 and 2, I want to say. But I don't think I ever 100%ed it, because I could never do the time trials. Or I didn't have the patience to do the time trials. For 100%, you really just need to get the gold ones. The platinum ones aren't required for 100%. But when I played on Switch, I did go for all plats. And I did acquire all plats, indeed. Yes, that's true. But it's really easy. Even for going 100%, it's easier than Crash 2, especially Crash 1. Again, I would rank them... Crash 1 is the hardest. Balls to the Wall's annoying for 100%. Crash 2 is the fair and balanced challenge, and it starts to get difficult, but not Crash 1 levels of difficulty. It's still fair. It's still a fair fight. If you go for 100%. Even just getting to the credits is a nice challenge. You feel good after you beat it. Crash 3 is a feel good in the sense that Crash is a monster. He's a powerhouse, and basically nothing can stop you. The death counter says it all. 55 deaths just to see the credits versus the death counter I had for Crash 2 and Crash 1. It is easier, but I think it's because of all the things that they did. More gimmick levels, more superpowers. They were trying to keep the series fresh and new by giving him so many more moves in his arsenal, letting Coco be playable, so many more vehicles to ride around in. It's all stuff that looks cool on the marketing and the trailers and the commercials. I thought that Bill Cosby right there said Bill Cosby. I almost did a double take. For me, it's Crash 1, 3, then 2. I would do Crash 2, then Crash 3, then Crash 1. Whoa, special thanks to Naughty Dog. It's all the OG people associated with the franchise that you love so much. 2 is tedious. 2 has a lot of backtracking, more than I remember. 2's got shit where you have to actively death warp, do a death route, then backtrack the death route, then do the normal path. Crash 3 doesn't really have that. Crash 3's shit is more streamlined. The death routes almost never have regular boxes, and will take you out of the level with the exception of the one in Flaming Passion with the green gem. And Crash 3 is just for that stuff where it just revises the little hiccups of Crash 2. Those are, improvements for sure, but it's almost mitigated by how much easier everything else was. It's still a good game. This will definitely be your little brother's first Crash game. Introduce the youngins to this one, to the franchise with this one. Hey, Perez. Perez, I already won! I gotta go for 100% though. But yeah, that would be my rating. 2, then 3, then 1. Alright, do we have the main... Okay, the warp room's unlocked with relics, I guess. Alright, now we try to go for gems and relics. I can't fucking wait! Let's see if I can do this in one go. Alright, I got my R2 button ready. I'm kind of clawing this. My middle finger's on R2. That's why I don't even bother with the time trials, so after you get the speed shoes. You gotta be running, brother. What? What? I should have put DSP, fuck. The shitty sneak ability, how could I forget? No, we can't leave it like that. We're doing plats. Big ups Astro. Thanks for sticking around. Have fun with your drink. Okay, I spent too much time fucking around before. I gotta hold this down. We can't fuck around for even a moment. Was it like 44 seconds I had to beat? That was worse! I am not 100%ing Yakuza games. Alright, I'm gonna ignore mass. I'm gonna try to spin crates as little as possible. Spinning stops Crash in his tracks. I do gotta get those though. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Gamer mode on? Platinum. We'll keep it at DSP. Change that shit. Give me that plat. This just shows how small the levels are. It was on purpose. Making time trials is a double-edged sword. To compensate, the levels are much shorter than the ones in, well, I would say Crash 2. Why did I do that? I fucking missed it. I missed the time block. 18 seconds? Yeah, I imagine constant dashing. Yeah, that's why they did mirror worlds in Crash 4. Levels in Crash 4, however, I will say levels in Crash 4 last way too long. For a game with time trials, if you played the game, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna take that. Like, come on. How do I keep missing that? How do I keep missing it? I'm not doing this on purpose, you guys. Oh, did I say hi, Bobby, earlier? Hello, Bobby. I don't know about this one. I'm not sure about this one, Rick. Morty, you gotta hit the circle button, Morty. Sly, hit the circle button and go fast. I am not getting that one with that over 18. Run that back. Deaths in time trials don't count as a death. There's the same rules as bonus rounds. Extra hit will be helpful. Missed the box. Oh, dude, it go the animation. Why for okay, I see why it's 18 seconds. Fuck. That was a pretty good run, too. I would not have done that. Did the OG count the timer for the animation? That shouldn't count. Player, you don't have player control over that. That clock should end the second Coco jumps off that ledge. Oh, okay. If the OG did that, I guess they don't have much of a choice. I'm missing boxes. Aw, that's too many boxes missed for that. And you just know they want you to hit all of them. I'm locked in. This shit gotta be like Crash Team Racing. Hit all the boxes and 10 seconds deducted from the final time. Which for a lot of the tracks in that game is required for getting the platinum time. It's the 3-second box. Going off that time right there, yeah, you need all boxes or you're not making it. Okay, maybe I can forgo one. That's too many to miss. All boxes or miss one box, okay. Ooh, okay. He's mashing! I'm not mashing, I'm holding. Holding, not withholding. Oh, come on, come on, come on. 16. Stops the second Coco lands. That's how it's done. Oh wow, DSP, you're so good at this game. This is so cool of you, Phil. I didn't know you were so good. Now there are some gems I gotta go back for as well, so we'll start with Boneyard. Got the box gem already, so that should mean that the gem path should have no boxes. Coming up to it. There it is. More dinosaur chases? My mask money! It's the same place too. I need like a mental map these levels in my head. Checkpoint. Chase continues. Woo! Oh, fuck. Get me out, get me out! I thought it was a situation where the middle steam vent was gonna go off. Thankfully, this route's not required for the time trial. Got it. Try to time trial on this one. You need a certain amount of relics. I forget how many. But eventually I'll unlock the hidden warp room. And that's how you get the yellow gem. Which is what's really holding me off from getting a couple of gem path gems. Damage boost. I'm already thinking about like the hot cocoa time trial. Fuck. That was a big meaty 3-box. Okay, 5 relics? Okay. Oh my god, I forgot the strat. It'll probably only be relevant for later time trials, but you're supposed to shoot the time clock with the bazooka to shave off a few seconds? I believe that eventually is mandatory for certain platinums. But you can't go too far off or the time clock will disappear. Got to slow down there, but I got it. I haven't slowed down once outside of that, so I want to say this should be plat. Gotten all boxes, too. Give it to me. What? What did I do wrong, you guys? It was a perfect run! Oh, okay, 56. How do I shave off that 2 seconds then? I'm at full speed. I slowed down once. Maybe too much turning? Turning kills the max speed? I slowed down right there. Or no, was it this part? I slowed down to maintain speed. Not that doesn't make sense when I say it. I see. You know what? That would make sense. That's the only variable I'm noticing, because I didn't slow down for that run. I want to try avoiding the tricks too, because it seems like the tricks just extend the animation. Extending the time you're in the air, preventing you from getting back to the water as fast. Gotta not do tricks. I just did a trick. It was in the name of swerving my character. All these ramps have time boxes. The only one that I can skip is the first one. I think I'm right, and that it's about not doing tricks. Because that causes Coco to stay in the air longer. And to just keep going straight, turn as little as possible. Doing a bad job of not turning. It's already a bad run. I did everything correct. I actually did. Okay, cutting corners and the damage boost. So I gotta keep the mask. Was trying not to turn. Ah, I missed it. You stupid bomb. I still think that's hilarious. Probably was not the place of damage boost. This is tough. Not too shabby though. Oh, big ups on sharing the link to this is how you don't play. The content preservation. We love to see it. Thank you. Trying to land on top of him. least I get that animation though. Fucking bopped her with the ore. It's like he redeemed the bonk command. Okay, I want to save this one for the end. The best time yet, it's still not good enough. I glitched off that last boat. He delayed me getting back to the water. Kinda hate how the time boxes work in this. I would much rather have to go out of my way to just stop the clock. Just do a flawless run. Oh, fuck, I quit instead of restart. Yeah. It's like racing to get the best time. But when your best time, your best run is dictated by you hitting all these time boxes, all the runs start looking the same, you know? Like it's kind of like you have the route planned out. Hey, praise that, son. I beat Crash 3. We got the non-100% ending. However, I'm required to do time trials to get the remaining relics and the gems for 100%. Crash 3. Shortest main game. Maybe a run for your money. Or a longest post game. Depends on how bad you are in time trials. I bopped the boat. We are not doing it. I certainly didn't think it would be these levels, that would be the ones that getting me to reset constantly. Never got 100% in this one. It is a challenge. Yeah, I think I remember the biked ones were annoying. There's still the one with the UFOs that I gotta do. Yeah, big ups of Wave Race. Soon we'll get that on GameCube NSO. That was the best possible run! Yeah, I saw Killer Instinct Gold just got added. I do already have it through Rare Replay, but it's a good ad nonetheless. Trash Team Racing. Get off that knock. This game really makes you feel like you're Carl Jost. Hello everybody, and welcome back, you absolute legends. That's not how he greets the viewer. Hello, you absolute legends. I've just gotten back from watching my wife fuck a black man, and now I will be racing levels in Crash 3. CTR is better than Mario Kart, true. That's where I imagine people damage boost right there. Oh, you bought Billy's hot sauce? What did you think? Did you get the new dragon flavor? Okay, I know where I gotta save this at the end. Not these bombs. Actually, no. That damage boost bounced me. I'm honestly starting to feel like it's RNG placement. The ramps are speed traps. They actually are. This is the only ramp that I can dodge. The rest of them take away speed. But I need to hit them for the time boxes. I think the idea is to not do any tricks, because tricks keep Coco in the air. But sometimes I just have no choice, because I'm trying to reorient my character. Oh! It's not even my best time. It's like I have to freeze that final clock. The final clock freeze has to be at 53 seconds or something. The turning definitely has something to do with it. I want to always be going straight, if I can help it. But like right here, if I could hard cut that corner, I could, and I would. But I need that one box. Definitely not hitting it if it ends at 55 seconds. Yeah, I've heard of Todd Rogers. He's the guy who just declared himself the securer of all records because he's the one, he's the guy. Oh, I'm gonna take a break on that level. Demon slide. I wish I could drift boost in that level. Wait. Wrong. Oh, he turned into Marth. All right, that's already a bad start. RNG frog placement. He's gay! He's gay! Say it with me! He's gay! I don't want to spin. Spin is slow. We don't want slow. I gotta go back to my claw, my claw hold. That's why I'm failing. Whoa, buddy. That would not have been flat anyway. Dude, my thumb's gonna slip off the thumbstick. What? Second try. That wasn't second try, that was like third or fourth. How about Midnight Run? Let's go, Coco. That's why they call him the GOAT. You know this shit's gonna be fucking break everything. I already missed it. How was I supposed to know where the clock would be? $18.20, quite similar to the other level. Can't miss like 5 seconds of free time. Not on your life, buddy. Dude, why does Vera swerve when he like turns around? Is it more? Does that make it more realistic? I don't think that's how he moved originally. Probably is. Why did she wink at me? What did she mean by that? Maybe don't Well, I mean, I have to have it held down. I'm trying to think of, like, when should I jump at that part? I was so quick I just jumped over it. See, jumping at the very ledge, I gotta like short hop, then do a full jump. 14 seconds? They must be gods running along the rims or something. That sounds like glitching to me. They're glitching it. They broke the game. Yeah, I'm damage boosting there. I don't know what's ahead. Ah! What? 1206 in Orient Express? I can't imagine anything other than the perfect run. Restart counter? You just want more shit on the screen to make fun of me. I had a reset counter when I played Cuphead. Didn't the reset counter ended up going over the death counter? It just poofs into dust. Gotta learn the level. You gotta be the level. Oh, there was a okay. I do have to go up there. See how necessary it is. Very necessary, I just missed 18. Oh! That's an actual death. Missed one. That's 6 seconds. You gotta hit that one. What am I doing? Wait. What? I'll count that as a death still. It had me in time trial mode, but it took away a life and reset me as though I wasn't in time trial mode. We're not gonna talk about that. The game simply glitched. It did take a life. But I think if I get this relic, I'll have the 5 needed for Hang 'em High. I missed one, I know. Whoa! Luckily, as I said earlier, there's only 2 of these levels in the game. Haha. Anything past what I'm familiar with is when I start making mistakes. Outside of the spark. I don't want to run too fast there and not get it. It seems like a very specific jump. No! Yeah, the ceiling bump. I felt that. When I hit that ceiling, I felt it. Coco probably felt it. Figured to just take the deft and the pause and do the restart. We got lumps in our heads right now. Say it's like a cartoon bump. Missed the box. Time to die. That time I felt myself scrape against the top of the box, but it didn't give it to me. Oh, iframes ran out. I jumped too early. Your swerving's good for nothing. Fun levels casually, awful to 100%. Yup. Not even going for boxes, I just need that time. Could it be that the gimmick levels are worse to platinum than the platforming levels? Is that really where we live in? Oh, shit. Always at that same barrel. I'm trying to, like, position myself to get on the trampoline. Ceiling bump. Well, really, I just jumped too early. Crash 4's levels like this turned up to 11, so I fucking heard. I don't even want to touch it, brother. And, like, these are levels designed for speedrunning. They're short and sweet. Easy to play casually, tricky to master. Every level in Crash 4 is hell. Oh, God. Fuck. I'm so unfamiliar with the level past that part. Because that's the part that I always fuck up. I can do... I'm prepared for the stuff ahead at this section. Because I played through it so many times. But everything else is like, after that part, mamma mia. Missed one. I don't know what I was doing there. Still haven't gotten a tape for Cortex Castle where you use all the 4 masks and die once you gotta restart. I assume it's hidden at the very end of the level, because those work similar to the death routes, right? Get up to that point of the level, get the tape.
Oh, the hitboxes are so wonky.
Now hold up, what? Me just riding casually off to my death after missing that box? It is kind of funny. Poco just can't take this shit no more. Too fast. You literally cannot do that jump. If you do it too fast, you just jump over it. The end before the checkpoint, but getting to the checkpoint is even harder. I've seen DSP play through that level. It's almost like a Kaizo level. I actually missed the mask, fuck. Too fast, too kitty. I agree. I feel like I get 1 out of 2 more consistently than neither or both. Dude, the end was right there too. She did the flip. Okay, I'm familiar with what's ahead, somewhat. Incremental progress. No! Very awkward, but I was managing up to that point. After this, I'm gonna have to try some flats that don't require me to have the R2 button held down. I'm gonna grind my middle finger bone to dust. If I don't get 50 subs right now, we'll try a Platinum Relic for 30 minutes. Did you say don't? Oh, you didn't say don't. My mind must have implanted the word don't into that message. Okay, remember the shit that's ahead. Damn it. That was at the end, too. And I died to that guy before as well. I've gotta change the jump strat there. Done. Four seconds to spare. How about them apples, bitch? Get me out. Buckle up, boys, buckle up. Earn 5 relics. Buckle up, buckaroo! Alright, that should unlock Hang 'em High. Let me take a, brief BRB. Quick gas BRB here. Crash is just hanging out. He's just being himself. Okay. What are we doing? Where are we at? Yeah, I gotta do one of these that doesn't make my hands hurt. Where's the platform? There it is. Whoa! It's the secret warp room. Battery low. Well, they really want me to care about that. Where's my charger at?
Alright, you see the very core of the Time Twister before you. This is the 6th secret workroom. Before you is the revelation that all the lab assistants that you have been fighting throughout the game up to this point. Guess what, idiot? They were robots the whole time. Cortex has no friends, let alone employees for his business. They're all robots, all of them. And they're all being sent off to different time periods to look for the crystals and the gems, but they fucking suck. And they haven't been possible. They haven't been successful at all. Look, localization. These fuckers are trying to ruin your video games. Okay, this is Ski Craze. It only has a gem. Hang 'em high, 10 relics. 15 relics. 20 relics for Future Frenzy's Secret Path. 25 relics for Rings of Power. By God. If every business could do this, they would. True. Well, if I'm gonna grind for crystals anyway, start watching shit. We're gonna make a dent in the Arlo playlist.
No, we're not watching Rings of Power. Yeah, it's time, Puppet Man. I'll pause them whenever we get to a segment that's like, that's not a time trial, like a secret path. What's this guy thinking about?
So Nintendo introduced us to...
Is Nintendo forcing developers to use game key cards? What? Controversy!
So Nintendo introduced us to the concept of game
Not yet,
key
Jesse.
cards, physical game releases that essentially
Requires you to
just,
do it in a gem path.
bring you to a download screen. They don't actually have the games on the cards. We were a little bit worried about this, and then it turned out that we were right to be worried because it seems that
We were right.
almost all bigger third-party Switch 2 games are going to be game key card releases, at least at this time. It seems it is going to be a very common thing, which is unfortunate. You know, it's possible that Nintendo just wanted to give developers this option because they knew that paying for storage, for just paying for the physical cards themselves,
Anti-pirate measure, maybe.
a bit of a problem, just as it has been in the past. Probably going to be even more of a problem because games are just getting bigger and bigger, and yet the cards probably just aren't getting that much cheaper to produce. So it's possible that they just said, hey, we think people are probably going to want this, so they gave us the option, and then it turned out that yes, most developers are going to want that. But now there's a worrisome rumor going around that a lot of this may be Nintendo's fault, that they may be essentially creating this problem by giving developers very limited options for how to package their games, kind of forcing them into it. It seems that the company Arc System Works has been hacked, and within that hack, people have found a bunch of information about Switch 2 related stuff. And according to leaker Necrolipe, they have found information suggesting that game studios selling their games on Switch 2 essentially only have 3 options. You can do a digital-only release to keep things simple. You can use a game key card, so you don't have to worry about storage at all. or
Around
you
literally
have to
every third-party
choose the
company win.
big, fat 64 gigabyte cartridge.
Except for Cyberpunk, guys.
Like basically, this rumor is saying that the 64 gigabyte card is the only option, and on the original Switch, developers had a choice between an 8 gigabyte card and a 16 gigabyte one. So there was like, you know, obviously there was a price difference there. If you had a smaller game, you could go for the smaller card. You could save a little bit of money. But now the idea is that everyone is being like, if you want your game on a card at all, and it's not a game key card, you gotta go with a 64
Yeah, Arlo's
gigabyte card.
sweeping
Again,
by omission.
I don't know how much the prices, manufacturing prices.
It's
have
their
have
console. They
changed
make the
over
rules.
years.
They chose to
I really
have
don't know
game
what
key
that
cards.
Looks like
The Switch had
but
multiple card sizes.
I can imagine that, yeah, a
see what sweep
64
is.
gigabyte proprietary little cartridge, it probably would cost a bit. So yeah, the idea here is that Nintendo is basically forcing everyone to go with game key cards. Anyone who doesn't want to go all digital, you know, especially if you're releasing a big game, like it's a big third-party port, like of course you're gonna want to release it physically. But like, I don't know, say your game isn't even that big, like Nintendo's games aren't even that big, like DK Bonanza would fit on one of the original Switch cards. So here, if your only option is a 64 gigabyte card, then like, yeah, naturally that would mean that most, if not all companies would be opting for the game key card release. So if this is true, then it would mean that the whole game key card thing was very, very understandable. And it would also mean that, yeah, it's essentially Nintendo's fault. It's not just an option that they gave everyone and then everyone decided to do it because it was the cheapest thing.
It's still an option that they chose to win with, though.
If you want to make a pretty good amount of profit on this game at all, you know, like if you don't want a dramatic cut into your profits, then you got to go game key card. However, sorry to disappoint.
When are we
going to
bring up the tariff stuff, though? The tariff
shame
stuff?
on you, wagging fingers, all warmed up and ready to wag at Nintendo for being
I didn't hear about a Switch 2
evil.
license, Jesse.
It seems this may not be true. I'm seeing plenty of people claim that Necrolipe.
Wait, it's not even true? Hold up. Wait a minute. Arlo has the exclusive scoop. Wouldn't people have, like, talked about this before Arlo, though? Arlo has the scoop about how this is just fake. This is all fake news.
Disappoint anyone who had their shame on you, wagging fingers, all warmed up and ready to wag at Nintendo for being evil. It seems this may not be true. I'm seeing plenty of people claim that Necrolipe does not exactly have the best track record, and
The messenger doesn't matter so long as it's the truth.
He's kind of filling in the blanks, you know, taking some information and kind of coming to a conclusion about it that may not be accurate. And while
Okay, but it's
on
like,
the
what
one
other
hand,
conclusion could you make from
again,
that?
This would explain things. And there is a game key card situation. It is something that everyone is choosing to do. But
what
at the
about
same
the
time,
tariff thing?
It would be weird. You know, like it really would be weird if Nintendo is fitting their own games. Like their own games are
Nintendo's
really
like
not
the
that big at
ambassador
all,
of weird,
and
though.
yet they are
That's completely on brand.
demanding that everyone
Out of touch
else
weirdness is
only
their
uses
brand.
This big, just like the maximum size of game cartridge, so big that Nintendo themselves will never even need half of it, and yet that's the only option for everyone else. It doesn't.
I don't think it's Nintendo's choice so much as a result of the tech advancement.
At the same time, you could argue maybe it is
Like smaller
decently
cards just
likely
aren't compatible with the
because
newer
Nintendo
tech.
themselves will
That's
save
a theory
money
I
by
read.
manufacturing like
The guy
nothing but
sounded
one
like he knew
kind of
what he was
card,
talking
you know,
about.
making just a bunch of just the basic 64 gigabyte, and they make it big enough so that like, yeah, pretty much any game is gonna fit on there. If it's bigger than that, then like they're gonna go with a game key card release anyway. So let's make sure that if someone really does want to fit the game on a cartridge, they've got enough space. But then on the other hand, Nintendo is passing the cost onto the developers themselves. They are making the developers basically purchase these
Maybe
cards.
those Joe
and,
publishers should
the cost.
pony down.
So then why would
Or pony
Nintendo
up.
want to go with just like one simple, easy option? It's not really going to save them money. They're not the ones who are paying for these
We
cards.
acting like
They
these
pay for them
third-party
initially,
publishers don't
I
have
guess, but then, like,
gazillions of
I don't know how
dollars
the
to
whole
afford the
process works.
64
Don't they
gigabyte
charge
card.
the developers, or I really don't know. Basically, I'm just saying it is technically possible. At the same time, though, it really doesn't seem worth assuming that this is true as much as it is.
Don't
fun
assume it's
and
true.
feels
Don't believe
great
your
to
eyes and
wag
ears,
that
chat.
Finger in Nintendo. In this case, yeah, I'm not willing to jump to this conclusion just yet.
No, I didn't hear that.
It's probably more likely
shortage
that
with the parts.
It's just the fact that these cards are cutting into profits at all, you know? Even if there are multiple tiers, even if there is a cheaper cartridge option, what if they still had an 8 or a 16 gigabyte one, and maybe those are more affordable? I think we're just getting to the point now, especially with money as tight as it is and everything. I think everyone just wants to do game key cards because they're like, Nintendo said we could. It's a thing. We're all looking around and everyone else is doing it. So like, we're just gonna do it. It's like, you get the physical game, but we save money and people will grumble about it, but it's not gonna affect sales. There will be some people who say, I'm not gonna do it. I'm only gonna buy physical if it's actually on the cartridge, but it's not gonna be enough people. It just isn't. Things like this, they really do not tend to actually affect sales. So I think it's more likely that people are all going game key cards because it's just, they can. Just because they
don't like
can.
it.
You know, the further and further we get, the more and more companies are able to do this stuff, and the more we just kind of learn to deal with it. You know, we're all frogs in the slowly boiling water. We learn to accept worse and worse practices, and hey, more power to you.
Is Arlo
you put
blaming
your
the
foot down and you
player?
say,
Is he
"I'm
blaming
done.
us?
I'm not taking anymore."
It's
Like,
our fault
that's
because we
cool.
accepted
there should
it?
be more people like you, honestly. But I don't know. Jury's still out on this one. So, there you go.
I don't know, it seems believable to me. The leaker sometimes lies, so we shouldn't believe him in this instance, even though it's not proven that it was a lie this time. I could believe it was due to, it could be a shortage of parts, but I had also read a theory that it was just due to the tech is so advanced that it actually can't handle smaller cards, as in the tech just is not made for smaller cards to be used with it. Either explanation would make sense to me. But guess what? He's got more critiques. Is game chat limiting the Switch 2's capabilities?
Record button pressed. So, Nintendo just revealed the full technical specifications for Switch 2, and I just finished recording a video on that of questionable quality. And one thing that's come up is we can now see how much
membership only thing is limiting the power of the Switch 2.
Resources, juice. Let's use that word. How much juice the Switch dedicates to actually running games, and how much it dedicates to simply running the system itself. Whenever you or I wish to create a piece of hardware, you got to decide how much of that juice goes towards the games and how much you kind of want to, like, you have to reserve some of it for the system's basic features, you know, like
Wii U was like, wasn't Wii U like 4 gigabytes of the 4 gigabytes dedicated to the UI?
The home screen, capturing footage, accessing the shop, like basically anything that is not running an actual game. And this is probably pretty tricky. You want to strike a good balance because, like, obviously,
yeah, New Yakuza 0 has an English dub featuring
Young,
Young Gao.
Developers are going to want to get as much juice as they can possibly get in their sippy cups to actually run the games, make them look and run really well. So you don't want to overshoot with the system juice. You know, you don't want to reserve too much, and so developers don't have as much juice to work with. But you definitely need enough for the system stuff, especially if you want your system to run really well and have like extra features and whatnot. And obviously the original Switch was very simple, very, very simple UI. And even though it was simple, it still did not run like super well. It was pretty sluggish. I mean, it got the job done. I'm almost surprised that we even had the ability to capture even 30 seconds of footage. That was kind of surprising. But like, naturally, it's the Switch 2. It's already a very safe iteration on the idea. So they didn't want the games to just look better and that's it. They wanted to introduce more. They wanted the system itself to run better. They wanted to introduce new features. That's how you make this kind of safe iteration feel a little bit more new, you know? So yeah, basically now we've got a pretty good idea that basically the system reserves about a quarter of its juice for system functions. For some easier to decipher numbers, let's look at the RAM. The original Switch had a total of 4
Disable
gigabytes
game
of
chat so
memory.
that the Switch has more RAM.
0.8 of that
Especially
was
if,
dedicated to
like, I
system
know it
functions,
won't apply
and
to you
then
guys,
the
but
rest
if
of
you
it,
don't have
the
a membership, you're not
3.2,
using the service.
That was for developers to use on their
There's
games.
still RAM reserved
So
for it?
with the Switch 2, now we have a total of 12 gigabytes of RAM, which is very nice. That's triple the memory. That's good. 9 of that is for developers to use on their games, and 3 of that is dedicated to system functions. Now, the ratio is pretty much the same.
It's an L ratio.
Unless I'm doing the math wrong. I don't think I am. I think that is basically 1/4 of the juice in each case. And we see a similar story when we look at the spec sheet. We look at CPU system reservation, how many of the CPU's cores are saved for games and for system functions. The original Switch had 4 cores, 3 available to developers, 1 for the system, and then the Switch 2 has a total of 8, 6 available to developers, and 2 for the system. So again, basically a quarter, more or less. And yes, that ratio is still basically the same, but the consensus seems to be that that ratio could have been not the same. You know, like, it's not always a matter of taking a percentage of the overall power. Really,
the game chat functionality will be free for a year.
Like, what features do you have? What features do you need to
So you won't be
support?
cucked out of
And it
it for
seems
too
that
long.
saving an entire 2 cores and an entire 3 gigabytes of RAM just for system stuff is kind of a lot. And ultimately, I'm sure that the Switch 2 is going to run a lot better. You know, the UI and everything, it is going to be a lot more slick. It's going to be clear that there's a lot more juice going into it. But for the most part, it's basically a guarantee that most of this extra juice is going to game chat. Because if you look at all the new things that Switch 2 has to offer, apart from just, like, you know, probably just kind of running better, they haven't really introduced a whole lot of really big extra features. You know, there's really not that much that the Switch 2
Street Pass.
can do that the
Big up
original
Street
Switch
Pass,
couldn't.
Puzzle Swap, Find Me,
game
and
chat.
the like.
That's the thing. That's like the big new thing that your system is gonna want to do in addition to playing games. It's gonna be game chat, and the toll that game chat is gonna take on the Switch 2 becomes even more apparent when we learn that apparently Nintendo has been giving developers a special tool that they can use essentially to simulate game chat running on the system. So like if they've got a dev kit and they're making a game, but game chat itself has not been turned on yet, the system hasn't launched, devs aren't able to just like pop it on and bring in all their friends. Like that's not really how it works. So Nintendo has basically given them a tool that simulates the resource strain that will occur when game chat is running. And that's when it's like, oh, this
is Arlo Dragon Slayer. He's a guy with the Muppet, the blue Muppet. If you ever seen a blue Muppet talking about Nintendo, that's him. But this is his channel where he just talks about news. So you don't even get to see the puppet. It's just B-roll, and he tells you about the news. It's like the DSPN news segment of the pre-stream. He's my personal comfort cow.
Clearly a thing. Like
He's got no other lore,
this
really.
Clearly is important. When people are making their games, they really do have to keep in mind how much actual processing power they have and how their game might be affected by game chat running.
He got his start off on his channel by hating Nintendo, but you know, now he's a Nintendo partner now, so he can't really shit talk them like he used to. But he got his start by shitting on Paper Mario Color Splash for Wii U, and then got really big as when he led a movement for remastering Thousand Year Door, and he credits himself as being the reason why that game was remade, but he never finished the remake.
So obviously it is a thing, and so now we kind of have this worry that Nintendo is kind of limiting the Switch 2's
used to be really harsh on Wii U era
by
Nintendo.
dedicating so much of these system resources to functions like game chat. Like, you know, no one can argue game chat is it's a new feature. You know, there are people who are really going to enjoy this. This is a really big part of the Switch 2's identity.
No, he
Nintendo,
never
after
finished
all
the
these
remake.
years, they're
He
finally
rage quit
going
it.
for the
He didn't
whole,
rage
like,
quit it.
chat
He just never went back to it.
Thing. They finally want us to be able to talk to each other.
He did some live
on
streams
our
of it,
systems.
and
But
that's it. He never
is
finished it off
possible
stream.
That our games themselves, like the real point.
Remember, he was the
actual
Paper
point
Mario
of a
guy. He
piece
led
of
the
Video
movement.
game hardware at the end of the day is to
He
run the
demanded
games.
better
And is it
stories in
possible
Mario
that
RPGs.
The games are going to run significantly less.
He demanded the return of original characters.
Just because of the existence of
They gave
game
him what he
chat.
wanted.
You know, the
They
system
didn't even
has
play
to
it.
reserve
Or,
all
well,
this
played it, but they
juice
didn't finish it.
just in case you want to use game chat, because I don't know, it might not be as simple as just like giving you the extra juice whether or not you're using game chat. It is possible. I really don't know. Is it possible that you're playing a game and then you turn on game chat and suddenly you have like a really visible drop in performance and quality? I mean, it's not going to be that visible. It's not going to suddenly run like trash, but I don't know. It could take a serious hit, you know? You might be, like, if you hold them up side by side, maybe you'd be able to tell. I really don't know. Like, essentially, we have to wonder, is Nintendo gonna give developers the ability to kind of bypass this and utilize some of that other juice and bring it back to the games? Or is this like, no, like this stuff here, it is cordoned off. This is only for use.
Will
with the system.
Nintendo allow
Whether or not
third-party
you've got
devs to
game
like
chat
Frankenstein
on
the
is gonna
available
have
RAM? I don't know.
No difference. It's gonna make
Probably
no difference
not.
at all.
It's Nintendo.
And you know, if that is the case, then yeah, that is a bit of a thing. This is a bit of a thing we got to consider here. If Nintendo is kind of, I don't know, what's the word, nerfing kind of their games.
They're
and just the very,
self-sabotaging.
like, raw
Self-sabotaging the console before it's
capability
even
of their
out.
system,
It's tough.
just in case you want to use game chat. Yeah. I mean, it's basically the 3DS situation, isn't it? It's basically the same thing. Here, you've got a system, and that system has a feature.
True, a lot of 3DS's
and that feature
shit was reserved
really
for the
has
home menu.
nothing to do with the play.
Big ups, William the Alchemist for the raid. Big ups, we're doing Crash 3 from the Insane Trilogy. I'm doing some time trials. I already beat the game normally, and now I'm just suffering while listening to videos. Thank you for the raid. This is the shortest Crash game from the main trilogy. Also the easiest, but I did enjoy it. It's a childhood Dingus classic, of course. I hope you had fun with Atelier. Everyone go follow William the Alchemist. I will give him a shout out in due time. Shut up, shout. Okay, don't hit that. That's a gold. Thank you for the raid with the party of 7.
Of the games themselves, and yet it's kind of a selling point. And so you've got to dedicate some of the hardware power to it. You know, yeah, with 3DS.
I wasn't gonna wake you guys up for net, but
that was an inch from dying. I was. I gotta stop waiting. I gotta stop trying to stop for the crates. The dinosaur will hit them for me.
Where'd you come from?
Is this my favorite game ever, Elden Ring?
That's cool. I want your hammer. Oh, I wanted to crit.
No, this is Atelier. What are you talking about?
I didn't get a chance to crit. Nice try. Oh, I did get it. Black steel, great hammer. Oh, please don't die.
This is a bigly clip here.
There we go.
Thank you again for the raid.
A pretty underpowered handheld, but then in order for them to enable 3D,
What was that clip? No
it had
clue.
to render these images twice. So like I don't know what the numbers were like. I'm pretty
We're listening
curious
to Arlo
find
complain
that out. I
about the
don't know
Switch
how
2
much of the
without having
system's
100%
juice
of the
went to
information.
3D, but like they basically
He's just making
had to
shit up. He's a
reserve it.
bullshit artist.
So
Why do I
that
listen
at
to
any
this guy?
time, if you pop on that slider, now you get 2 images, and of course, if you don't care about 3D, then there you go. Your game's permanently do not look and run as well as they could, just in case someone somewhere wants to use 3D. And yeah, it's frustrating. And like Pokemon, they got around this. They basically disabled the 3D effect so that they could squeeze more raw power from the thing and have better graphics and whatnot. And of course, you see developers doing this kind of thing. The Wii U was basically the same thing. It needed to have extra juice to have a second display. But there were some games, even first-party Nintendo ones, you know, famously, Tropical Freeze, didn't even use the second screen, didn't even pretend, didn't even put like a basic menu on it, it just blacked it out. The devs were just like, no, we do not want this. So is it possible that their game was able to look a little bit better because they were able to, you know, kind of divert that juice to the game itself? Is that going to be an option here? I really don't know. As always, I really don't know much about all the technical stuff at all. However, this all is worth, I don't know, looking at, talking about. It is very interesting. And like, yeah, I don't know. Are they going to let people get around that? Or is this just going to be like an absolute
I fucked up dropping down.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, game chat is part of the
Got a rating, go to
system's
sleep.
identity.
Thank you for
That's
rating,
kind of like the
nevertheless.
thing. And like, you know, you don't want to be like,
I wanted to do all the time trials in one night, but with my progress so far, I don't know. And I gotta be up really early in the morning.
Thing, you know,
so we might have to push this to Tuesday.
Through word of mouth. You gotta have the game chat. But at the same time,
I didn't even get to do
if they
the
were
polls
gonna give
either.
developers options, is it possible that you could just enable voice chat and just disable the because it's really just, it comes down to the video thing, like running the feed of all of the faces. I'm sure some processing power just has to go to, like, you know, filtering out the faces, the green screen thing. And then of course, if you're all sharing screens and you're watching gameplay from all of your friends,
Boneyard.
could you just turn that off and just say, sorry, you can't use that feature in our game. In our game, you can still voice chat though, which is like as much as most people want anyway. That's already the standard for communicating with your friends while playing games online. So I don't know. And then again, is it possible that like you could be playing a game and then you turn on game chat and that, like, then it diverts the resources and now the game isn't running as well? All the technical analyses of all these different games, are they gonna have to have, like, you know, it was handheld and docked. Now it's gonna be handheld game chat on, game chat off, docked game chat on, game chat off. I really don't know. The problem with that is that then you're kind of like actively discouraging people from using it, you know? Like, I definitely feel that way. If I'm playing a game and I really care about it, I'm not gonna want that hit to performance, you know, because I want to chat with my friends while playing. I'd rather just like bring up Discord or something. You don't want anything that discourages people from using this feature when, again, this
but then
feature
you're
is a
limiting
really
the
big
performance
part
of your
the
PC,
system's
Arlo,
very
by having Discord
identity.
open.
So ultimately, I'm torn. You know, like, obviously it is a little bit
Hey,
disappointing.
Mr. White, no
the
achievements for
idea
Switch 2?
That
I
the
could,
system,
you know, give or
the
take,
system that
honestly.
we're gonna have for like a whole entire generation might be limited just in case you want to use game chat. Yeah, that is putting a lot of power into just one thing that not even everyone is gonna want to use. But I do also kind of get it, because from Nintendo's perspective, it probably does feel pretty important to kind of foster that unique identity. They have to constantly fight against the idea that the Switch 2 is boring and it's such a boring and safe iteration. Like, they want game chat to be a thing. They want people...
Dude, he is looping. He literally is looping. And he doesn't even... This is all unconfirmed. Everything he is talking about currently, unconfirmed. And there's 3 more minutes.
To be using their cameras and getting into all sorts of silly fun with their game. Like, it's the thing that they want right now, and they're gonna want developers to use it, you know? They're not gonna want to give everyone the option to just turn it off and then no one does it. And ultimately, if anything, the original Switch is what taught us that performance doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't. When it comes
Throw
to
rocks at the
sales,
Muppet.
for the
Performance
most
doesn't
part,
matter. It
really
doesn't matter, Sean.
If a game
It doesn't
runs
matter,
at a
Sean.
somewhat lower resolution and frame rate or anything, especially because, like, now the Switch 2 is plenty powerful. Yeah, it could be more powerful. I guess there are more powerful game playing boxes out there, but like, ultimately, even if the visuals and the frame rate and whatnot takes a little bit of a hit, just in case you want to use game chat, like some of us may grumble about it, but like it's not gonna matter. It's really not gonna matter in the long run. But like the identity is gonna matter in the long run. You know,
it did matter
Nintendo's
for 3DS toward the end of its lifespan.
Experiences
really
that they
taking
want to
a lot
foster.
out of the
you know,
the
they don't want us to just play
RAM.
video games. In this case, they also like the idea of us sharing our video games and turning it into a big social thing. That's what they want to focus on right now. That is what's important to them, and they want to do anything they can to
Nintendo has
foster
never been about
that
power
kind of
or
experience.
performance, to be fair.
Especially because there's plenty of time for a pro model to come later. I know you don't even want me to like mention the idea of a Switch
I would
2
prefer
Pro
performance
right now,
too.
but like
Hey, DeBlanc.
it was gonna happen on the original Switch. So now, unless something else happens that creates a bunch of hardware shortages and whatnot, I'm sure that we're gonna get like a a quote unquote pro model of the Switch 2, and that one is going to be
You make
more
a good
powerful,
point. He's complaining
and that
about
one
a
is gonna
problem
be
that
able to
doesn't
run
exist
games
yet.
at higher resolutions and frame rates.
How about we wait for it to become a problem and then like examine it? That's why he's looping, because he really doesn't have much to go off of. He doesn't even have the exact
Right now
specs.
it's like really, really low res and really choppy.
Obviously,
Maybe
game
even
chat,
that
like
will
a portion of the
improve.
system's
Maybe
power
the
will be
Switch 2
dedicated
Pro
to
will be
game
so
chat, but
powerful,
like,
it won't even matter.
well,
There'll be
on
plenty
what
of
basis
resources
do you
to go
have? It's
around
like,
for
oh, it's gonna be
anything
like,
and
oh, you're not gonna be able to
everything.
use your
Who
Switch.
cares?
Oh,
So yeah, again, I am personally a little bit torn. It is a little bit disappointing, but I do also understand where Nintendo is coming from. And like, even if I do like nice looking games, I do. I like a nice sharp resolution. I like a nice buttery frame rate.
DSP loves this sharp looking
But
game.
I also do
Graphics
like
over
having
everything
plenty
else.
of resources for the system stuff. I do like a system that itself just kind of feels good to use, doesn't feel like it's just scraping the bottom of the barrel to give me some basic features. I like the idea that the Switch 2 is going to have just a nice, clean, smooth UI. I like the idea. I'll be able to just kind of turn on game chat, do whatever I need to. In that way, it's kind of a luxury in itself, even if it's like overkill, even if it's more juice than the system should need. I don't know. At least it'll run well. Ultimately, we will see as the system launches and as more and more developers
I just
get
go
their
back to
hands
what
on
Reggie
it, and
always
again, as
said.
we run more,
The game is fun.
analyses and whatnot
If
on
it's
the
not
games
fun,
themselves,
why
this
bother?
picture will become clearer. And so, for now, I will stop talking about it
Thank
and
God.
hit the stop button. Stop button on the recorder. Being
I'm like Jack
pressed
Black with the stop sign.
now.
I'm like Wings of Redemption tapping the stop sign. Thank you, Arlo. Yeah, I echo the sentiments DeBlanc is saying. This is not a problem yet. It will be a problem when it is a problem. You don't know how much power is being allocated to game chat. Will it be a problem if you don't sign up for Nintendo membership to have game chat and yet your Switch's power is being allocated towards game chat, even though it's not a feature that you use? Yeah, it probably would be a problem. It really depends on how the system allocates that power, correct? It really is just like the 3DS is 3D all over again. What if there is a small performance dip, but it's not even noticeable? Like, what then? Speaking of specs, here he actually talks about the specs. Switch 2's full specs have been revealed. A bad analysis starring Arlo. Yes!
Nintendo has finally released the full technical specifications for the Nintendo Switch 2. We've more or less got all the specs. We now know precisely how powerful the thing is, how it compares to other things, what it may be capable of, and all that stuff. So now, finally, we can do a detailed
I can't do a Cobra,
technical
yes.
breakdown. And when I say we, I mean, like humanity. like collectively, it is now possible to do. I will not be doing a detailed technical breakdown because I do not know much about these things, the ways that video games run, and all of the scary numbers and words and things that I don't understand. Most of it goes over my head. As always, Digital Foundry has the scoop, and I'm gonna link you a video in the description of this video if you want an actual really nice and thorough technical breakdown. They got a lot more cool
Arlo's
stuff
just gonna
to say than I do.
copy
Of course,
Digital
a lot of
Foundry's
it
homework?
still- most of it still goes over my head, but it's still a good watch. Me right now in this video that you are watching, let's we're still gonna take a look at the spec sheet, and we're gonna do our best. Let's just say that. I'm gonna
I don't know if your best is good enough, Arlo.
We're gonna divine as much as we possibly can from this incomprehensible, just mishmash of numbers. So the Switch 1 ran on the NVIDIA Tegra X1, which Nintendo claimed was a custom chip, but it seems that it really wasn't like that custom. It was more or less kind of a basic model. I don't really know, but it seems that this time the NVIDIA T239 chip is a lot more custom. It really does seem like a chip that was made
3
for
milliseconds
the
faster.
Switch 2, which of course makes sense. They had more time, they had a lot more R&D time, and more money for this one.
Yeah, I don't expect the Switch 2 is going to
Looking
get
at
a
the
price drop
CPU
anytime soon.
architecture, which is unfortunately a
Switch
category
1's not
I
even
really
down
do
to
not know
price
anything
drop.
about. We've seen the original Switch 4X ARM Cortex A57, and the Switch 2 is 8X ARM Cortex A7 8C. Well, you know, I don't know what the A7 and the A57, what that means, but 4X to 8X, well, that number is twice as big. So moving on to CPU clocks, Switch 1 ran at 1020 megahertz, I guess essentially 1 gigahertz, maximum of about 1.7 or 1.8 gigahertz, and that was in docked and handheld. Switch 2 runs at 998 megahertz docked, 1101 megahertz handheld with a maximum of 1.7 gigahertz. I do not know why those numbers are almost identical, with the Switch 2 one even being smaller than the Switch 1 one. So yeah, there's another one. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Is this worth anything? Should I even be doing this video? I don't know. You're still watching. Here's something I understand. CPUs, they got cores in them. Then that's a real thing. I understand that. CPU system reservation. How much of the cores are reserved for games and for the actual, like, running the system itself. The Switch 1 had a total of 4 cores, 3 were available to developers, and then 1 was reserved for running the system firmware itself. And then on Switch 2, we've got 6 available to developers.
I want you to know, Dingus, I have been with my eyes closed and phone to the ear, listening to this Muppet talk. I hate him. Well, he's just having fun. He's just talking off the cuff. He's just chilling. He's just talking about things he knows nothing about.
And 2 reserved for the system itself. So
if
overall,
I asked you to talk about Switch specs, you'd probably babble on like this.
Ratio is reserved for the system. Then the Switch 1 ran on Maxwell GPU architecture, whereas Switch 2 runs on Ampere GPU architecture. There's another category. I could not tell you. The names themselves don't really give away any information. However, you want to look at the CUDA cores? Don't even get me started on the CUDA cores. Look at these numbers. Switch 1, 256. Switch 2, 1,536. That's a lot more. That's like 6 times more. Those are numbers I can absolutely understand, and I am impressed. What a blessing! What a blessing to have so many CUDA cores. Finally, Nintendo's finally listening. Then you got GPU clocks similar to CPU clocks. I mean, it's just like how quickly it can run. I think, I don't know, whatever, I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try to guess on the Switch 1 docked,
I want them up to look up stuff before rambling about this stuff.
Handheld, maximum of 921 megahertz. Again,
he's doing his best impression of ESPN News.
Well, they are higher in this case for the GPU versus the CPU. Not by that much more. You've got 1,007 megahertz docked, 561
I got better Muppet voices than Arlo. I agree, I do.
Maximum 1.4
I can voice this fuzzy little Grover knockoff.
Those numbers are higher. So There you go. Here's some other stuff. Here's some other stuff that makes more sense. Well, down at the bottom of the list here, this makes more sense. The system memory slash interface. See the bits. I know that. Like an operating system, like Windows. It's like that, right? You got 32-bit or 64-bit. I think that's what this is talking about. I think. And on the Switch 1, it was.
I wonder if the commenters liked or hated this
LPDDR4,
video.
and then with a 64-bit, and now it's LPDDR5, which is another number higher, 128-bit, twice as high. Awesome. And then memory bandwidth, I'm seeing like per second values. Is that just how quickly it can access memory? Maybe. On the Switch 1, we had 25.6 gigabytes per second docked, 21.3 gigabytes per second handheld, and on Switch 2, we've got a pretty considerable leap here. Up from 25.6, we have 102 gigabytes.
Yeah, docked. I won't stop
and
ya.
then up from the 21.3, we have 68 gigabytes per second handheld. And then the best
Arlo
for
is
last,
very much
the thing that I
anti-AI. He is not
understand
asking
the
AI to
absolutely
describe the
best,
specs
just
to him.
RAM. We all know what RAM is. Everything has some gigabytes of RAM. Well,
He's all about the creative freedoms, my heckin' artists.
4 gigabytes of RAM. 3.2 gigabytes of that was available for running the games, whereas 0.8 gigabytes was reserved for.
Is Arlo anti-lolly? He's never brought the subject up.
That chunk is just locked away.
Can
just
someone
for
comment?
Running the system,
Arlo, what is your
everything.
stance
Home menu, any
on the LQ?
Capturing, just basically anything that's not actual gameplay. And then over
will
on Switch
you ban
2, we have
the
a total
commenters,
of
Arlo?
12 gigabytes.
Will you ban the commenters into this fucking sick degeneracy?
3 times
Arlo, your
increase.
community
I
is
like
full
that.
of
9
weirdos.
gigabytes of that
And
is
it needs to be
available for
swept up.
games. So, up from 3.2, pretty darn good. And then 3 gigabytes are reserved for the system itself. Now, the ratio is basically the same. The RAM has
The chat's
been
giving
tripled,
Arlo quite the
but
ratio
still
right now.
About 1/4 of the RAM is reserved for the system itself. However, in this case, it is a little bit surprising that much is reserved.
This video
for
is on the
system.
Topic
Just
Arlo
the
channel.
idea
That
of
is the
3
Ramble
gigabytes
channel.
At all, even if the ratio is still the same, it's just kind of like with each generation, games take more and more power to run, but like the system itself shouldn't take too much more because we're not introducing like that many crazy new features. So basically the idea is people are looking at that 3 gigabytes and being like, that's actually kind of high. And it seems that this is possibly primarily because of game chat. It could be that game chat is a lot more taxing to the system. It requires a lot more resources than one might expect.
Yeah, you're basically
And
running Discord on the system.
3 entire gigibytes of RAM
Constantly
are
while playing a game.
locked away.
I imagine it's very resource heavy.
unavailable, generally speaking, for games themselves to use. So yeah, there is this idea. It is potentially possible that game chat itself could have like an impact on.
Just so you know, we're on a new video. We're not on the game chat video anymore.
Running games well. If
In
Nintendo
case
has
you
to kind of
start
reserve
wondering if he's
some of
looping
the
it again.
system's power to run game chat. However, I'm not going to go into that right now. I think I'm going to make that its own video because that really is kind of its own entire discussion. And I don't know. I guess I'll
We need to
probably do that
heckin' talk
after
about this,
this
Nintendies.
one. Yeah, I'll probably just hit stop and then hit record again and do that one. So yeah, let's finish this video up. Those are the specs, and I'm not going to go into the big old breakdown of how it compares to every other system, and it's funny because other people have, even Digital Foundry has kind of compared it. How does this compare to the Steam Deck? How does it compare to an Xbox Series S? How does it compare to other handheld gaming PCs? The problem is that it's getting harder
The new
and harder
Fantasy
to
Life?
make those kinds of comparisons because
I know
there really
about it.
are
I never played the original
so many
Fantasy Life, though.
variables. There's
It's
so many
by
factors
Level
to
5,
consider,
which is a
and so
developer I
much of it really
like,
does
but
come down
they recently
to
lost
how
my,
any given developer
I've lost faith with
utilizes the architecture, and because there are so many differences, a lot of machines will be better
Hope
at
the
one
new
thing
Layton
or
game
worse
is
at another
alright.
thing, or
Professor Layton.
sometimes it won't be necessarily clear how something is going to perform until you get it in your own hands, or until more people have dev kits in their hands, or until the games come out and they can run analysis on the games. Like, it's not easy. You can't just look at it and be like, oh, it's exactly as powerful as this other thing, or it is worth 1.1 PS4s. It doesn't really quite work that way. But yeah, for the most part, we've got a pretty clear picture now of how powerful the thing is. And interestingly enough, this pretty much confirms most rumors. Apparently, rumors about the power of the Switch 2 date back to 2021. 4 years ago, we were already getting rumors of the Switch 2's specs, and it seems that, yeah, big surprise, they were actually pretty accurate, which means that, you know, Nintendo would have been planning for this system back then. You know, they want to get a leg up on things, they want to be developing some games so that at launch there are actual games for us to play. And even that early in the process, those numbers got out. I still don't know how. I feel like that would have been absolute top secret information. They didn't even confirm the existence of the Switch 2 until fairly recently, like, you know, last year. So way back in 2021.
Yeah, I was into Layton, but not Inazuma.
Most of it was
not into Yokai
true.
Watch.
Very interesting. But anyway, yeah, again, go check out Digital Foundry video. I'll put the link in the description. And I am gonna...
I thought that was the run,
like I said,
too.
I'm gonna turn this off and turn it back on again, do the other one. Let's go.
Dude, he was just hashing out videos this night. Whatever night this was. Let's take a break from him. Alana Pierce erased the evidence! What? This is continuing off the previous Alana Pierce video. The lady who said she worked on God of War Ragnarok, surprise, surprise, she actually did work on God of War Ragnarok, but she didn't do anything significant, apparently, and now she's denying that she ever worked on it at all. But guess what? She lied.
I have to make a special thank you to Alana Pierce. I'm sure it wasn't directly because of my video. I presume she hasn't even seen it. But she did relist the video I asked
Yeah, he's got 2 more videos on her.
It hasn't been returned to the original title that most viewers would have seen, that I think really cements the idea that the implication is answers related to her work relate to God of War, because originally the title was What It's Like to Work on God of War, but props for transparency. You know,
Tim's voice coming out of Arlo, the Arlo Muppet would be funny.
I
never even claimed to be a writer on God of War Ragnarok. Anyway,
she did,
I never
she did.
implied it.
She
I
did,
never
you
said
did
it.
actually.
I only ever said I didn't do shit.
Obviously, I disagree, but since the video she used as evidence is now available for you to look at for yourself, whatever, I'm cool with that. There is something else, though, that I am extremely not cool with. She used a couple other clips in her video to support the idea that she never said she wrote on God of War. Now, neither of them actually function as evidence for that. They are just her humbly stating she didn't do much compared to other people because she came in late. That doesn't speak at all to the nature of her work. But that's beside the point, because I found there is a much greater problem with her evidence. You see, I decided to take a much closer look at this clip.
I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. And my pride comes a lot more from...
You see that little cut?
Game a ton.
Not suspicious in and of itself. If you watch one of my stream highlights, you'll see a million hard cuts like that. But I don't think that cut was there in the original upload. See, there's a website I like to use a lot that rips transcripts and metadata from YouTube videos to make them more easily searchable. Now, currently, the video Alana ripped a clip from has 60k views. But it seems like Filmart.com pulled all the info from it back when it had 56.7k views.
Is correct.
And something very interesting happens when you try to play the current version of the video alongside the transcript that Filmart ripped. It desyncs. And where exactly does it desync?
Game a ton.
Let me show you.
So I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. And my pride comes a lot more from, like, I'm a part of the studio.
Which means whatever she originally said after the word ton in that video has been removed afterwards in YouTube's editor. After at least 56,000 people saw the original version. So what did Alana cut out? Here's the transcript of what seems to be the erased section. The automated transcript has obviously fumbled certain words, but that always happens and we'll get the idea. I didn't work on this game a ton. I was just about to say, but then I stopped myself. I haven't gone asked, but yeah, like, sorry, I never really remember what's the works on it. I am allowed to say that I worked on the accessibility stuff, which I did. Like, I
That's what I believe. It's just dented shit. She didn't work on the actual story.
For writing, I think I'm allowed to say I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say what I can say.
Regardless, this
some
bitch
of my
lied.
supportive content, and I'm not allowed to say what. After that, there's a brief exchange where it's not clear who's saying what, but it looks like a bit of the old, oops, haha, yeah, I just mean I wrote the sliders, haha. Let's get away from this subject, which obviously isn't the stuff she can't tell you about. So, sure sounds to me like that's her stating she wrote for the game, but can't tell you about it. Maybe it's a very teeny tiny amount, but she absolutely has stated that she did writing on this specific game. Want to see a really cool other piece of evidence that a big chunk was cut out? A video is playing in the background.
I always feel like I have to give the context.
Now that is the God of War reveal trailer. Here's the frame it was on right before the cut in her video. That's about 20 seconds into the reveal trailer. And here's how far her cut skips it ahead.
A ton. And
this is from about 1 minute 10 in the reveal trailer.
I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. And
quick maths. That's a 50-second jump. What a perfect amount of time to say everything that was in the original transcript. Like I said in my previous video, mostly looking into her is going to be a waste of time, because her methods mean being able to catch things is a matter of luck. Was it already archived by someone else or an automated system before she tried to cover stuff up? And like I said before, I don't really understand why it's such a big deal. Does she think they're going to come after her for breaking her contract at this point? But what I do think is a very, very big deal is trying to manipulate masses like this for your personal benefit. Doing it just to own the chuds and protect your image when they're
I'm not letting it go,
and to be
Knox.
saying things like this.
This is the internet. If I had ever said that, there would be receipts. There are none. Nobody has found one because none of them exist.
When you
But you erased
know
it.
what you've done to hide it is obscene. Free advice. Don't be saying stuff like that unless it really is true. Some of us take that as a challenge, and I find that to be quite a disgusting statement, given the traces of your behavior I've uncovered. Maybe it doesn't exist now, but it did exist before, didn't it? And as I said previously, who knows how many other examples have been successfully swept away. If you blabbed, if you messed up, if you overstated your role momentarily a few times, that's understandable. But when you start lying to the world, start wiping things away and pretending, no, you never saw that, it's not real, that, in and of itself, ticks me off and is wrong.
It's wrong! So there you go. She's erasing proof that she wrote on the game by editing former videos. Not former videos, but older videos of her talking about writing for the game. Why does it matter that she wrote on the game? Because she's apparently the reason. Well, I assume I have to assume anti-wokies. We're gonna call them the anti-wokies, the base chudlers, criticizing the game. In hindsight, looked at the credits and noticed that she wasn't there, and then remembered her bragging and boasting about writing for the game. And then want her to admit that she lied the whole time? Maybe they want her. No, wait. They want her to admit to writing on the game because then it justifies their complaints about it. Yeah, we got 6 plats, Jesse. We got I Hate Alana Pierce. This is the 3rd video that he did on her.
Just a quickie because there's not much to say, but...
Whoa, helium harmful? Get out of here. It's because I'm using Chrome. Leave me be.
Just a quickie because there's not much to say, but huge shout out to Nobody on YouTube. He saw my last video about Alana Pierce's lies and cover-up and decided to dig for himself, and he found something very interesting. I discovered that a piece had been clipped out of her YouTube upload of a podcast episode. I also found the auto transcript where it kinda sounds like she's saying she wrote on the game. Nobody very wisely decided to check if the podcast was uploaded anywhere else, and it was. And she didn't clip out that section there, and she says more than was in the auto transcript I found. Just as a refresher, here's the lie.
Never even claimed to be a writer on God of War Ragnarok, anywhere. I never implied it, I never said it, I only ever said I didn't do
Never said she was a writer on it, never implied it, only ever said she didn't do crap. And one of the pieces of evidence she provides us with to say that's the truth is this.
From Men in Black. I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. And
But as I showed in my previous video, something has been cut out of that after she says the word ton. And she didn't just cut it out for the clip, it is cut out of the video she's recording.
What game is this? This is still Crash Bandicoot. It's Crash 3.
Let's have a listen
this is
to
a
what was
side
originally
level.
there. Credit to nobody for finding this.
So I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. I
was just about to say, but then I stopped myself. I was going to ask.
Let's hear that again.
I have written on it.
A couple more times.
I have written on it. I have written on it.
She said, I didn't work on this game a ton, and then the next words out of
You've
her
been
mouth
listening
were,
for 4 hours.
I have written on it.
Fair
The
enough.
clip she used to show us that she would have never said that is a clip
A lot of
she
gimmick levels in
manually
this one.
cut herself saying it out of.
That
The
doesn't have
quote of
anything
her
to do with
saying,
platforming.
I have written on it was in that video until recently. We know because it's in the archived auto transcript. We know because there are comments from 2 years ago quoting parts from the larger chunk she cut out around it. This quote isn't in the video anymore, but it used to be, and it's in the podcast uploaded elsewhere. This might be the most blatant, ludicrous lying I have ever seen on YouTube. Why the hell would you even use that clip? Do you get off on it? Does it feel good to mess with people? To rub in the world's face exactly where you said the thing you're lying about not saying, just with it snipped out sneakily. That is like lying for lying's sake. That is sick.
This is how I got accused of lying about writing on a game that I never claimed to write on, while I was actively employed at a studio. Like, did you think that I would lie about writing on something while I still worked there? Like, why would... All of my colleagues could see what I'm saying.
She said all this to, at this point, hundreds of thousands of people, knowing she had just covered up her saying this.
I didn't work on this game a ton. I
was just about to say, but then I stopped myself.
I have written on it.
I'll admit, I don't know why you'd say that, but you did. And I don't know why you're lying now either, but you have. This isn't a mistake. You didn't slip and fall onto your keyboard and delete that chunk perfectly out of the video. You know you said it. You know you said exactly what you're saying you didn't say. I agree. It is nutty behavior that doesn't make sense, that a normal human being would not engage in, but it is your behavior.
Engage.
So what does that mean? I thought people were being too harsh calling you a compulsive liar, but as you yourself note, why would you be behaving like this otherwise?
The reality is it almost doesn't even matter whether she wrote on the game or not. It's just the fact, what actually matters is her lying about it and manipulating everyone else into thinking that she never said the thing that she actually said at all. It actually says a lot about her own behavior as an individual, and people like that you probably should just not be around. It's very much, if she can lie about this, what else will she lie about? Speaking of people who lie or misrepresent things, we got one more. This one's about, so a Brianna Wu video came out by Dead Name Domain. This is the same person who put out the video on Synthetic Man. Remember the Synthetic Man documentary that we watched once upon a time? And, you know, a lot of people had some stuff to say about that documentary. That was back when everyone still loved Synthetic Man. Loved as in quotations. This person has since put out a video on Brianna Wu. It's like, it's caused a little spicy. It's causing a lot of infighting, you guys. However, to illustrate some of the points about Brianna Wu in that video, a Dead Name Domain does revise a little bit of Gamergate history and harmful opinions, being someone that actually existed around the time of Gamergate. We're going to use the naughty double G word. Actually remembers some stuff from Gamergate and is taking Dead Name Domain to task. No, we're not actually watching the Brianna Wu documentary.
And it was brought to my attention a little while ago that
Yeah, since you brought it up, Discord Merchant, I wasn't watching his stuff for that era. I'm finding out about it just by him tangentially, occasionally bringing her up in the streams today. But the regulars over there talk about, like, oh yeah, she used to be such a bitch. Oh yeah, she would ruin your stream, Tim. She'd cause you to put your stream on hold for like an hour while we had to, like, see your fucking dumb slideshows, Tim. Sounds awful. Yeah, apparently his family was very abusive to him. I'm glad he's out of that situation.
When it was brought to my attention a little while ago.
Yeah, the shitty game. That's what they were talking about. She would force Tim to stop his stream for like an hour while she showed off her shitty game. I've not seen any of this, but this is what the regulars there were talking about when this was recently brought up, and Tim did like a flashback moment.
When it was brought to my attention a little while ago that a 2-hour Brianna Wu hate vid had dropped, I was looking forward to watching it. But when I sat down to listen,
it's a video of hate.
There were some entertaining nuggets, but midway through, the entire piece's teeth were ripped out with a pair of pliers by the sudden revelation that the author, Dead Domain, is either a severe liar or completely brain dead. During the section covering Brianna Wu and Gamergate, Dead Domain goes out of their way to paint Brianna as unique and very, very different to Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn, suggesting that unlike these two, Wu was an attention seeker.
She was an alphabet person.
Now, this is anecdotal, but I spent hours Googling, gathering, and searching for interviews done by Anita, Brianna, and Zoe during this time.
Dead Domain claims to have spent hours trying to dig up
I'd rather listen to Arlo's voice.
I have spent no more than 10 minutes looking for stuff for this video.
When it was active in 2014 and the year or so following, with rare exceptions like an appearance on a talk show from Anita.
What the hell you mean on a talk show?
Here now to be talked to is media critic and creator of the web series Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian. Ms. Sarkeesian.
Yes, there she is.
Don't know the Colbert Report. I'm sure they really had to twist Anita's arm to get her to appear as a guest and have all her shit promoted there.
Almost all of Quinn and Sarkeesian's interviews came years after the harassment campaigns that were threatening them and their families' lives.
Wrong.
One, based on what I have in front of me right now, I'm not sure that's true. But two, think for a second. These two people did more interviews over the course of 9 years than they did over the course of 2.
Brianna wasn't like that.
True, I'll give you that one, but these other two women weren't like that either, which we'll get to.
For as much hate as they received and were targeted for, they very obviously wanted to try and continue living their lives, and were hesitant to be cast as some kind of ideological leaders on the front lines of Gamergate, despite not being given much of a choice.
I take it you didn't find the Rolling Stone interview titled Anita Sarkeesian on Gamergate. We have a problem, and we are going to fix this. Published on October 17th,
Who the fuck is we?
2014. And if Dead Domain was searching for hours, I don't really understand how they could possibly miss Zoe Quinn, Gamergate Must Be Condemned, published by the BBC on the 29th of October, 2014. That piece was accompanied by a separate video interview that was published the next day, in which, far from being hesitant to be cast as an ideological leader on the front lines of Gamergate, as Dead Domain put it, Zoe Quinn tearfully provides her heroic motivation to never back down.
I have a folder on my desktop called Those
Is it next
Who
to your
Left,
tax folder?
And every time somebody sends me a message saying like, hey, I really admire your strength, but it's not worth it for me, I'm leaving.
How big's this world? Don't do it!
Disturbingly big. That's one of the reasons I can't back down.
Dead Domain's characterization
Should I drink the rest of this bottle of vodka? Go for it. It's Sunday.
They're either lying or have no idea how to search for things.
Compare, for example, Anita being quoted as saying it's frustrating to be known as a survivor of Gamergate, and then Brianna continuing to wear it as a badge of honor, to this day proudly touting her facing down the internet hordes as an achievement.
A former game developer, and I think most
face
people
down
know
Gamergate
from,
leader Ethan Ralph.
Alright, I'll compare them. They're quite similar.
On the front
headline
lines.
Dead Domain pulled up is from 2017, and the article itself notes that Anita was still yapping. Feminist Frequency tweeted in June of this year, Gamergate still exists, still harasses marginalized voices, and still affects our daily lives. The abuse has never stopped. The headline quote isn't her putting it behind her, it's just another layer of victimization. And in seconds, I found that 5 years after that, Anita was trying to use juicy Gamergate gossip to promote her show on Nebula.
You want to know what really happened with Gamergate? That time when we'll take you through the context, the players, and the controversy.
The fantasy-based attack on Wu as being terrible when these women are great actually minimizes the real cringe, the true embarrassment. Far from being different, Wu is actually, very obviously deliberately, exactly the same. Let's jump back a bit in Dead Domain's video to where they talk about a
Wow,
strategy
that's
Wu employed.
40
In fact, she
milliseconds
spent a lot of
faster.
time and effort trying to goad people into engaging with her online. I don't want to make it sound like she didn't get any harassment, by the way, but there is overwhelming evidence that Brianna continually went out of her way to poke and prod the Gamergate forums, which you can see in these tweets from October 10th, 2014. You can see from these tweets she starts the mocking around 10:30 a.m., and by 4:30 p.m., she announces the same day that 8chan has doxed her, and proceeds to talk about fleeing her home with her husband for fear of violence.
Hey, that story sounds really familiar. A little over a month earlier, Anita posted a screen cap of a nasty email she'd received and said she wasn't afraid of strawman quote-unquote rebuttals. 4 hours later, she says, some very scary threats have just been made against me and my family. Contacting authorities now. Followed by, I'm safe. Authorities have been notified. Staying with friends tonight. I'm not giving up, but this harassment of women in tech must stop. Now let's check out those threats that forced Wu to leave home.
Particularly pointing to threats not from 8chan, but from a
So he's
Twitter
claimed the
account,
game.
Chatter
He's claimed the
White
fame
Man.
in game
Looks like
development
Brianna
was
learned
using
from the
Twine.
master. If we hop back to August 27th, we can see that Anita also posted the threats made against her.
I thought her claim to fame was sucking off those 5 guys.
Nasty tweets.
3 days later, Brianna had an interview on the front page of Cosmopolitan. Soon enough, the list of her interviews would encompass the Boston Globe, Verge, Polygon, Huffington
Next
Post,
week is Mario Kart 8
VentureBeat, Daily Mail,
long
BuzzFeed,
weekend,
6
I am
Access,
aware.
and like a dozen others.
I promoted it
all
earlier.
focused on the narrative that this Gamergate harassment campaign had driven a game developer from her home.
It took 3 days for coverage to start. Nice try, Wu, but it only took them 2 to start covering Anita. The Guardian's coverage of Anita even noted how much coverage there was of Anita. Even one of the example articles Dead Domain just used to show Wu getting attention features Anita's story. The title's Another Woman Flees. Who do you think one of the other ones is? Ah, but harmful. Anita wasn't interviewed for those articles, and Dead Domain said interview. Sure, but do we know that she was even asked for comment or invited? Later in October, when a speaking engagement at a school was threatened and she chose to dip out, she was on it. When the Colbert Report invited her, she did an interview covering online hate with Game Informer, did another interview about it with Democracy Now! She went on MSNBC talking about this stuff. She was on NPR, PBS, CBS, front page of the New York Times. I think that beats Cosmo. Hashtag Stop Gamergate, by the way. On the 28th, the New York Times gave her an op-ed spot, too. She even made time to talk to local news. If we jump back again to the Twitter thread she left her house over, she was talking about that at a festival, which, by the way, is one of only 2 media appearances she lists on her website.
I'm not saying Brianna was never harassed or sent death threats, but the speed with which she not only entered the conversation, but went from nobody knowing her name to apparently needing to flee her house for fear of her life, all the while she continued
Why are you denying her
speaking up.
lived experience, Dead Name Domain?
It's so wildly at odds with what you see from Zoe and Anita. That's just a fact.
Dead Domain, are you okay? What the hell were you searching all those hours? Saying Brianna continued speaking up through this and that's wildly different to Anita and Zoe is insane. Ludicrous. Anita was literally retweeting Brianna Wu and saying +1, i.e. me too. She was posting hate mail. Her feed on Twitter from that time period is her sharing Gamergate coverage, throwing insults into the Gamergate tag. She made sure the hashtag was on her post about death threats. The only real difference is that Wu's a pale imitation of this shamelessness. And worse, Wu's actually a copy of a copy. It's hard to say who's copying
And
who
she
with
has
Zoe
a
and Anita,
penis.
but Wu was most definitely copying both of them after having seen the attention they could get. And in October, they realized there was more to gain if they banded together, with all of them gaining news media interviews that month. And talking about each other, here's Zoe on MSNBC.
What's your message to those men?
Die.
I really wish they would just grow up. I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Brianna. Neither are any of the other women
woman. I'm not going anywhere.
who have been targeted.
Even if I died, I will have lived, Gator.
Gamergate more and make more references nowadays, especially. The other 2 definitely rode it for more attention, jumping at any opportunity to get their name out there, including appearing at UN Women. Think UN's version
Not
of
going
TEDx,
anywhere. Where are
to
they
help
now?
promote its
Yep.
cyber violence against women and girls report, which suggested that video
Oh,
games
Brianna
are
Wu's
turning
still
kids
trying to
into,
edge herself
quote,
in the politics.
killing zombies.
Herself.
Whoopsie doodle.
Them, some zim zam zibbity bam.
That if in a video attacking Brianna Wu for these characteristics,
documentary was only made because Brianna Wu
is
is pro-Israel.
Whole piece instantly becomes fake and gay. I think Dead Domain has one or two real problems with Brianna. One of them definitely being support for Israel, which is fair enough,
there it is.
especially the way Wu does it, and everything else. Dead Domain's heart isn't in it. Would not attack other people for the same. Is either pretending not to know things, or is just a sub-functioning human being who couldn't find this stuff, which is effortless to uncover. And either way, 2 hours of my life were wasted watching this video. Fuck you.
Big ups. Yeah, he saw parts of the Brianna Wu documentary. Josh watched a giant chunk of it because he's got a lot to say about Brianna. It was, it's very biased, and I have to agree with the assessment that it only exists because Brianna's attempting to get into mainstream politics, and it caps hard for Israel. It's been good so far, Zinger. Thank you, Nerdle.
I must say I am.
We have... What is this video? I hate Innuendo Studios.
I'm delighted to see that Innuendo Studios, aka Ian Danskin, aka the HuffPost Cuck, has returned to his true calling, his real talent.
Off and on for the last few years, I have freelanced as a crowdfunding consultant.
It looks like the guy who cried at the Star Wars trailer.
He convinced 3,372 people to collectively throw $155,000 into a black pit. Absolutely incredible. Hey, I wouldn't mind 150 grand extra pocket change, so Ian, how'd you do it? What's your hot tip?
I want to stress this because it's crucial. The average crowdfunding campaign lives or dies on the perception of sincerity.
Okay, I got it. Appear sincere, but here's the thing. Once you have that in your head, it kind of messes with you, right? Pushes you towards amateur theatrics.
I don't know. DSP's the most honest person we know, and he's like broke all the time.
Clueless child, really hamming it up, grasping clumsily at people's heartstrings. I don't know how I'd do that. So Ian, could you show me how you pulled this off?
I don't know. I don't know what's out there. I'm probably calling it temp agency on Monday. Good God. You know what it's like to have a resume that just says content creator for 11 years? What does that even qualify you for? But, it's been an honor.
What does that even qualify you for? Rope enthusiast?
And I hope we see each other again soon. Thank you.
Oh, he literally clutched his heart. Oh man, you guys got rinsed. I thought Ian was teaching you how not to get screwed over by basic rhetoric. Though to be fair, I guess he was only warning you about the alt-right, not theater kids. How many times do you think he watched that
I think Josh went over
to make
this
sure
guy
it was
then.
good enough?
This is
to
who I
make sure
think
it
it is.
seemed real enough. It absolutely tickles me that his comment section is a flood of people thanking him, worshipping him for saving them from their vulnerability to being manipulated by freaks online. People saying they're teachers using his videos to educate kids, but they couldn't even clock, didn't even pick up on the manipulation in the title alone of this video. Being a YouTuber bankrupted me. How do YouTubers make
this
money?
Is the guy that
Let me
Josh
translate
covered.
this title. You didn't give me enough money.
I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing money. There wasn't a life I could have been living these past 7 years where I would have earned $100,000 more than I did.
Nothing I could have done, dude. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. You could have given him more money, though, couldn't you? And the very next line he speaks mentions Patreon.
So, backers on Patreon already know about this.
Translation, you didn't give me enough money.
Right before COVID happened, you know, like, the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made, and it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip, and it's never really recovered. You know, once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while.
But back. Hurt his back and he needs money? Sound like anybody would know?
it's really seemed like, especially with joining Nebula and everything, it keeps feeling like if I could just hang on a little longer.
Keep hearing about that Nebula platform.
Think about it. What is he telling you over and over and over again about why he's in such a terrible position? What he just explained. How would that have worked out? Translation, you didn't give me enough money. Just a little reminder here that these are the words from a man who, on Patreon alone, has been getting over $3,000 a month since the end of 2018.
And life just got more expensive.
Sure, but I think a bit more than inflation has affected your outgoings there, buddy. You want to talk about that? Well, actually, yes. Yes, he does. At least now that sycophants have saved him from his alleged debt. Having more than doubled his goal, he shut down the ability for people to donate.
60K in
I
debt,
feel like I
don't
should
lie.
say, here's the plan, but I don't have one yet. It's going to take a while before I can comprehend this. I was up till 1 a.m. last night because some part of my brain said, you have to figure out what to do with all this. And I couldn't. I don't know how to work on this scale. I could only think, I guess I could get my bike tuned up. I could buy blueprints without waiting for a sale. I could get some nicer pants. Cool ideas, but what if instead you made a fucking budget?
Begging
you
and
fucking
trying to play
retard?
blueprints?
How about instead of blowing this
He's
money
ticking
on
so many
bullshit,
boxes right
this
now, chat.
cash you've clawed out of vulnerable people. Look at your comment section. Look at who's donating. These people are not okay, Ian, and they view you as a savior. Instead of setting fire to it, how about you make sure you never ever end up in this situation again? Because right now what I'm seeing is a gambler given 150 grand. He said he was gambling on his YouTube channel, on his Nebula, breaking through, making everything work out. And now that's worked out, hasn't it? So what do you think he's learned? I understand that in Ian's mind, this is a parasocial business transaction. People are actually buying something. I'll let him explain.
What people are buying is the privilege to be part of your story. We go on crowdfunding sites and tell our stories about what we want to make and why they matter to us. People get that investment when the story is good and when they trust the person telling it.
People who do have to work shit-ass jobs are bankrolling you to vicariously live the fantasy of not having to get a shit-ass real job. Your CV is a joke that would scare almost any employer off of you. Read the profile section. As you acknowledge, given your experience and your qualifications... Sorry, that was the ragman. Maybe Ian should try that job on for size. Anyway, as he acknowledges, he could only get bottom-of-the-barrel trash employment, which compared with simply changing his content strategy would be a massive income downgrade. So it's obvious the whole, I'm gonna have to go to a temp agency. Here's my CV, please help me get a job. I don't know what to do. I'm a baby boo-boo. I don't know what's out there. All of that is a fantasy for you to literally buy into. The CV isn't a CV, it's a theatrical prop for you to see. If you watched this video and then decided, yeah, you know what, this guy really saved me from being so vulnerable to manipulation, get your money back. You didn't learn shit. Ian Danskin absolutely could have made a video in which he said, oh my god, I've really messed up very badly. I thought I could dig myself out, I can't. Please help me. I still would have laughed at him, but it wouldn't have made me angry. Instead, he made this video. And if you have learned anything at all about being critical of media online from him, I implore you to watch it again and actually think about what he has chosen to do, because he didn't have to do it this way, but he did. And he did for a reason. Watch it again without the endorsement of the ContraPoints Skinwalker or AI kiddie cartoon enjoyer clouding your vision. The Innuendo Studios video, being a YouTuber bankrupted me, is so slippery, tricky, and manipulative that I consider it an attack on any who watch it. It is genuinely messing with me how people do not instantly see how insane this video is.
If making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones.
You have to avoid the bombs? Yeah, probably.
Or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancers own every April.
I've already beaten the game. I'm doing time trials, which is the only one where time trials are necessary for 100%.
At a loss for 7 years.
This isn't a leftist hero genius. This is a guy who should be getting bullied on that channel where the guy goes over your finances. 7 years of severe retardation, and the most responsibility he can take is...
I'm not gonna say I'm perfect at managing money.
To say the least, Ian. One of the greatest advantages of being an online content creator is the degree of control you have of your outgoings. You can do it from anywhere. You can live as frugally as you need to, so long as you can plug your computer in, or even just recharge your phone and can get an internet connection. If this guy can win the content creator lottery and mess it up, maybe YouTubing or self-employment more generally just isn't for him, maybe he should stop taking advantage of people who are clearly not all there and have a warped view of his importance, and maybe the people who do know better should stop enabling his bad decisions. Let him actually learn a lesson instead of just continuing to teach from a place of zero experience.
That was really bad at the middle there. Anyway, fuck that guy. It's not harmful. Well, I said Phil should have gone somewhere in the Midwest like in Nebraska. Why did I say Nebraska? Nebraska. Low cost of living, he can live in his cave. His cave that he can never exit out of. Now, Sarah knows he's just being a little cheat about it. Little cheeky cheat. Yeah, that guy didn't pass the sniff test as soon as he talked about the perception of honesty. You sound super tired. I am, and I gotta be up in the morning, so I'm not gonna get all the plats tonight. We'll have to split this and finish it this week. Thank you, DeBlanc. Yeah, Clip was pretty good, Nurgle. Thank you.
Nintendo does not.
This is... Nintendo reserves the right to kill your Switch 2. Finally, let's get his take on the new privacy poly controversy.
Nintendo does not like piracy. Nintendo does not like emulation. They do not want you to do these things with your
I need to get
systems.
my pirating takes from
They do not want you to use your Nintendo console in a way that goes against their terms of service if it is not legally acquiring and playing approved software. Then they don't want to know about it. They don't want you doing it. We all know this. So going into a new generation, Switch 2 is coming, and Nintendo has updated their account user agreement. And it's funny because I just did a video a few days ago on how they have reserved the right to record people using the camera. And, you know, I was watching that video back
you don't have to buy,
and I wish that I had put a little bit more emphasis on them just trying to enforce their own rules, because I kind of put a bigger focus on the idea of like people committing crimes, you know, of like having to record people so you can like give the cops your footage or whatever. But that's just like that's one potential element. But it even says there they reserve the right to do it to enforce their own terms of service. So there's also just the whole angle of like, are you breaking the rules? Are you creating trouble? Then we reserve the right to, you know, to review what you've been doing and potentially ban your account or whatever. And I don't know if that means they're always recording everybody a little bit, so that if they get reported, they can like look at the footage and decide to ban the person.
Bill is asking Pete Chat to look up a character's move list instead of looking it up himself. Many such cases when it comes to fighting games that he plays.
Reported, then you get on the list, and then they're going to record you. I don't really know. Are they going to do any of that literally at all, or are they just kind of saying, "Hey, we could, so you better." You better not act out. I don't know, but I wanted to mention that, and that is kind of related to this. Yes, they've updated their account user agreement. Basically, they do not want you to do things to your Switch 2 that you should not do. And, you know, this is not a change itself per se. They've always not wanted you to do those naughty things, but now they've really given a complete overhaul to the whole entire wording of it. And it's really funny. The old version is as follows. You are not allowed to lease, rent, sublicense, publish, copy, modify, adapt, translate, reverse engineer, decompile, or disassemble all or any portion of the Nintendo account services without Nintendo's written consent or unless otherwise expressly permitted by applicable law. So, all right. I mean, sure. It gets the idea across. But they, we've got the new version now to go along with Switch 2. And, they've really, well, let's just read it as quickly as I can. Without limitation, you agree that you may not A. Publish, copy, modify, reverse engineer, lease, rent, decompile, disassemble, distribute, offer for sale, or create derivative works of any portion of the Nintendo account services. B. Bypass, modify, decrypt, defeat, tamper with, or otherwise circumvent any of the functions or protections of the Nintendo account services, including through the use of any hardware or software that would cause the Nintendo account services to operate other than in accordance with its documentation and intended use. C. Obtain, install,
when I hit
or
the mines,
use
it's for
any
a damage
unauthorized
boost.
copies of Nintendo account services, or D.
Know to
Exploit
cut
the
a
Nintendo
corner?
account services
'Cause turning-
in any manner
turning loses
other than
speed.
to use them in accordance with the applicable documentation and intended use
So I
in
try
each
not to
case
turn.
without Nintendo's written consent or express authorization, or unless otherwise expressly permitted by applicable law. All right, so translation. There's a lot of legalese, but don't worry, I'm an expert. Basically, the original version said, don't do bad things. And the new version says, hey, do not do any bad things, and we're extra serious. It very much reads like an angry parent who's had this conversation way too many times, and they are just done. But that is not the interesting part. The interesting part is they have also added a little chunk of what they might actually do to you if you do any of these naughty things. It says right here, you acknowledge that if you fail to comply with the foregoing restrictions, Nintendo may render the Nintendo account services and/or the applicable Nintendo device permanently unusable in whole or in part. So basically, they are reserving the right,
the one by the ship,
brick your
I could
Switch
try
2
it.
to just like kill it, just like remotely kill it. They're saying if you step out of line, you try to do something with your system you're not supposed to do, we could just kill it. We could brick it for you. And this isn't like, I mean, having a bricked system, that's always been kind of like the risk of modifying a system at all. It's one reason I've never wanted to do it. I mean, there's a million reasons, mostly just I'm lazy, but also just this idea that I'll mess up and it'll screw it up. So like, it's always been, you know, a possibility. You modify your system, it could get screwed up. And there's always this idea, what if they do it? You know, what if they, because it's been this long history of like, which version of the software, the firmware do you have to do it, and all of these weird, you know, all these hoops you gotta jump through. And I've always wondered, like, would it be easy for Nintendo or any company to just kind of like, there's gotta be flags. There's gotta be some way that they can tell things are being tampered with. And I feel like in theory, they would be able to just kind of do whatever they want if they noticed. I really don't know how it works. Maybe it's not so obvious from their perspective. Maybe there are workarounds. But yeah, but basically that is what they're saying.
I need
now.
better RNG with the smaller
you doing
bow.
this stuff, then we can render your thing,
You'd
your
be
device,
using speedrunner terms.
permanently unusable in whole or in part. And I imagine that in part could just mean certain stuff. You know, it could just be like, oh, like game chat is now, you know, again, looking at the camera and the terms of service, just no game chat. We're just going to permanently lock you out of game chat from this account, like forever. Or I don't know, maybe they could shut down your access to the eShop or something. I really don't know. But yeah, it does say in whole or in part. So in theory, they could notice that you have hacked your Switch. Sorry, we don't want you to do that. So there it is, it's done, it's gone, it's dead. It's a dead system now. And I imagine they could also probably just shut down your Nintendo account. Now, realistically, Is this going to happen? Is there anything new here? It's a brand new system, so I don't know. Again, I don't know much about it, but like in theory,
I was on pace there.
Does that mean that they have better methods now for detecting
I
when
got
a person
completionist autism
has
too.
Altered their system? It's possible. Or is it like, no, we've
I'm gonna stick
always
to
had
cutting,
it. We're just
cutting
going to
the pirate
be
ship corner.
More strict about it now. We're
That was on
actually going to
pace.
do it. Now we're putting it right here. We are
I guess
warning
that 1 second
everybody
box is
that this is a
phony.
possibility.
A
Or
faux
is it
sense of
just
security.
that they want to scare us? It could just be like the camera thing. Yeah, in theory they could monitor this stuff and they could threaten it, but like I don't know. Does that mean that they're actually gonna do it? Like literally ever? Are we gonna start getting accounts of like people who are like, yeah, I tried to modify my Switch 2 and look, they bricked it. Like the second it touched the internet, it noticed that it had been tampered with and it just doesn't work anymore? Is that gonna happen?
No.
I really don't know.
It didn't happen for the past 3 or 4 Nintendo consoles. It will not start now.
It's like, kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of split. It's kind of unfortunate. I really do think it's a little bit silly that you can dictate what a person does with a device that they bought, especially because there are a lot of ways to modify these things that are, you know, not illegal. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be stealing games, but on the other hand, it probably usually does. It's probably usually what people do on these things, or they're emulating, which doesn't necessarily. Never mind. I'm not going to dredge up the whole entire thing of whether or not it's okay.
Oh man. Yeah.
I get where they're coming from.
It was that
you know,
one
I
box
get
that I was driving off to.
I see
Cutting
it.
the pirate ship is what did it.
That's the thing. People are like, oh, evil Nintendo. I can't believe that they want us to not.
I'm just
pirate
glad
all
it's
their
over.
games.
I'm
I get it.
glad
Like,
it's over.
You know, on the one hand, yeah, let me do whatever I want. But on the other hand, yeah, I could pirate games. I could steal them.
No, don't
if
pirate
I modify
games.
my Switch. So
Stop pirating.
I understand why Nintendo would do this. I don't think this is just them being backwards.
In this stream, all that, it's a huge W.
It's just them trying to protect themselves, and I get it. I don't like it, but I
Probably
get it.
should.
And honestly, like, if I were a big company,
I'll go until Arlo
and I
ends,
was
then Daily
trying to
Wrap.
protect myself, and if I felt that piracy and emulation were something of a threat, they're really not. Even like if you just look at the raw statistics, I will take a side there. It's not really. You're not really losing a lot of sales from piracy. Whatever.
We'll do the rest of the time
If I were a
trials
company
Tuesday.
and I felt that
And I promise I'll do the poll
to
then.
take that position. I have to take that stance of like piracy is bad. We have to prevent people from modifying our systems. Then like, yeah, I would put a clause in there that says we can brick your system. Why not? Like, just why not? You know, most people are not going to do any of this. I'm not going to do any of this. I'm not going to modify my system. I don't have to worry about it. Nobody has to worry about it unless they are really seriously modifying their. Like, if you're doing that, if you like, that's your thing.
Guessing
then like
ramps
you
again are
do
your
you.
mortal enemy.
But there's always risks involved. They know that you know the risks. So if there's an extra risk of like, yeah, we'll just brick it. You'll just lose your money. That'll just be money down the toilet. Might as well flush your Switch 2 down the toilet. You'll have to buy a brand new one if you want a new one. Don't break the terms of service again. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I guess going forward, we'll see if this is an empty threat or what. But yeah, if any of you are planning on modifying your Nintendo Switch 2 hardware, be really careful. I'm not hoping your system gets bricked, but like, if it does, then I don't know. That stinks. It's a real shame. Now I'm imagining a company like having like a real software command. Oh, here's an update that we can push to a Switch, you know, to break it, to just kill it. And if you're doing that, you could do it in any way you wanted. Obviously, you could just like, I don't know, it crashes. It's just an error message. But like, if this is a purposeful thing, this is a real thing. No, this is an official software update that is reserved for people who have flagged the system because they're modifying their Switch 2. So like, you could make it like a thing. It could do it like in a fun Nintendo way. You know, Nintendo's all about taking normal things and like making something fun out of them. You know, even something like, oh, like transferring data from one system
We're gonna make
to another.
console
That's
bricking
a simple
fun.
process. You know, but let's make a little fun thing out of it. Let's have little Pikmin like carrying the data around. Well, if we're gonna brick someone's system, make it fun. Have a little animation. You know, like Mario has like brick blocks. You could use that. have like a picture of a brick block
like
come
that.
up, and it's like, sorry, your system has been bricked. Game over. You'll have to buy a new Switch too, sorry. Man, you could do one for every game series. This is fun. This is like Alarmo. It's like you have little themes, you know, Ganondorf comes up. Darkness has covered the land, and your Switch has been bricked. This is the downfall timeline. Ganondorf says, I may be the king of evil, but even I wouldn't pirate a Nintendo game.
Ganon would absolutely say that. I agree. Okay. I would have to see Nintendo start doing that to believe that they would make a move on that. I think it's a bit overblown. The hoopla over that. They have shown no precedent that they would even start doing that. And clauses in their toss for shit like that have existed since the fucking Wii. And it seems to be more for legalities than anything. God, I had one more thing I wanted to say. No! Oh, what did I want to say? I'm going dented mode. I literally can't. I had one more point. I had one more point on that. Oh, I got it. I took it all back. I agree with Seru. Seru had a take. I asked him about it off stream. I agree with the idea that we can't defeat Nintendo and stuff like that any more than Apple. So it's not necessarily that I'm just rolling over and letting them belt me with diameter, but it's more like I'm one person, sir, and what do you want me to do? Because I'm still going to play the games. There's nothing you can do to prevent me from playing the games. So it's very much like armchair slacktivism. Though Louis Rossman's video goes a bit more into it and into that kind of department. And Seru's response makes more sense after watching that video. This is just Arlo tangentially capping for Nintendo, as he tends to do. This is Great Return, Claire Obscure, worst GSP tries it ever, CVS to action, Daily Wrap, May 18th, 2025. Let me, dude, I'm gonna end the stream, and all I'm gonna have to eat is this honey bun. As though the Tevin clone accusations couldn't get any stronger. Anyway.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, the 18th of May, 2025, my return day from having a day off. As you can see, some successful support today. There's still residual pop-ups from my late stream. Let's talk about how the day went, because it actually was a pretty darn good day.
Did you verify that person? Are they real?
On podcast, we talked about my history with the fast food chain Subway and how I had actually
you had the real
of the
Subway.
1980s when it wasn't even called Subway. Okay, and then we chilled and we talked a little bit about the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, what I thought about it after having played it all day on Friday, and the future of my schedule, because my
history
schedule had changed
eating
up a bit
fast
this
food.
week. There's actually going to be a couple days with no podcasts, including tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a moment.
No podcasts.
So we got insane.
Holy shit. So now I maybe I missed this announcement from today's podcast. DSP is now doing what everyone said he should have done. DSP is now foregoing the podcast. DSP is now giving back to the viewer the gameplay that you deserve, that you, the viewer, were scammed out of because he decided to gab for longer than originally intended. Remember the days of 20-minute pre-streams? Well, now DSP is cutting you an even better deal. Now he's gonna gab for like 3 minutes and then get straight to the gameplay. People thought he wouldn't do it. They said, you're crazy for thinking he would ever bring more gameplay back. The podcast, he says, oh my god, I make so much more money on the podcast than the gameplay. Well, guess what? You're felted. You're felted, bud. No podcast. No podcast. Let's have a bet. DSP will be playing Minecraft tomorrow night. Will he change his avatar from the balding skin? I want to say no.
Ounce of support. No exaggeration. We hit the goal of support before the podcast ended. So because of that,
I'll have to see it
we were able to focus on just Clear Obscure Expedition 33 during the stream. And it was great. Basically, at the point we were at in Clear Obscure, there was a ton of optional side content. There was a super boss that was a frozen ice style boss that was so hard to beat. It took me 50 minutes, but I got it done. But it was so frustrating because it was a grinding fight, and at the very end, he does this ultimate attack that you have to parry a zillion times. So hard, but I got it done. Then we fought another super boss that was like a bouncing super ball, and you had to parry him a zillion times to survive again. Then we went into a few optional areas. So for the first 1 to 2 hours of Clair Obscure, it was all optional content. We leveled up a ton. We got a ton of new pictos and things, great upgrades, new weapons, all kinds of great stuff. Then we continued on with the story. And we went to the Monaco station where we recruited another party member, had a few epic boss fights, and then moved into another part of the game where it was, again, more exploration and optional content. We actually did some more exploration, optional bosses, and we got to a whole new area. People, I don't know what it was called, but it's like a combination of ice and fire in the mountains. Apparently, it's a really hard optional area. People are saying it's like level 70. So I get into a fight with 3 enemies. They're tough, but I beat them. And I get like 150,000 experience. I'm like, so if I go through here and I just parry, I'll be able to win everything. I'm going to level up a ton. So next time we play, I'm going to attempt it, okay? So overall, Clear Obscure was great. We got insane amounts of support. Did we hit 2 goals? No, but close. Then it was DSP Tries It Subway.
All right, tell me about it.
4 things. Tuna salad, the
4
new hot honey chicken,
4 footlongs. They were footlongs, right?
Supposed to get
Sarah, were they footlongs?
Cookie. All I'm gonna say, because I want you to watch this video.
Oh my God!
This was, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not kidding, the most disappointing. And one of the items was one of the most utterly disgusting things
6-inch,
I've ever eaten on DSP Tries It in the entirety of its series. I got sick after the fact.
Do you believe him when he says it's the most disgusting DSP Tries It?
Just from the little that I did eat. And the item that was supposed to be the dessert
what was the backup
cookie
dinner?
Was completely wrong. It was absolutely revolting. So if you want to see one of the biggest episodes ever of DSP Tries It, go check it out over on DSP Reacts right now. It's pretty funny how bad this food was. I can't believe it. I really think that Subway should stop selling one of those products, and they owe the public an actual apology for it. Okay?
The company owes them an apology? Huh?
Capcom versus SNK2,
you owe me an apology, bitch, for trying to make content out of that motherfucker. Who do you think you are?
A lot of teleporting and a lot of annoyance, but at the same time, I'm getting better at the collection. I'm remembering a couple different teams and combinations that I used to use, and I'm actually having fun kind of alternating between a super serious team and a more joke team. Lots of great gameplay, lots of wins, a few losses.
New chicken sandwich,
really good
you're
players,
right.
One shitty pattern player, but otherwise, some pretty good gameplay, and I had a great time.
I know, I tried the chicken.
And everyone really enjoyed it. Last minute,
I think now they call it the Royal
Crispy. The goal. We not only hit it, but exceeded it, because 2 people did kind of like Hail Mary last minute contributions that made us exceed it. So we hit 2 goals today. We're at 72 out of 80. Remember, the reward is going to be DSP Tries It Red Robin at hopefully the end of the week.
Yum.
Now, tomorrow is different, and here's why, okay? Tomorrow, there is no podcast. I'm going to repeat myself. Tomorrow, there is no podcast, okay? Tomorrow, I'm going to go start the stream around 11:15 a.m. like I usually do. I'm going to get on stream around 11:30, hang out with you guys for 10-15 minutes tops, and once we just shoot the shit for a minute, we're going to start with Doom the Dark Ages. Why? Number 1, I just don't think that it's important to have a podcast every day these days. And number 2, we want to get maximum gameplay in of Doom this week so we could try to finish the game by the end of the week. So fingers crossed, we make big progress tomorrow, where I think we're starting on chapter 10 of 12. Maybe we'll beat multiple. We're going to be playing around 4 hours of gameplay, so maybe we'll beat multiple stages and stuff tomorrow. It'll be great.
Man, he already wants to beat it.
And come by and engage
it every May 1st, brother.
Doom the Dark Ages, okay? Tomorrow night on the late stream, it is Minecraft Java Edition returning. We're going to continue to build my farm. We're going to then try to get resources so I can start to craft iron objects. And then once we have all those resources, we can start to decide how to explore the world. So we're getting there. We're getting through these initial streams of becoming self-sufficient, having a farm, having livestock, etc., and then being able to move on and do more stuff, okay? Guys, thank you so very much. Please have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow for an amazing day of gameplay. Have a good night and peace out. Bye-bye, everybody.
the LARPer got him to finally skip the podcast. That's the real thing. Is it really Phil skipping the podcast of his own accord? Or is it DSP listening to the people in his ear that don't have his best interests at heart? Because the LARPers must have realized that although Phil talks to them more during the podcast, he also makes more money on the podcast. More gameplay means less money, means more begging. Basically, the strat for these is be good and know how to maintain speed, which is not something that I know how to do. So the time for this is 38 seconds, a time that I believe can't really be achieved unless you're constantly going super fast. Maybe the idea is that like they want you to hold that first boost for the whole race. God, that's it. Like, there's a car right there. If that one car wasn't there, I'd be just dandy. He rammed into me on purpose. It's such a... It's like a little sliver of road that car has given me. There aren't many time crates here either. So it's really just like, play good. Get good, brother. Trying not to go off ramps either. I don't think anybody liked these. I like the music. But holy shit, time trials? Mamma mia. I got a plat relic on every stage on the Switch version, so this is absolutely doable. He's cock blocking me. I don't see how you hit 38 unless you hold that first boost for the whole race. I'll show it again. $38.06. God damn. Alright, there you go. Although the game was complete, it wasn't 100%. So I'm gonna give this another stream, see if we get the rest of the relics. That'll be Tuesday. And yeah. God, I don't know why I thought the gimmick levels would be easier for the relics and the platforming levels would be the real challenge. But it kind of seems like it's actually the other way around. Yeah, I have to be up super early. Still, good that we were able to see the ending of the game at all. So, yeah, when I do this Tuesday, I said I was going to do the poll tonight, but it's late. And, so we'll do it Tuesday. 67% in 7 hours is pretty good as someone who's never played this. Well, thank you. No. I don't know. I think it was how long the beat was, like 5.5 hours for the main story. And I saw the ending in 3 hours. My death counter is 63. Now, I'm not counting deaths and time trials because the game doesn't count that as a death. Same thing with deaths and bonus rounds. But we're looking at 63. The easiest of the trilogy, by far. Yeah, but I already summed up the game during the credits segment. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm gonna take a siesta. I think we'll do Xenoblade tomorrow. Got Kino Casino coming back after they took Friday off. And yeah, Crash Tuesday. And yeah, that's everything. But boy, oh boy, I'm gonna hate tomorrow. It's another 9-hour shift. I love it. Oh, I love it. We're roosting, and we're gonna rate Tevin because he's still awake. He's not on BRB. Tevin is going over the subway situation. Let's go share the love. And before the MSI starts crying, let me load this up. Okay, we're good. Pablo, take it away. A little quiet, but close enough. Thanks for stopping by. Man, those last few hours of resetting those time trials really fucking drills it in ya. My skull is like kapow. I gotta go lie down. I got a lot to catch up on because I conked out way too early yesterday. We missed anime night. It's fucking over. I gotta make that up sometime over the week. And everything else. Big ups to the dingers and the dongers and the swollen __ ones who made it to the end of the stream. We do appreciate it. And big ups to all the positivity and the chill. Thank you to William the Alchemist. Rated with the party of 7. Egg Game 1738, the tier 1 for 32 months. Decepticon, tier 1 for 7 months in a row. 7 months total. Decepticon, rated with a party of 5. Almighty Tevin, gifted tier 1 to Aqua Saber for the 1 month. And everything else. Alright, we're gonna go to Tevin's place. Because he's watching the sub situation. And I gotta go watch my situation. As in, I gotta go collapse. But I appreciate everybody. As always, is there ever a moment in which I don't? Big ups Iced Coffee, thanks for showing up. At the last second. Wow! I don't know if Tevin has Crash Dance. Does he have the Crash Dance 7 TV emote? I don't even know if he does. Alright, I won't put it. Alright, bye-bye. Adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we did see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we did see you, hopefully we will see you next time.
if I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves each and every single day. Alright, take it easy. I gotta go collapse. Don't let the bed bugs bite.